Hello, boys and girls, and welcome to another wonderful episode of Haunted Router. It's me, Jeff, and your boy Ben, the man who can read so well. And today we're going to be diving into an absolute epic here. I've actually reached out to the author. This is one I've been wanting to read for a while. This is a 10-parter, 11-parter, 12-parter? I don't know, a lot of parts.
Oh, parter.
Yeah, 12-parter. Okay, it's a big one. But this is called I Shouldn't Have Returned to the Little House on Briar Rose Drive. And if there's anything I knew is I wanted to read this one because of the fact that it says Briar in, and I love me some Briar Rabbit. I used to have the book when I was a kid that had like all the Briar Rabbit stuff in it. I know that it is like bad. I know that there's like some bad stuff in it, but the art style is what really got me with Briar Rabbit. And I used to like the log ride. So
We're sinking this effort into a story because you word associated?
no, not just that. It was
Oh,
recommended
okay,
as well.
alright,
There was multiple reasons, but
and it was recommended. Alright, there we go.
it was recommended. I knew this author, Nikki underscore XX, has some like really popular stories, one of which we could not read because of the rights being held by somebody else. It was called Burn Photo. The Burn Photo story is highly recommended, and that's probably why it has like publishing rights under it. But that's they told me I could read any of their stories except for the Burn Photo one. And I was like, cool. I wanted to read the Briar House one anyway. So I guess we'll just go right into it. I shouldn't.
Do you know anything about this story before we begin? Like what
never.
genre? Okay.
I've never listened to it. I've never seen anything about it. This is 100% blind. Usually, I know a lot of times I've like skimmed a little bit of it, or in the past have listened to it. Nothing on this one, bro. This is this is a double bagger, brother. I'm when I'm pulling the bag off, I have no idea what she looks like. She could have like 7 teeth.
We're gonna figure out together when we go to pull the bag.
It's the secret is it was Ben. Ben was the under the double bag.
It was me.
All right. I shouldn't have returned to the little house on Briar Rose Drive. Part 1.
7 months ago, I went home. Home to Los Angeles County, to the little ranch-style shack where I lived until I was 11, and my family left the state. My childhood home was in a certain middle-sized suburb. There's a few nice parks there, a couple movie theaters, a mall, a highly regarded hospital, a school district that, by the mid-90s, had won so many awards that gentrification became a near-overnight phenomenon. I'm sure a few of you know exactly which middle-sized suburb I'm talking about. If you don't, here's another clue. 15 years ago, a child went missing there. That's not a clue. It was in national news for maybe 20 minutes in the early 2000s, post 9/11, pre-recession.
Well, so if it was only on the news for 20 minutes, come on. You think I paid attention to the news?
Yeah, right.
Mid-2000s, you know what I was doing? I was begging my mom to let me watch Godzilla.
Yeah, right.
I was a child.
I
I was
what
a
I
wee
was
baby.
doing, but I know I wasn't on the lookout for missing kids in suburbs on the other side of the country from me.
No way, I was like, why are you watching the news and not Ninja Turtles? I need to be watching Ninja Turtles right now. My boy Donatello and Mikey and Raphael, all these guys are just be hanging out, and I'm not there. Why am I not there, Mom? So I could worry about some little stupid kid who got taken? Nah.
I remember not liking the news because my favorite singer, Michael Jackson, was always on there for some reason.
Dean. My mom actually got mad at me one night. I was laying in bed and I said, good night, Neverland. Because I was like, I thought, in my head, I just watched Hook. I was like really little, right? I just watched Hook, and my mom's like, don't say that kind of things, Jeffrey. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm just saying the thing from Hook. And she's like, oh, never mind, and walks out.
Yeah, right.
I found out later it was because like Michael Jackson was on the trial where his nose fell off. Bro just like lost his nose in trial. That's never caught him on anything though. They never proved he did anything, which is wild.
He moon danced right out of those fucking charges, man.
Hey, you can't catch me sleeping with children.
All right, so the kid's name that went missing here, and now we're thinking that Michael Jackson probably got him.
Yeah.
The kid's name was Michael Wall. He was 11 years old, small and asthmatic, a sweet little boy. On a Saturday in May, his mother gave him permission to walk to Atomic Videos, an independent movie rental joint with arcade games, so long as he promised to be back by 5 for dinner. At 3 that afternoon, passerby witnessed him, wearing his favorite red hoodie, climbing into a white 1998 Honda Civic driven by Kevin Gideon, the 30-something loner who owned Atomic Videos. Micah was never seen again. They searched high and low and found neither hide nor hair. Kevin Gideon was grilled by the cops. He swore he drove the kid home. He left him outside a little house. No one believed him. He'd always been a strange guy, Kevin Gideon, and the story he told detectives was suspicious. He didn't remember which street Michael lived on, and the only details he could recall about the house he'd supposedly left the boy in front of was that it was
white
and
big windows.
half the houses in town fit that description. Micah's house was blue. The authorities were in the process of obtaining a warrant when Kevin Gideon was killed. It happened outside a 7-Eleven in Pasadena. Some local hero picked a fight with Kevin. Kevin responded, violence ensued, and Kevin was pronounced dead at Huntington Memorial 3 hours after the back of his head connected violently with the asphalt. His 10-year-old daughter, Tiffany, was sitting in the back seat of his white Civic, waiting for Kevin to return with Slurpees. I heard she ran to him. She watched him die. Jesus, man, what the fuck?
Unfortunate, bro. Bro got the American History X in front of his daughter, bro.
Yeah.
Well, poor dude. That little girl's gonna be like graduating, and all she's gonna look at the stands and just think her dad died on the curb.
Her dad with his like split. Oh no,
Yeah.
the back of his head, I guess.
Dude,
so,
her
like,
dad's
face
just
and back of the
waving.
head.
Her dad's
He's
just waving,
like-
and then he turns, and it's just like Sixth Sense. It's just like Sixth Sense. So they're like, all right, just take your goddamn diploma and get off of our stage, you schizo.
Violent story, man. We're only a few sentences into this
yeah,
thing.
dude.
Already a kid's gone missing, and the people who think, or the person who was the main suspect has already been killed by some local vigilante in Pasadena, no less.
Yeah, well, isn't
Then-
Pasadena kind of crap there?
I don't know anything about California.
I know California. All I know is when I lived on the West Coast, West Coast had fallen, brother. It was in rough times. I'm not gonna lie. I lived in Portland, but Portland was bad. And if Portland is anything to go off of, and what I've seen like around YouTube and stuff, California is not much better. And I know firsthand
It's not
that
roughly
Portland
the same
was,
too.
yeah, Portland was pretty bad, but I don't know much about Pasadena. Maybe Pasadena is just a like beautiful little oasis that doesn't have homeless people breaking in your car every day.
I hope so. No, actually, I kind of hope they have. Then the saga came to a tantalizing, but ultimately disappointing end. The police finally pushed through the warrant to search Kevin Gideon's apartment and video store. And, balled in a crawl space between the ceiling and roof of Atomic Videos, accessible by dislodging a loose ceiling tile, they found Micah's red hoodie. His inhaler, with his name and dosage, sat in the front pocket. His body was never recovered. It became common knowledge that Kevin Gideon killed Michael Wall, and the case went cold. I had my own ideas. I'm a high-functioning schizophrenic. People get weird when I say so. They think they're going to say the wrong trigger word and send me up a bell tower with a semi-automatic. It's not like that. I'm not like that. Most schizophrenics are nonviolent, and, in fact, more likely to be the victims of violence than the perpetrators. But I'll save that rant for another day. For now, let's stick to, yes, I do hear voices. Yes, I do occasionally experience visual hallucinations, and no, these hallucinations have never driven me to purposely harm myself or others.
I love that I made a schizo joke, and then like main character is schizophrenic.
Yeah,
Why does
next
that always happen to
paragraph,
me?
Yeah.
What is that? Like,
We're really good at these.
I'm like every time I make like an off kilter joke, the thing's like, hey, remember that terrible joke you made? Well, we're gonna slap it in your face. We are going to literally put the giant woman's muff in your mouth and just grind your face until you look like a neon asphalt. Like, what is with the universe hating me so much?
Maybe it's because you come off the top of the head with things like giant woman's muff in your face
Well,
as like a universal punishment.
you're telling me that having your skin muffed away to the bone isn't a little bit terrifying, but also kind of awesome?
I think it's more awesome than terrifying.
Well, it
but
depends
It is
on-
terrifying. It's a little terrifying.
So the main chick from my 600 pound life, or the 1,000 pound
Never
sisters.
mind. That's pretty terrifying.
That's what I'm
Alright,
talking
fine,
about,
fine.
right? where no matter how much you bite that thing, dude, no matter how much you bite that thing, it's not coming off. You can
No matter how much you thrash
her
and
stuff
scream.
could look like a connect the dots puzzle, and she ain't getting off of you until your face is skull. So
At this
that's what
point,
my
dude,
head went to.
I would be able to scream for help out of my ass.
Okay, oh you can
Where it's not covered.
bro, we got
I'd be
Jeff
like,
Dunham over here, dude.
yeah,
Ventriloquism
pretty
ass,
much.
bro.
If you could just throw your voice, that would be so fucking funny, dude. If you were like, for some reason, I can make myself heard through like smothering.
Get off
Pretty sure
my
that's not how
face and
that
get a
works.
Peloton! Get off my face and get a Peloton!
She's trying to kill me. She said her bills are paid. They do make it frustratingly difficult to assess my experiences prior to being diagnosed. Recalling childhood events is like trying to solve two different puzzles with the pieces all jumbled together. This one's real, this one was a hallucination, and a lot of time, it's impossible to know the difference. And it doesn't help that some of these pieces are missing. Those are the black spots in my memories. I've discussed this with schizophrenic online friends. Memory loss is a somewhat common symptom. Michael Wall was my best friend. The second day of kindergarten, he grabbed the bounciest red dodgeball out of my hands. I kicked him in the shin. We were both sent to the principal's office, and from then on, we were inseparable. I met Tommy, who played soccer with Micah, and Luke, who lived with his grandmother across the street from Tommy. The four of us formed a tight group. We'd spend afternoons and weekends playing Mario Kart or exploring Allister Park, the tree-filled oasis in the city down the street from my house. We called ourselves the Four Grand Adventurers, gay. We'd been raised on Nickelodeon and Goosebumps, face. But as our town was lacking in evil sorcerers and scientific experiments gone wrong, we had to content ourselves with battling the monsters in our imagination. Dude, he's perfect for this.
Yeah. Yep.
He's like, I got one.
Dude, I love the fact that they're just reading Goosebumps, watching Nickelodeon, and then their friend gets kidnapped.
Yeah, right. They're like, we've trained for this. They're like, Stranger Things.
We've been waiting for this day. We've been waiting for this day for so long.
They know the lore. We made do. We were resourceful children. We came up with our own mythology, our own fantasy world, with its own hierarchy of horrifying creatures. One of them, a spider-like creeper with long purple arms that shot poisonous quills like a hedgehog, lived in my closet. It was scared of chocolate milk, of all things. The powdery brown stuff that came in a tin with a bunny on it. There were a bunch of them, our imaginary monsters, but to me, they weren't imaginary. I'd swear up and down I saw purple tentacles, sliding like worms, inching from my open closet door to the foot of my bed, and I felt the shooting sting of needles striking my body, shielded only by my knit Pikachu blanket. And the king of all monsters, known simply to us as the Daemon, lived under a warped old tree deep in Allister Park. Allister Park had a strange layout. The front portion was a playground, swings, Lego-colored play structure, tall metal slide. There was a basketball court and a softball diamond. Then behind all of that, there was an acre of trees, mostly oak. It was designed to be a mini forest nestled among the suburban grayness. But whoever did the designing hadn't thought to put any footpaths, and the city didn't maintain the area as well as they could have. So by the time I came around, thick weeds, discarded beer cans, and jutting roots made it a difficult place to enjoy. Teenagers went there to get drunk. We called it the forest. Mike and I got lost in the forest once. We were 8, and it was getting dark. We ran in frantic circles for an hour or so, and then we found the warped old oak tree. Embedded in an acre of graceful, healthy trees, it stood out. It had a sickly gray trunk, a yard thick. Scraggly, naked branches threatening to impale eyes, twisted, exposed roots. Finally, sweaty and dirt-caked, we scuffled our way out. From that day on, we were terrified of the forest. The Daemon lived there, we told Luke and Tommy. I saw it. Micah said he saw it too. It reached for us with thick, gray, scaly tentacles, noticing a theme. It growled like a steam engine, flashing foot-long, rotten black teeth. It opened its glowing orange eyes, and in them I saw death and hatred. And we ran, just narrowly avoiding its grasping, putrid appendages.
Oh,
Just
God,
a
this
British
is so
guy,
good.
that's all.
I'm sorry,
good.
this
That's
is so
amazing.
good, dude. This is like good, like it's like very Stephen King-y, but Goosebumpsy too, you know? Because Goosebumps was always like Stephen King for kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is so like reminiscent of that, bro. I'm loving
Yeah,
this.
like he sees the monsters everywhere as a kid, and that like it's almost like Bloodborne or some shit. Like the
Hmm.
monsters exist that people just can't see everywhere and stuff, but the kids are like tuned in and shit. I love that type
That
of
wait,
trope.
that was the thing in Bloodborne. I thought all the people were just hiding.
No, no, it's like once you reach a certain point in the game, when you go back to the early parts of the game, there are these like massive creatures hanging off the
Oh,
sides of buildings,
okay,
and
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. I
the
knew about
set that
that.
like the
I thought
monsters
that
kind of change around and stuff.
I thought that just when those guys showed up, everybody was like, "Well, looks like it's bedtime for me."
Pretty much.
Oh, that
Unless
was
you're
like
called out
literally.
by it, man.
I literally thought they just like locked their doors and like that's enough to keep the Cthulhu beast out.
For them, yeah. And then whenever you come back later on, whether you like knock on the doors and they're like, "Get away from here, you suck, outsider," and stuff like that. Later on, when you come back and you can like see the monsters and stuff, and you go near those houses, there's just like screaming and crying and maniacal laughter inside and
Oh,
shit
I
like
never
that.
knocked on the doors
Yeah,
again. I was just too busy like
yeah,
smashing werewolves' faces into the ground.
that's fun
Again,
too.
I'm a brute force guy. Once I was like, oh, I can kill everything. Time to go mess
Very
with some of the people
similar.
that killed me.
So, but I do like this setup of this like weird town. This and with there's like these like little strange locations and stuff in
Oh
it.
yeah,
We've
it
got the
really great
closet.
world building so far, as well as
Yeah,
like
the
introducing the characters in a very organic way. Instead of
mhm.
just like, hey, this is Jim. He's 5'8" tall, and
And weighs 110 pounds. I've reached into my subconscious many times to extract my last memory of Micah. The best I've come up with is the two of us swinging in my backyard, him wearing his red hoodie, both of us giggling about some cartoon episode. Anything after that is hidden in one of those black spots. As hard as I try, I recall nothing of the day Micah disappeared. Sus. Apparently, I was playing in my backyard with Tommy and Luke. My teenage sister, Alicia, had been watching us. Then we departed for Allister Park to play hide and seek, which we did until dusk. We hadn't invited Micah to come along. We were mad at him because he'd ratted me out to a teacher for copying. That's what Tommy and Luke said. That's what Alicia said. And according to my parents, that's what I said as well. The next memory I flip to, like an old slide projector, is that of the Children's Behavioral Health Center waiting room, sitting on a chair with my bags, waiting for my parents to pick me up. I'd been there for 18 days and was leaving with a diagnosis of childhood onset schizophrenia. Because, for weeks after Micah disappeared, I woke up screaming. I told my parents I'd seen him die. The daemon got him. He'd been at Allister Park with us. We'd been playing hide and seek, and we ventured too deep into the forest. A gray, warded tentacle shot out of the darkness and wrapped itself around his waist. Micah was dragged across the littered, weed-dense floor. Oh shit, there's weed back here. And before I collapsed in hysteria, I saw the waning sunlight reflect off sharp, rotten teeth and the angry flash of bulbous orange eyes. I'd stopped bathing. I was afraid of our bathtub. I'd claimed blood flowed from the tap instead of water. I wouldn't sleep for days, scared of the flying things that would tap on my window late at night, tittering threats in an indistinguishable language. I couldn't focus at school. And, I insisted, the daemon was still out there. It was coming for Luke and Tommy and me. My parents drove me straight from the hospital to the airport. We were moving to Miami. That
base
had been the plan
Florida.
before Micah disappeared. Yeah,
Mm,
yeah, shout out to Florida.
Florida man over here, baby.
They're like, you're a little Florida man. We're just gonna take you down there now.
You see it as a boy? I think it is girl, bro.
You
I'm
think
re-
this is a girl?
I'm reading it as a girl.
I don't know. Maybe I just pictured because it was the three guy friends that it was kind of like a little just like a little gang. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, no, I when I heard
Yes,
guy
yes, no.
friends, I just pictured a little girl.
Maybe. Maybe I'm reading this in way too like Max Payne of a voice.
You just
What
I'm a little girl in the 1980s.
I was a
My
dainty little
husband was killed by a
princess.
cocaine addict dealer.
We were moving to Miami. That had been the plan since before Micah disappeared. My dad had grown up there and wanted to be closer to his family. And with all that had happened, my parents wanted to get me out of town as soon as possible. The change of scenery was good for me. Under psychiatric care, away from my hometown and everything that reminded me of my vanished, presumed dead best friend. The nightmares stopped. My therapist said that I should get this all down, put it all in one place, feel the emotions I need to feel, write an ending to this strange, fucked up chapter in my life. I need closure, she said. I've consulted the journal I kept during that time period and somewhat reconstructed it, but I won't transcribe it directly. I was ranting and raving by the end. It's been nearly a year since the events of June 5th through the 11th, 2017. My life's been great since then. I love my new job and I've started working out in the morning and writing at night. I take my medication, I see my doctor, and I'm fully committed to controlling my disorder, as opposed to letting it boss me around. Yet still, I go back. Sitting at my desk in my Venice studio apartment, grading math worksheets, my mind wanders. I'll find myself humming along to Matilda's little rhymes. I imagine walking to my kitchenette, taking out the tub of Nesquik I still keep in the back of my cupboard, and pouring a thick line of brown powder at the foot of the coat closet. You can't say thick line of brown powder and I'm not gonna giggle.
Ah,
Or I'll
dude,
come
you gotta
across
love
it.
some freeze-dried poop. Is that freeze-dried
Yeah,
poop
yeah.
lines, dude? That's
Or
it's all the kids talk about today is freeze-drying their poop and snorting it. I don't get what this.
she's like, I just go over at night, I pop open the Nesquik tub and I just pull me out a big old line of heroin.
Oh, jeez,
Big old
I didn't even think about that, dude.
riding the lightning.
I was thinking straight up just freeze-dried poop.
Yeah, like
These
yeah, or just
newfangled kids, we used to just do cocaine.
let's see. I lost my spot. Thick line of brown powder. There it is. Or I'll come across a hedge of jasmine flowers and instinctively look to the sky for the shape of the moon. The memories elicit fear, but also a rush of excitement, ecstasy, and then longing. Because for those 7 days, in the midst of my descent into psychosis, I was the real me, more myself than I have ever felt since I first left that little house on Briar Rose Drive.
June
Really good
5th.
intro so far.
Oh, dude, I got
Oh
so
yeah,
excited.
sorry.
I was
No,
like,
no,
I
you're
gotta
fine.
do something. I was like, oh my
No, you're
god,
good.
this
You're
is so
good.
good. Well, no, go on what you were gonna say because it's probably way more interesting than me reading the date.
No, really, I was just saying, I think this is just a very, very, very well written intro. I think that we saw a lot of things that are going to be recurring there, like the red hoodie, of course, the forest, and all that type of shit. But there was something else right there at the end, like coming across the hedge of jasmine flowers and instinctively, like I like these little hints that's dropping.
Yeah,
But all right, yeah, no, go ahead, man,
no,
go
it's
ahead.
incredibly building well. I am like, you know that she's gonna go back, or he or she is gonna go back. I think another reason I'm thinking it's she. I think it's the author is a girl, so
That does make sense.
I think that's why I put it in her perspective.
Okay.
But at the same time, dude, I'm just like loving this world and the way that it's filled itself out, and it's taken enough time to take that space between that. I think stories like this, if you're not going to do a child story, you taking that space that you need, but not filling us with too many details about their life. Fantastic, because I don't need to know what age you found yourself or how your first period was or like, oh, you lost your tooth in 5th grade by sneezing it down the sink. Oh, nobody gives a shit. So I like that they're just cutting the fluff and getting to the interesting parts by without like skipping.
Right, right. Just giving the little breadcrumbs for us to find
Mm-hmm.
later on.
June 5th, 2017.
The decision to spend the summer in my childhood bedroom was made out of convenience more than desire. Our grandparents were dead. The Miami house was sold. My parents were in Europe for the summer on a long-deserved vacation. They wouldn't be back until late July when their new condo in South Pasadena was completed. I was supposed to move into my own apartment. I had finished college and found gainful employment. I was pious with my halodiperol, halodiperol, and I hadn't had a psychotic episode in 2 years. My mother worried to the degree required of mothers, but she, my father, and I were in agreement that a 26-year-old adult should have her own space. There we go. All right,
I
confirmed.
called it. Suck it, Ben. This is all.
I,
This is. I'm gonna be as mean as possible. Hey Ben. Hey Ben. You feel real bad, buddy? Oh, are you feeling
first
bad,
time.
Ben? You feeling bad?
First
This is how
time.
you made me feel. This is how you made me feel. I don't even remember what story, but you slapped it right across my face. You dragged that little weird wiener you have right across my nasal. You son of a bitch. And now I gotta
You
call
loved
you
it.
back.
All right, well, bring the little weird sausage over here to me now. Particularly a 26-year-old adult about to start a new job. Come September, I'd been hired as a teacher's aide at Bayside Montessori in Santa Monica, lib. If all went well and my condition didn't.
Goddamn liberals, you left the great state of Florida to move to goddamn California.
Socialist. And now she's teaching at a Montessori. No, I'm just
Dude,
fucking around.
she's gonna be on what's that? What's that Twitter page? That's so
Tumblr?
annoying.
Or
Libs of
no,
TikTok, bro. She's on.
what's
She's probably filming Snapchats for Libs of TikTok exclusively.
we today we taught all of the kids to count in the way they felt was the best.
Yeah.
If
We teach Terrence Howard math.
Yeah, the Terrence Howard math. That's where he went to Bayside Montessori
One
Elementary.
plus one is, or 1 times 1 is 2.
It's easy, simple math, bro. Quick maths. If all went well and my condition didn't become too difficult to manage, I would begin applying to Masters of Education programs in the spring. You go, girl. I found the perfect apartment. The catch was I couldn't move in until the previous tenant's lease ended in August. Until then, if I wanted to live indoors, I had two choices. The first was to find a sublet on Craigslist. Two 40-something creeps offering me a stained mattress for free, while staring inconspicuously at my ass. Later,
Based.
I deigned that option moot. The second was to move back into my childhood home with my sister Alicia. We hadn't returned to the Briar Rose house since we left California, but we still owned the property. My dad didn't want to sell it. He wanted to knock it down, put up a mansion, and flip it for 7 figures. Property values were skyrocketing in pre-recession. That's what everybody else on the block seemed to be doing. Each year, another post-war ranch-style shack was bulldozed. For the time being, he'd sized up the rental market for the neighborhood and put off his scheme indefinitely.
Bro, this family has way too much money, brother.
They
Way
have a
too
lot
much
of-
money, bro. I'm like sitting here and I'm like,
Yeah,
I had to
that's-
count how many macaroni and cheese noodles I ate last night for dinner. And this bitch, her parents are going to Europe and then they're gonna turn it into a mansion. Get out of here, bro. I sometimes shred my toenails. I take a cheese grater to my toenails and put it on Blake noodles just to pretend it's Parmesan cheese. I don't get real stuff. I'm too poor for that. These guys.
I use a little bit of unused cat litter as grape nuts earlier.
Yeah,
for cereal.
dude. I can't even afford cat litter. I use wood pellets. And I have I like hand shred pieces of paper from the mail, like junk mail for the cat's litter.
Those ones you can just turn around. You can just turn that. You just take it out in the yard, toss it around a little bit, scoop it back up, and bring it in.
Exactly. It's
That's summer.
I'm like composting for cats.
That summer, though, there were no renters. The last family moved out in February, and my dad hadn't found a replacement. He was going to finally do it. When he and Mom returned, he planned on utilizing his father's life insurance payout to finally bulldoze the little house and put up a tasteful 2-story Victorian. The plans were already drawn. I drove past my street. I was distracted by Allister Park down the block, across Fifth Avenue, which ran perpendicular to Briar Rose Drive. The steel slide was still there, the Lego-colored play structure had been replaced. I don't remember there having been rings. But even the upgrade looked overused and sun-bleached. The sand had been replaced by spongy black turf. Beyond, the forest still stood. Tall, thick oak trees, dry and wild, extending backwards forever. Well, not forever. I miss the quotes every time. Extending backwards to a fence separating them from some suburban neighborhood. In the 70-degree cloudless daylight, there was nothing threatening about Allister Park. The scariest thing that resided there were temperamental squirrels. Still, though, I shuddered. Childhood fears cut deep. I saw the street sign too late. I pulled a U-turn on Huntington Boulevard. It was an easy mistake to make. I could barely recognize Briar Rose Drive. What had been a lower middle-class neighborhood was now a manicured block with Stepford aspirations. Multiple copies of last year's Mercedes-Benz, lush lawns, Kelly green despite the oft-reported California drought, cobblestone driveways, sprawling abodes with Spanish roofs. Except mine. I recognized mine in a second. My childhood home and the neighbors to the right, its exact double, were the only two on the block that hadn't been sold, flattened, and upgraded. They crouched amongst the mansions like shriveled old couple on the bus. Cream-colored stucco walls, chipped blue garage door, huge bay windows, front porch running the length of the house. That sounds pretty. The lawn was yellow now. The row of juniper trees that lined the west edge of the property had been cut down. My first thought, upon opening the door for the first time in a decade and a half, was just how small it looked. The brown shag carpet was still there. Save for a tattered, stained old couch and a yellowing pile of mail beside it, there was no furniture. I walked through the empty living room and down the small hallway, peering into the master bedroom. There was a double bed there, with messy blankets and a plugged-in MacBook Air. I saw Alicia's books piled on the floor. Across the hall was the small bedroom, the one that Alicia and I used to share. There was a mattress and box springs in the corner. It looked all right, though I wouldn't want to shine a black light on it. Again, what's up, Alicia? Again, I was overwhelmed by how small my old bedroom now seemed.
Dude, Alicia be getting freaky, brother.
Yeah,
She would have gotten the
what's
stained
going
mattress,
on?
bro. She would have, like, they would have sent her to ass, and she's like, you want to make another stain? How about it, big boy? Well, do you want to ride these Alicia thighs? I want some Alicia thigh come right now.
Dude, I don't get this. There was, it's
Well, I
that's
don't understand the
disgusting,
black
dude.
light.
In the old childhood bedroom, that's what I mean. Is like, what is she saying here?
I
I
feel
just
like
don't
that
get
her. I feel
that.
like Alicia's been having like some deep orgies. She keeps a good supply of baby oil and 80. She has like closets full of condoms that are just
This
ready
is
to be.
where everybody in the neighborhood that has their nice houses, this is where they go for the neighborhood orgy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
because they don't
Yeah,
want to
this
have
is the
orgies in their
girl
nice
next door
mansions.
house, brother.
Yeah, yeah,
You
okay,
walk
okay.
in and you pull a condom off of the out of the closet like you're at the fucking DMV.
Like you're going up to the deli and taking a number.
Mm-hmm. Well, you are going to the
Like,
deli, dude. You gotta
yeah,
get
you
some
are
of
going
that
to the deli
roast
and
beef
taking a number, aren't
sandwich,
you?
bro. You gotta get that
Yeah.
roast beef sandwich going, baby. Arby's, we have the meats.
Again, I was overwhelmed by how small my old bedroom now seemed. I remembered our deep red chest of drawers, the little shelf where I'd arranged my dolls and stuffed animals, the figurines Alicia used to collect. We had bunk beds. I'd had the top. A large window overlooked the backyard. Across from the window was our hole-in-the-wall closet with sliding doors. The closet, okay, never mind. I mispictured something. The closet was where the quill-shooting monster lived. It had served more as storage than anything else. Baby toys, nice clothes we rarely wore, as it was tiny and perpetually dusty. Before we'd moved to Miami, my mom found a termite's nest in the closet, and we'd had to have the entire house fumigated. I felt an unwelcome pang of fear. Stupid. I was way too old to be scared of the monster in the closet. I made my way through the kitchen and opened the back door. The backyard sprawled, long and inviting, at my feet. It was the greatest hit of my childhood, the huge lot on which my small house was situated. There had been a swing set. Once, the thick jasmine hedges had grown along the entire length of the west and south fences, shielding us from view of the neighbors, and producing creamy, delicious-smelling flowers in the summer. The grass, while never cultivated, was green and plentiful. Now, the ground was yellow, brown, and dusty. My parents removed the carcass of the swing set 4 years ago. The sweet-smelling hedges had been torn out and replaced with high cinder block walls. The only thing left in the yard besides dead grass and dirt was my dad's chipping, rotting old shed. The shed, now that's a fun story. After my parents bought the place, they found a small collapsing underground bunker from the Cold War era in the backyard. My dad found it hilarious that anyone thought the thing would survive a nuclear blast. He doubted it would survive the next rainy season, so he filled it with dirt and concrete and built the tool shed on top. I took a couple steps. I fished for sunshiny memories, playing tag with Micah, Luke, and Tommy, sitting on the swings and talking for hours until the sun set and my mom insisted my friends call their parents and go home. I'd always felt guilty about what happened to Micah. If we'd forgiven him, if we'd invited him over to play with us, he wouldn't have been at Atomic Video that day, and he wouldn't have died. I turned my head towards the yard east of us, to my house's double, through the rusted chain-link fence. At the bottom of that fence, at the far east of the yard, at the far end of the yard, was a small patch that looked newer. Once it had been a child-sized hole. I wandered to it. I breathed in. They say the smell is the sense tied strongest to memory, and as the stench of cut grass and festering produce assaulted my nostrils, the memories came flooding back. An old man lived in that house. We called him Colonel Lewis. I can't recall if Lewis was his first name or last name, and I never knew whether he'd actually been in the military. The
Colonel!
part came from the camouflage jacket he wore. All we'd known about him was that he was 1,000 years old, probably closer to 70, overweight, and mostly blind. Seems
Typical
awesome.
1,000-year-old Cthulhu being. Fat guy.
It's the Damon. His backyard would have been identical to ours had it not been shaded by a gargantuan oak tree and cluttered like a junkyard. Two old cars sat eternally on blocks, tangled in vines. Piles of wood hosted cockroaches and beetles. Cinder blocks were strewn all over, once piled but toppled by natural forces over the years. Amongst the piles of abandoned construction materials, Colonel Lewis had nursed another hobby, a compost heap. I, he had had the gardeners throw grass clippings there, mixed with rotting organic matter left over from his meals. My parents helped. My mom would gather carrot heads, avocado skins, apple cores, and then have Alicia or me take them over to Colonel Lewis's compost heap. Now, the compost heap was buried under collapsed cinder blocks. The smell of it still hung in the air. When we bored out of my Micah, Tommy, and I would
You
sneak through the
froze
hole in the
so
fence.
hard there,
Did I?
compadre. Right at the beginning of the paragraph, you're like, hung on air.
Hmm. I gotcha. When we'd bored out of my house, Micah, Luke, Tommy, and I would sneak through the hole in the fence and explore Colonel Lewis's backyard. Colonel Lewis was aware, but he never really minded us being there, so as long as we didn't make too much noise. And he was half deaf, too, so it took particularly loud clatter, usually us sending a pile of cinder blocks careening to the ground, to make him plod onto his back porch and demand we
be more careful.
Micah died thinking we hated him, thinking we'd never be friends again. I closed my eyes and breathed in the sour vegetable stench. When I opened them, I was looking at a little girl. She was a small child, maybe 8 or 9, with porcelain doll skin and ice blonde hair, standing directly on top of Colonel Lewis's buried compost heap. Her face was round and her features delicate. She wore a cute pink dress. Despite the messiness of the backyard, there was not so much as a smudge of dirt on her. She looked at me. She smiled. I gasped and jumped back. She hadn't been there a minute before, and I had no idea where she could have been hiding.
Hi.
I finally stammered to the little girl.
Where did you come from?
She took a step toward me, cocked her head. Something kicked in my brain. Something tapped my shoulder. I screamed and whirled around, scaring the shit out of Alicia. I'd been so lost in memories, I hadn't even heard her car pull into the driveway. For the moment, the little blonde girl next door was forgotten. I greeted my sister enthusiastically.
Fuck you, Ashley.
She said,
You're jumpy today. You're the creep. You're the one who creeped out here like Michael fuck. No. You're the one that creeped out here like Michael fucking Myers. I'm creepy. You're staring at the neighbor's yard like you were possessed. Oh, apparently the neighbors have a kid?
I turned back around. Colonel Lewis's yard was empty. There was no trace of the little blonde girl I'd locked eyes with moments before. I blinked. My internal temperature dropped about 50 degrees.
What kid? And what neighbors?
Alicia's voice sounded far away.
The old man, Mr. Carley. How do you say that? Well, I'm gonna be real.
Carlisle?
Carlisle, yeah. The old man, Mr. Carlisle, died last November. That house has been empty since then. Ah, cool, that's such a good first part, brother. Oh my god.
Great setup.
Dead
Amazing
ghost girl.
stuff.
Way to, like, it was one of those things that it just, like, all this, this is obviously the first part of 12, so we have a long way to go. But what a, like, layering. We had ourselves a nice little cake here. And I'm a fat guy. I like me some cake. So, all the way down, brother. I mean, the setup, the world building. Oh, this is already shaping up probably to be. This might be the best story we will read on this. I'm not saying it is yet because we're still really early on, but it's having the it's got the foundation, baby. As long as it doesn't get hurricaned halfway through, I think we'll be good.
This is just another one of those stories that I could definitely see being like a mini series or something like that. Like this is so cinematic and so well written
Mm-hmm.
that yeah, I
You can
could
see every inch of everything she's described.
absolutely.
Everything she's described.
I
It
love the neighborhoods and stuff like that. How it went from being like it was kind of setting itself up to be like that Stranger Things type neighborhood where it's just like like the suburban houses with the cul-de-sacs everywhere and the kids on bikes and shit like that, the rain slickers and stuff like that. But no, she comes back 15 years later or whatever, and it's all completely gentrified and turned into something different. I like that. I like that a lot. That was a good
okay.
little
So I was
subversion.
actually curious what came out first, Stranger Things or this. It's pretty close. They're pretty close to each other, man. I think Stranger Things came out the year before this was made.
Yeah. And
So
I don't think it's going to go into like the kids running some long investigative shit and all that type
no,
of stuff.
no, no, no. It's
If it
obviously in a
comes
different.
in, if like Luke and Tommy and stuff like that come back and they all join forces as adults to go confront the evil, then we're in a totally different wheelhouse altogether at that point. Then we're in Pennywise
Yeah,
territory.
yeah,
But
we're in a we would be in a different direction. And I actually like that they didn't spend too much time as kids, especially when they said the daemon, because isn't that like the monster? Don't they call it the monster?
oh, the Demogorgon or something like that in
Demogorgon.
the first
Okay,
one.
in my head they were the same. I haven't watched Stranger Things in a while. I remember the last
I've never
season with the
watched it all the
guitar
way
guy,
through.
and I was like, "Guitar guy, don't die, no." And that was the last thing I watched. Was that the last
Is that
season?
this dude, the Eddie guy? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen
Eddie.
Stranger
Yeah, I don't
Things.
know. The season where Eddie dies is like the only season that I remember. That guy showed
Holy
up
shit,
for
there's
only
more.
that season, and he kicked ass that season. I just was like,
Oh, he was
this guy.
only in that one season? That's lame.
He's only in that one
That's
season,
stupid.
and he is so good. He's like, I think he did the Fantastic Four this year as the Human Torch, which is
Oh,
Pedro.
cool.
I'm super annoyed with Pedro Pascal because he just keeps existing in everything. I can't watch any movies and he's not in it. Like, talk about fatigue. But I want to see it just because I like that other actor.
Hmm. I don't know, man. I'm not. I don't know if there's anything that Pedro Pascal's in right now that I particularly care to watch. Last of Us season two, maybe,
Ugh, ugh.
maybe.
Ugh, I'd rather run sandpaper over my balls than sit through another season of The Last of Us. First season was dog crap. What up? Everybody glazed it up because it was just like a half okay. Like the Fallout show felt like you were playing a Fallout game. It felt like you're
Hmm.
playing a Fallout game. I know people argued over the timeline or whatever, but that gets into another level of Fallout fandom than I live in. But it felt like I was playing Fallout. The Last of Us show cut out all the zombies.
Yeah, it
It's
did.
and then they just like okay, you look at I'm not gonna get on tangent. I don't like that show. I'm not gonna watch the second season. I thought Pedro Pascal did okay at Joel, but I thought it was a poorly written. You can tell the other writer of The Last of Us was not there because Neil Druckmann didn't write Last of Us by himself. He co-wrote it,
Hmm.
so the
The
co-writer
one
was not on set.
There was one very particular line of dialogue and action that I wanted to watch Pedro Pascal do. And I was like, if he does it, and if he nails it, this is a much better I have to put this at a slightly higher like tier adaptation than like everything else. And it's like my favorite part of Last of Us is where he's like questioning some dude up against the wall, and the guy's just like, fuck you, man, or something like that. And Joel just says with such an exhausted voice, he's like, I don't have time for this. And then he just like pops the dude's kneecap off or some
Yeah.
shit. And I was like, dude, if he nails this and they put this in there, it will be better. And I swear to God, he fucking killed it.
Yeah,
It
no,
was like nothing but net moment where he's
so
like, I
the
don't have
problem
time for
with
this, and
me for
fucking gets him. And I was like, I stood up and cheered.
so
And the
my
gay guy
problem right
episode's
away
awesome.
was it wasn't
Frank
like
episode was the shit.
the big moments were kind of fine, but the problem there were some like lines that were done well. The problem was the pacing. It did not understand pacing and story structure the way the game did, and you can tell that. And this is the same problem I have with The Last of Us 2. The Last of Us 2, I don't have a lot of problems that Joel died or whatever that other people had. The story is stupid. It is
Yeah, I
written
do agree that it's
terribly.
badly done.
It
With
like in The
I
Last of Us show is written the same way, where things just happen. They just happen. Oh, this thing happens, then this thing happens, and then over. Like
The
there
Last of
was
Us
like
2 is even worse, where it doesn't just like let a thing happen just because. A thing happens just because, and then you're like, oh no, does that mean? And it's like, and then it clicks to 12 years ago, and you're like, motherfucker! Like,
yeah,
dude, it does
it
it so
retcons itself.
many times where
And
I'm like,
it just
please
keeps
don't do another
retconning and doing
flashback.
whatever it wants, and that's where you can tell that the other guy who reined Druckmann in was actually the smarter one, because Druckmann was just like, I want to do everything always. Ah, dude, I know we're tangenting now.
Yeah, right,
The
right.
Last of Us 2 was a terribly written story. I don't care what anybody says. It's stupid. It makes no sense. Even when you're playing as Abby, she is one of the most insufferable beings to ever exist. Her friends don't even like her. Oh, my dad died. Who gives a shit? You screwed over every one of your friends and you want me to sympathize with you? I
We have to care because plot.
Yeah, it was so dumb. And then when I was watching the Last of Us show, it was just like all the tension was, they got out of the city way easier than in the game. Like,
Hmm.
they had so much pushback. The making out with a zombie in like episode 2 or whatever, so dumb. So dumb. Most retarded thing I'd ever seen. And I was like, okay, this is kind of getting up. Then episode 3 where they do like the story with the romance, the gay romance one. My problem with that wasn't that they did that episode, because it was cool to see more on a character that I really liked. It's the fact
Hmm.
that they kill him in that. So effectively, that episode can get cut out of the TV show, and nothing would change. Not a single thing would change. It became filler. One of the most crucial characters to the game became a filler character, and that shows
It
bad
did.
writing.
Well, it did the thing that I just accused The Last of Us 2 doing,
Mm-hmm.
where a thing just happened. They found this huge cache of weapons and they could hide behind a fence with all the traps and stuff like that, and he knew how to get through there and all this type of stuff. That just happened. But now let's take an hour to explain why it happened in
Yep.
a beautiful, cool way. But it didn't tie into the story. Like it would have been
Exactly.
that they robbed the Ellie and Frank interactions out
Yes.
of the story.
That
That
was my
was
favorite.
stupid.
One of my favorite parts of the game was their interactions, their back and forth. I
They could
also
have
don't
given
like
it
the
two
girl who played
episodes.
Ellie, and it's not because her face
Mm,
looks like a potato. It's because she's a terrible actress. She delivers
I
like
don't
every.
know.
She delivered the
I didn't watch
dialogue
it at scrutiny. Yeah, yeah. I didn't watch it with
okay.
that much scrutiny.
After the Frank episode. I was annoyed, and then there was
Hmm.
no zombies, and then she just kept talking, and it felt like a kid actor, even though she was like 19. It felt like a kid actor who didn't really know how to land their lines.
Hmm. Do you think maybe that's like really good direction,
No,
though?
it's terrible direction.
Like that she was trying to sound like a dramatic 14-year-old or whatever?
I think it's a poor decision. If she was
Just
directed that
just a
way, it
poor
was a
decision
poor
either way.
decision.
Yeah, you're like,
Like,
either way, it was badly done.
why
Doesn't
would
matter
you
what the
make the
aim
kid
was.
sound unnatural? I don't know. It's just her delivery. I didn't like her delivery. I never liked. She was like, "I'm Ellie," and I'm like, "What?" Ellie wasn't that like like
Sassy.
angry. She wasn't that sassy, but like, okay, whatever. I don't know. I did not like the show. I know a lot of people disagree with me, and I know we derailed, but let's get to
It's
part
okay. We'll
two.
put 10 minutes. I think my sister was seriously worried about me by the time I'd finished harassing her with questions. Apparently, an estate agent had been around some weeks before, right after Alicia moved back into the house. The two of them had started talking, and the agent said she was working for the heirs of Louis Carlyle. That was Colonel Lewis's real name. Poor Mr. Carlyle dropped dead of a heart attack. His sons planned on selling the property. The house had been abandoned since the coroner dragged the body away.
And you've been taking your meds, right?
Alicia asked, using her mom voice. I rolled my eyes.
Yeah, I've been taking my meds.
I had been, and I knew what I'd seen. A little girl with ice blonde hair and a pink dress, standing in the backyard of an abandoned house. A little girl who could appear and disappear into thin air. A little girl that Alicia hadn't seen, though she was looking right at her. But that wasn't even what bothered me the most. What bothered me the most was I knew I'd seen that little girl before. I reminded myself, again, to call the LA-based psychiatrist my doctor in Miami recommended. Then I tried to take my mind off it. I had had hallucinations before, twisted faces and trees and traffic lights and brick walls, shadow figures lurking behind people I'd see in the street, a cocker spaniel that followed me around. I knew how to manage hallucinations. Acknowledge them, acknowledge that they're not real, and don't dwell. Oh yeah. I unpacked some of my
Wait,
things,
dude,
and
there's just a Cocker Spaniel following her everywhere. I don't know
yeah,
why. I don't know why. The Cocker Spaniel, bro, just, you got a dog just, like, tracking it. Everything else looks twisted and obviously not real. And then there's just a normal dog. It just, it's just
she's probably
chilling,
seen
dude.
it a couple times, and like at this point, when she's seeing like some faces and stuff, she's like, "I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy," and the Cocker Spaniel's like, "You're not crazy, like
Yeah,
just
dude.
chill
It's a
out,"
bad, it comes in like a
and she's
bad
like,
LSD
"Ah,
trip.
yeah." Am I losing my mind? Said the person.
Who lost their
Probably, said
mind?
the cat.
Yeah, probably. You're cooked, brother.
I unpacked some of my things, then headed out to go shopping. There was something going on at the house across the street. A young blond guy dressed in board shorts and a tank top with a picture of Morticia Adams pulled cases of beer and wine out of the back of a Prius. He noticed me and waved. I waved back. This picture doesn't fit together. A young blond guy in board shorts with a tank top with a picture
Yeah,
of Morticia Adams on it.
absolutely makes sense.
Just throwing a
Absolutely makes
kegger.
sense, brother. Bro's just
Is
like, dude has like that. It's like it's not like the normal Morticia Adams. It's like that fake thug Morticia Adams. You know what it's got like the roses. You know what I mean? It's always usually it's
he's
Marilyn
like smoking a
Monroe.
blunt.
It's usually
Yeah.
like Marilyn Monroe, but he's got like all the fake like graffiti stuff. It looks like a bandana, and you're like, "What's up, bro?"
She's like holding like a wad of money and like a fucking AK or something.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
All right, this makes more sense now, I guess. Yeah, he's just a frat bro.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the nearest Ralph's my GPS found. It was the same one my mom had shopped at when I was a kid, which I would have been fine with had I not realized something fairly disconcerting as I pulled into the parking lot. The parking lot was a shared the parking lot was shared with a strip mall, and the closest empty spot was right in front of what had once been Atomic Videos. The space was empty now, the plate glass front covered with brown construction paper. I bought what I needed from Ralph's, shoved the bags in my car, then found myself drawn to the tenantless storefront. I'd spent many afternoons there with my friends. Kevin Gideon, an unapologetic nerd, kept old arcade games. Micah held the high score in Centipede. Once, Tommy, Luke, and I snuck into the locked adults-only back room. I didn't quite remember how we managed to do it. A patch of construction paper had torn. I walked right up to it, put my eye to the glass, looked through the hole. Blackness, a half-finished counter, and some tools. I thought about Micah's favorite red hoodie. I wondered if he'd died wearing it, and imagined how Kevin Gideon had done the deed. Had he driven Micah to his apartment in Eagle Rock, given him a bowl of strawberry ice cream laced with rufinol, then strangled him before toweling off? Maybe. Jesus, fuck.
Bro, hold
Maybe.
on, hold on.
Before
You think?
toweling off?
Yeah, bro. Obviously,
Dude, I
he
think
had
that
to.
I feel like if you're strangling a kid and jizzing in your pants, you're probably not even toweling off at that point. You probably just leave that shit. Get all
Well, I mean,
fucking
he has to pick
cakey.
up his kids.
Yeah, right. He's like, the wife and kids will be home in a few minutes.
Yeah, dude. That's why he kept the hoodie at his house, dude. That's what he toweled off with. Ooh, bad joke. Really dark
Yeah, there
joke.
we go.
Anyways, I do think he kept the like. It is kind of funny that I know that we're not gonna find out that this guy didn't actually do it. He was
Yeah, yeah.
whatever. But I just have this in mind of him just coming into his house like, "Where's that kid?" Oh, that's a good little maca. Oh, maca smells so sweet. Time for you to go back to the asbestos zone.
Back to your home.
Oh, brother. Oh.
Maybe he hadn't even left. He could have pulled his Civic around. Okay, I'm so glad it went to a car. He could have pulled his Civic around the back of the store, and in the dim little room where he'd once laughed at Camp Circle Jerk 3 and Slutty Nurses Down and Dirty,
Down
took
and
what he
dirty.
wanted and disposed of my best friend. Wow.
Unfortunate. I love that it hits it with stuff that I'm like, I can make a joke here. And then it's like, I'm going to get really sad. So Jeff feels bad about the joke. This story is mean to me. We had it with Schizophrenia Part 1. Now every time I want to make like a little edgy joke, the story's like, yeah, do you want to feel... Oh, you want to make jokes about Circle Jerk 3? Or
Yeah, it's just gonna
Slutty
say...
Nurses? Yeah, well, my friend got murdered and probably had stuff done to him. We got some pedophile stuff here. So enjoy making jokes about that,
It's beating you to the punchlines. It's like saying all of the shit that you could say. You're like, what? Where did they kill him? Where they back? We used to go like Jack. Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Like, they do think he killed him where they used to. Okay, never
Yeah.
mind.
Did they kill him in the circle jerk room? Yeah, circle jerks 3. So I missed that joke twice already.
Yeah.
Twice. Jesus. And slutty nurses. I mean, I would buy slutty nurses down and dirty. I mean, let's be honest here. I'd be like, hey, honey, I have this critically acclaimed movie for us to watch. Come check this out. And he's just, like, yeah,
It's
that's
a Yenny
DiCaprio's
Delos.
sister.
Yes, DiCaprio. Or his leavings. They, they'd found the red sweatshirt in a tight crawl space between the ceiling and the roof. I mused over Micah's final resting place. Oh, my water. Wherever that was.
Did it break?
Maybe in some... No, we're good.
Oh, I thought I was gonna have to call your girlfriend and your wife and tell her Ben's water broke. We gotta cut the podcast. Yeah. You're having a baby.
My water.
My water.
Someday. I'm not there yet. This is preemie, but I smoke a lot.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna have like the cutest butt baby anyone's ever seen.
I am. Yep. Wherever that was, maybe in some other little cavity. Stop. No, somewhere behind the pane of glass I peered through. I cringed at the cruelty of it. Micah had been terrified of small enclosed spaces.
You know it's cursed.
For the second time that day, I whirled around and yelped. This time, I faced the blonde boy in the Morticia Adams tank top from across the street, a bag full of chips and red cups in his arms. He was grinning.
Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. It's cool.
I said.
I'm Anjali. I think we're neighbors. Travis, you just moved in, right?
I nodded. He put on a serious expression.
Well, there's some things you need to about this town you need to know. A pedophile used to own a candy store in this very spot. He'd lure little boys in with video games and strangle them and hide their bodies under the floorboards at the vents. When he died, the cops gutted the place and they found hundreds of tiny bodies.
W. Riz. He dropped his voice, smiling lecherously.
In the last 6 years, 4 stores have been here. All of them went out of business. They say it's because the ghosts of the murdered boys is still around. I have a friend who worked there when it was a GNC. He said at night he heard the kids' voices sobbing and begging for the bad man to stop hurting them.
Travis paused dramatically, eyes open wide. I snorted.
I'm serious. You're full of shit.
I said.
I grew up here. Yeah, there was an alleged pedophile who used to own a video store in this spot, but he only ever killed one kid. They never actually proved it. I know that. I knew the kid.
Travis's face fell.
Fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... It's fine. It was a long time ago. Nice try. Well, I still feel like an asshole.
He smiled apologetically.
Hey, I'm having a party tonight. It's a kind of a reunion from my high school friends. You should come by if you're not doing anything. You and your roommate. My sister.
Said.
I'll think about it.
He's like, we need some older chicks there.
Dude, I want your... I heard about your sister's house. I heard how there's just like a wall of condoms and you just tear them off like the DMV. And I need to
you
get
move into
a taste.
that really poor trailer across the street?
Yeah, you guys got the cream house, right? It's like cream and also filled with cream. It's got so much semen
with the dirty
inside
mattress.
Yeah,
dude.
I've been waiting my turn. It's like a super long list to get in there. I'm hoping this will skip me up to the line because I gotta get a taste of that sweet sister ass of yours.
We were wondering when they'd move a new chick in. I was going to ditch Travis's party. I'm not a big drinker, too many medications over the years that don't mix with alcohol, and I didn't want to run into anyone I'd attended elementary school with. But Alicia was seeing a movie with a friend, and I didn't want to spend Friday night alone with my phone either. The little girl I'd seen in Colonel Lewis's backyard still freaked me out. If I sat around obsessing, I'd fall into a magical thinking downward spiral. And if I started spiraling, I'd end up deluded and psychotic. I needed a distraction. Here we go.
Yeah! Let's go! New sister moving in.
Here we go, dude. Travis hugged me when I walked through the door, his cheeks apple red. What is he, fucking He's
Yeah,
jolly.
yeah,
He
he's like
intro-
Santa Claus.
he's like a Santa Claus. He introduced me as
The girl I tried to scare earlier and failed epically.
to an Asian guy with a side part I later learned was his boyfriend. Oh,
He's
my
he's like, I'm a gay douchebag. He was a straight douchebag, but now he's just gay and a douchebag. We're
yeah,
winning. We're winning.
we're totally winning. I like Travis more now.
Yeah,
My
dude.
apprehensions.
He got
He's
less
definitely going to
gay.
be like the helpful character.
He
There's
got
no
less.
way
He
he's
got
not.
less gay by being gay.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, ironic, huh? My apprehensions about running into old classmates ended up being unfounded. Only a dozen or so people came. Most were considerably younger than me. I knew it, and I didn't recognize a single one. Travis told me he'd moved into town with his parents 6 years before. He was a rising senior at UCLA, majoring in psychology.
Bro's so
He'd been
familiar.
a he'd been a self-described goth brat in high school, obsessed.
Oh, he got so much more gay. Oh, he lost all of the cool gay, and now he's just
We needed a
gay.
tier list for this one too, and Travis would just be
Well,
like
it's the
going way
gay
up and
meter,
down
bro.
the
It's
whole
the gay
time.
meter, and he is gaying the fuck out right now.
He was obsessed with horror, so he might have been a Haunted Router fan at least.
Less
There
gay.
was a there was a noticeable abundance of black eyeliner and skinny jeans amongst the partygoers.
More
The
gay.
fetish party. Uh, At some point during the night, Travis procured a Ouija board.
More gay.
A group of them messed with it. I politely declined.
Super not gay. She's cool.
Yeah,
I won't do that the whole time. I thought it was perfect for that area.
we just need to let people know at home what an emotional roller coaster these are. These
Yeah.
paragraphs are. I had a drink and then another drink. Travis's boyfriend was bartending, and he must have poured the hard stuff liberally, because after 2 rum and cokes, I was stumbling through a blur. More people came, I think. Everything was suddenly louder. I wandered down a hallway to get some air. They conjured some motherfuckers up on the Ouija board.
Dude, it's like
Ghost party.
the little
It
girl
was a
shows back
moonlight
up.
splash.
The
Dude.
little girl's just in the. They're just playing Crazy Frog
she's
for her.
just doing like one of these. Yeah.
She's doing the terrible John Travolta from Pulp
Colonel
Fiction.
Lewis. Colonel Lewis is there telling stories.
Yeah, dude. They're all
He's got like
epically
his like
racist.
mojito. He's like, I thought there'd be more bitches this time.
They let an Asian behind the bar. Cool
Yeah,
it,
right,
Colonel.
oh my God.
Colonel,
Dude,
cool it, Colonel.
Dude, they're like, Colonel, go grab a drink. He's like, I'm cool. I brought my own.
He's like, I didn't know we allowed. I thought they only worked on railroads. Whoa, Colonel, calm down there, pal. It's okay. He's from a different time.
Let's see. I wandered down a hallway to get some air. Travis's house had been extensively remodeled, but not bulldozed. I recognized the shape of the windows in the bathroom. I'd been there before. We'd known the family who used to live there. I pooped here. They had a boy and a girl. The boy was in Alicia's class. The girl was autistic. I stumbled to the backyard and found myself staring into familiar eyes. The party had spread out. A few kids passed around a joint, and someone had fallen into the pool. 2 boys were talking in a corner. One noticed me and grabbed my arm. Silvery hair, square jaw, Harry Potter glasses.
God, these are the
Luke.
worst people at every college, bro. I swear to God. You got the philosophy major, the guy wearing the circle glasses that obviously thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. These were the people that did not like me.
Yeah, right.
They're like, wait, did you just say something slightly offensive? I'm like, probably, compadre. That's kind of my deal, is saying jokes. And they're like, do you know the ramifications? I'm like, I don't give a shit about any ramifications. You can ram those cushions up your ass, for all I care.
Luke. Last time I'd seen Luke Anderson, he'd been a scrawny 12-year-old with spiky hair, an angular face, and thick glasses. 10 years had done him good. Oh shit. He was tall, at least 6 feet, slim and toned. The Harry Potter glasses accentuated his gray opal eyes.
Angeli fucking Vasquez.
He said to me. I downed the remainder of my rum and coke. I might have hugged him. Hi, Ruby. Do you see a little cat hand come out?
Yeah, look at the little kitty. Look at that little guy.
I downed the remainder of my rum and coke. I might have hugged him. I half remembered his hand in mine, leading me into a fuzzy gray warmth as the alcohol in my bloodstream wound its way into my brain, turning memories to mush. I woke up lying in warm sand. I sat blinking sunlight from my eyes. I was in Allister Park, right in front of the play's structure. The park was empty. It was early morning. I could see the sun rising over the forest. Rising over the forest? No. My mind oriented itself. The forest was to the west. It was dusk, and the sun was setting. I should have worried about what might have transpired during the time I'd been blacked out, or wondered how I ended up unconscious in a children's playground. I should have been hungover, but I didn't, and I wasn't. She got roofied.
Yeah, no, that's... Oops. That's bad. That'd be
Oh,
bad.
wait. The only thing that gave me pause were my hands. They looked small. She's tripping.
Ah.
I
Still
I
roofied.
saw.
Probably a different kind of drug, though. She got dropped
She's
something
like, "What
else.
did you do to my hands?" I'm
There was
picturing
somebody
her
over
playing
there
like
with,
a
like,
woman
acid tabs just, like, Kobeing at the party, bro. They're like, yeah,
into the
you get
rum
a
and
tab,
cokes.
you get a tab, you get a tab. I'm gonna leave now so I don't get arrested.
Yeah, right. I'll see y'all later. Have fun with that.
This was
I
all...
saw.
This all took place back in the 60s, and that was Bill Cosby.
Yeah, oh yeah. It, I saw two little boys a short distance away, silhouetted by the large orange sun. One was Asian, tallish, wearing overalls. The other was white, small, and swallowed by an oversized red hoodie. The Asian kid moved towards me, plodding across the sand. Except he couldn't have been, because the sand in Allister Park had been replaced with that spongy rubber foam. First, I realized I was dreaming. Then I realized who the little boy was. Tommy. Tommy Lou. 12-year-old Tommy, which would make the other kid.
Ansley, come on!
Tommy chirped through the wide-mouthed gape he'd assume when he was nervous. I looked at my hands again. They were child's hands. Then the sun was gone, and dim moonlight washed over the trees. Tommy turned and hurried towards the forest. I followed, led by some force that wasn't my own will.
Hurry, Ansley!
Tommy shouted. I looked for the boy in the red sweatshirt, but he was nowhere to be found. I'd stopped moving as Tommy sprinted ahead of me. Then I felt a tug on my ankle and something warm. I stumbled. My stomach dropped in terror. A smooth yellow worm, thick as a roll of toilet paper protruding from the sand, was wrapped around the leg of my jeans. I screamed and struggled, but the thing kept hold. And then there was more of them, extending like spaghetti out of the ground, rapidly reaching for me. Spaghetti monster. One
Or a
grabbed my
field
other
of
leg.
penises.
It's these are children, Jeff.
Oh, shit. Damn it. This
Spaghetti
story...
monster.
Dude, we went from a party where we were making fun jokes, and then I finally get it. There are worms sticking out of the ground. Like, come on. Penis jokes write themselves.
Yes, no, we've left the cybergoth party, and now we are in spaghetti park.
So you're telling me
I was about to say penis park.
because they've gone somewhere else, it makes them less penisy.
Now that they've reversed to children.
Yeah, but does that make the pulling the children out of it? Does that make the worms less penisy coming out of the sand?
No, objectively, no, it does not.
There we go. There we go. See, I'm not talking about the kids. I'm talking about the penis field that they're just trapped in right now. It sucks that they're children trapped in a penis field. I want to make that very clear for our audience, but it's still a penis field.
One grabbed my other leg. I'm just going on, pulling me off balance. I fell to the ground, catching myself with my right hand. A third worm wrapped itself around my bare arm. I expected cold and slimy, but rather, the banana yellow rope was hot. There must have been something in its skin that reacted badly with mine, because stinging pain shot from my elbow to my hand. I was being dragged, fast. I felt the rough sand against my side, the wet droplets on my back, and then stillness. Tommy stood over me. He doused the worms with something out of a spray bottle, and they'd retreated. I clutched my numb right arm. The yellow worm left nasty red welts where it had connected with my skin.
Come on!
Tommy yelled. but I was looking at something else.
Yeah,
I could
and
see
the
into the
reason
floor. There was
I
so much going on here, for one thing.
but yeah, but I kept seeing you running towards like banana and other thing, and you're like, "Stay serious, Ben. I want to be serious through this.
That's
It's
why I
not a
kept looking at
field."
the camera. I'm like, do not. I'm like,
Dude, everything was saying like everything was leading to it was like swarm liquid. Everything was like going right toward that
yeah, the
direction,
warm
and I see
drops.
you keep
That
looking
one.
at me like, "No, Jeff, no, Jeff." And the first line of dialogues is, "Come on." Come on, man. Like, I think I just won this one. I saw you dying a little bit.
I've died. I've died. Yeah, this one took it away. I could see into the forest, and standing at the foot of the lush trees was the little girl with the ice blonde hair from Colonel Lewis's yard. Still in the same pink dress, still flawlessly clean. She was staring at me. A smile broke across her porcelain pale, round face. She turned around and walked nonchalantly into the thicket. I blinked. Standing in her place was the little boy in the red sweatshirt. I could see his face, and my suspicions were confirmed. It was Micah. Behind him, amongst the blackened branches, hung a pair of huge, hungry orange eyes. As everything bled into gray, I heard him screaming.
Help me, Ansley! Help me!
My eyes snapped open. I was somewhere warm and dark.
Bang!
The noise jolted me to full consciousness. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, the features of my bedroom came into focus. I was lying on the mattress and box spring, wrapped in the blanket I'd haphazardly unpacked. Moonlight streamed in through the blinds, throwing gray and white stripes on the closet door. My head throbbed. My right arm was numb. I'd been sleeping on it. Oh, I thought she shot up. Cutting off the circulation. In a second, I'd feel pins and needles. I took a breath and lurched. Nausea bubbled in my throat. Something in the room reeked. A rotting, earthy stench with a tinge of unwelcome sweetness. I jumped. Someone was at the... No. The sound was coming from somewhere in the room. I wrapped the blanket tighter around myself. Behind my closet door, it was a hallucination.
Not real, not real, not real.
The last thing I remember was pressing my eyes shut, watching the neon shapes change behind my eyelids, praying for nothingness as the pins and needles sensation of my arm dulled, and the rotting smell became hypnotic, and I heard, for one last time,
Ansley, help me.
that was a good entry.
Fire, dude. That was fire. I think all of that was great, honestly. Before we jump into June 6th, 2016, I do want to say, like, other than I know I turned it into a field of penises. If you don't think of it as a field of penises, very scary as like yellow like noodles coming out of the ground and grabbing you. It loses its appeal when you have a messed up mind like me. I'm like obviously I'm just like, well, it's just a field of penises growing out of a park. That's but no, it's out so well written. It's so incredible.
Well, we can add that to the list of mysteries, like who is the girl? Like why is she having these flashbacks all of a sudden? Well, I mean, we understand why she's having the flashbacks all of a sudden. It's because she's returned to the house on Briar Rose Drive.
Well,
But
that and she's schizophrenic. That probably
yeah,
is a contributing factor.
and the roof and all.
Oh, and the roof and all,
I
probably. But you wouldn't remember your dreams on roof and all, right? I don't know. I don't know how to roofies work. Honestly.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
I'll have to. If I ever just say I'm gonna get back to you and I'm gonna check it out, and I come back to you in 3 days, and I'm living in like a boat in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah,
I'll tell you how it went.
there we go. All right, that sounds good. So June 6, 2016. I opened my eyes and immediately wished I hadn't. Bright sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting a grid against the shag carpet. Ew. It was late, and it felt like someone had taken a drill to my cranium. I untangled myself from my blanket. My shoes had been discarded by the door, and the green party dress I'd fallen asleep in bunched around my waist. I jumped. I heard my sister's voice cursing from somewhere outside of my room as disjointed memories of the previous 12 hours flooded my consciousness. I'd had a really screwed up dream. I dreamed there was something in the closet, slamming against the door. Alistair Park, Tommy and Luke were there. Micah was there. I'd seen the little porcelain-skinned blonde girl. No, I could swear the knocks at my closet door had been real, rousing me from my blacked out slumber. There had been a horrible smell. How much was a dream? Had I actually been in the park? When I saw the red welts on my right arm, I almost screamed. I remembered the thick yellow worms, how strong they'd been, how much it hurt when the thing wrapped itself around my bicep. Then reality cut through my hungover fog, and I saw the welts for what they were: numbers. 7 digits written on my arm in shaky red marker. The first three, 626, are area code. She got rizzed up. That's what
Dude, this is
happened.
crazy, bro. I honestly I like when people wake up from a dream in like a horror movie and it's like real. You're like, oh my
Yeah, yeah.
god, like the hand. It's always a hand. I
Yeah,
like that
from the
this one.
ring. That's the thing I always remember is when she
Yeah.
gets grabbed by the girl in the ring and then she wakes up and it's on her arm.
Yeah, there was also that other
I
one,
love
like
that
Lady
shit.
Underwater. No, not Lady in the Water, but I remember there was one where a chick got like grabbed in a bathtub and she like woke up in the bathtub and it was like still there. I don't remember what that was.
Hmm.
Can't remember what that movie was, but have to let me know in
That
the
might have been the
comments.
ring part two. They might have just completely re-fucking did that shit.
I remember liking The Ring Part 2 better than the first one. Not gonna lie.
That shit scared the fuck out of me. Both of those movies.
The, the
I think those are both banger horror movies.
I remember the part in the second one where she was in the bathroom and the kid's like in the public restroom too, at the park, and I
Yeah,
always
yeah.
remember that scene. It's the only scene from The Ring I really remember, but that was woof, scared the piss
No,
out of me.
both movies had at least one visual that I had like pretty much cover my eyes for. In the first movie, it was when the lady was like, "I saw her face," and then it clicks out of nowhere and just jump scares the fuck out of you. And you see the girl in the closet. That shit traumatized me when I was a kid, and I have no idea why. It was just burned into my fucking memory every night when I fell asleep in that creepy basement that we talked about in a previous episode about when I was scared of the ring and shit. And the second one was in the second movie was when she's crawling up out of the well. Like now, I would probably think it was funny if I was watching it, but when I was a kid, with her like jerky motions and stuff like that coming up out
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it, that shit fucking yeah, man, I love it.
It's classic, bro. It's classic for a reason.
I threw on sweats and a t-shirt, plugged in my phone, and met my sister in the kitchen. Alicia was sitting at the little tin table that functioned as our dining area, sipping coffee and looking over her slab-like study guide for the bar exam.
Sorry if I woke you.
She said when she noticed me.
I dropped my book. It's fine.
I said, pouring myself a cup of the coffee she'd brewed. I sat across from her. She looked up from her reading.
And if you get a chance, can you go through the pile of mail in the living room? The renters kept on getting our stuff, and a couple of the envelopes had had your name. Sure thing, I'll do it today. I took a sip. No.
I took a sip. I took a sip of my coffee.
Hey, did you hear anything weird last night?
She shook her head.
A couple of loud people leaving your party. That's about it. Because I could swear someone was knocking on our door really hard.
Alicia frowned.
Well, it didn't wake me, and I don't think anyone would be banging on the door in the middle of the night.
I sipped my coffee. She was right. We didn't know anyone here who'd come around at 3 a.m. And it hadn't been the front door. I distinctly heard knocks and scratches from inside my closet. My tiny closet, which couldn't fit a being large enough to produce sounds that violent.
Did you call a shrink yet?
Alicia asked, as though reading my thoughts.
I will today.
Crazy bitch. Something else from the night before came to mind.
Hey, Leash, do you remember the family who used to live across the street?
Alicia's stern look melted. She smiled and almost kittenishly.
Yeah, the Kopeskies.
I, I recalled a pot-bellied man and a small bird-like woman. They'd had a skinny teenage son with a round face and the longish, wavy emo boy haircut that was popular for about a minute in the early 2000s. I read into Alicia's schoolgirl smile.
You had a crush on that guy.
She giggled.
Andy, we sort of dated for like 2 months, and right before we moved to Miami. Oh, somebody ignored Dad's no boyfriends until you're 18 rule.
Alicia snorted.
Yeah, like you waited. I did. Drunken makeout buddies don't count as boyfriends.
I laughed.
I can't believe you fucked that kid across the street. We didn't go all the way.
Damn, Ansley, she said shyly.
We were sneaking around. I'd run over there when Mom and Dad were out. His parents worked weird hours. The only person who knew about us was his sister, and it's not like she was going to tell anyone.
Something kicked in my brain. I remembered a sister,
You remember her daughter, right?
Alicia asked.
Oh, shit.
Nah, that's all right. You want me to do it?
You remember her daughter, right?
Alicia asked. Matilda.
Mathalude.
Matilda. Mathalude? We're going back to the 1600s.
I read it as it was written. Didn't even think of Matilda, but I just read Mathalude. Matilda, cute little bald girl with autism.
A sensation like lava trickled from my shoulders to my toes. I suddenly felt extremely heavy. I did remember Matilda. She was small, round, Mathalid. She was small, round-faced, and delicate-featured. Because she preferred to play alone in her room. Her skin was porcelain pale. Her favorite color was pink. The little girl from my hallucination. The little girl from my dream. Mathalude. Matilda.
Well, I mean, Mathalude makes sense. She had autism, and they're mad good at math.
Yeah, there we go. That was so funny, dude. Oh, yeah.
Alright, part 3. I have only made one autism joke, I want you to know. Now, will I promise that's the entire thing? No. But I've only made one so far.
Yeah.
One, I feel like I'm being a really good boy. I've made jokes about everything else, and I feel like the story has made me feel like an asshole for it. So, the autism, I've been towing the line, buddy. Towing the line.
Yeah. Try and be a little bit better behaved on, I guess.
I mean, I did create a park, a field of penises in a children's park. So I really, I gotta be careful. I'm a little bit of an unhinged animal over here.
And it looked like the autistic girl was controlling it.
Ah,
Or she had baited them to it.
that makes it so much worse. She's
It
like,
does.
"Hey, that was 662 penises. Second autism joke.
There we go. Part 3. I climbed in the shower and let rivulets. Part 3. I climbed in the shower and let rivulets drop off my hair until the lukewarm water ran cold. Matilda. How could I have forgotten Matilda? Well, not forgotten exactly. More like I'd folded her up in my subconscious. I remembered the little blonde autistic girl who lived across the street, but I hadn't thought about her in 15 years.
And who needs to remember her name? She was autistic. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, right. Just like the shut-in from across the street.
I remember the guy that my sister had sex with, but not her stupid autistic sister.
And they like that, and they kept it secret from everybody except the autistic shut-in sister.
She's
like,
probably
she can know she's cool. She's
cool.
Chill.
She's cool. She just cares about trains and WWE a lot, like a lot.
She will not tell. Like, she's nonverbal.
Ooh, brutal.
Matilda had been 2 years younger than me. We'd gone to the same elementary school, where she was in the special ed class. She never played with the other kids at recess. She just sat expressionless, observing. I'm not an expert on autism, but she was definitely at the far end of the spectrum, to the point where she was completely nonverbal.
It got you this time! It got you! I'm not the one that made the out-of-pocket joke and got caught. Ben did! Let's go, baby!
Breakaways. This whole fucking story. We're reading this straight through. Get your goddamn voices on, Jeff.
This story's burnt us so bad on every joke we've made.
They did manage to teach her enough sign language to communicate her most basic needs. She'd sign with her parents, her brother, and her personal school-appointed aide. Otherwise, she was locked in her own little world behind her big blue eyes. She had, however, shown signs of being a savant. While she never spoke, she drew. Her pictures were all over their house, taped to the refrigerator, framed to the wall, filling notebook after notebook. On the few occasions my parents took me across the street to socialize, I've been amazed and immensely jealous of her skill. The pictures were always of various things and people she saw throughout the day. Her classroom teacher, the light at the grocery store. I, I pictured them all as like stick figures for a second, and I just fucking got like
You
super
gotta
weak.
remember,
There's just
dude. She's
millions
not.
of pictures of stick figures.
Dude, she knows she's autistic, bro. Those shits were
Yeah,
fire.
yeah, where
Those
it's
are
like this,
fire pictures, brother. Like those are.
just like for the cinematography of it, of them like being like she's a savant and she drew like all day, thousands of pictures plastered the house, and then they go in and they're like just all like total dog shit pictures. Like that would just be
That'd be a
so fucking
normal
funny.
kid. That would be a normal.
That would be
kid.
normal. That
That's
would
what
be
you're
normal. You're right.
expecting. That's what you're expecting. But you go in and she just like, she like does
It's
it.
just
She like does that
it's
and then she
beautiful.
points up and it's just like, it's enough to make some person who thought they were gonna be the next Picasso drop out of art school.
She like just like makes a sign and they're like what's that, and they're like she's either about to draw someone or she like needs some yolk, or she's about to draw someone. Okay, yeah, just hang out for a second.
Exactly,
She
dude.
said stand still. Her mom once gave my parents a small collection, pictures Matilda drew of our house, of Alicia and me in the front yard, my dad loading his truck. Matilda also seemed to possess an amazing memory and an uncanny eye for detail. One of her pictures depicted my mom and I walking to the car before school. I wore a Digimon sweater and lace-fringed jean shorts. I wear that now. Digimon sweaters and lace-fringed jean shorts.
Based.
My dad's truck was parked in front of the house. There was a purple manila folder on the dash labeled Corona. I knew he's being blackmailed by Corona.
Yeah, yeah. It was just she knew that their dad was an alcoholic. He only drank Corona.
Yeah,
I know
that's
you
what it
beat your
was.
children.
It's all the pictures of him drinking Corona that she drew and threw in his truck.
Mm-hmm.
I knew the exact shorts and sweater. Every detail in Matilda's picture was perfect, though she must have only seen us for a minute from her bedroom window. And that purple manila folder. I remembered my father turning the house upside down looking for the Corona contracts, searching frantically for an hour before he'd finally found them in the truck. The folder was there, clear as day in the picture. The picture was signed Matilda and dated 2/17/2001. Matilda always signed and dated her pictures.
She could be a courtroom artist.
My mom once told hers. Matilda Kopersky. Why Matilda Kopersky?
What a name.
That is a name. I stepped out of the shower, changed, and retreated to my room. There, I stared at the closet door. My arms pimpled. I was scared. Scared despite the fact that nothing could fit in the closet and could possibly do me any harm. Heart racing, I slid open the door. A cloud of dust hit me in the face. Damn, she just showered. I coughed, and then I looked. There was nothing. I was peering into a dusty, hobbit-sized cubby. Annoyed at my own immaturity, I stuck my head in the closet. In the far corner, there were two objects, a cylindrical wooden dowel and a little brown notebook. Dust irritating my eyes, I reached in and pulled both out. I remembered the dowel. When I was 10 and scared of the monster in my closet, my father cut it and showed me how to jam the door closed by placing the wooden cylinder along the track it slid on.
Try and open it.
He'd said to me. I had. I'd pushed on the handle as hard as I could. The wood wouldn't budge. My dad laughed.
Even monsters have to obey the laws of physics.
Of more interest to me was the brown notebook. It had been my childhood journal, where I'd written down all of the fantastical plot lines my friends and I had imagined, all the adventures of the four grand adventurers. After Micah disappeared, I wanted nothing to do with the thing. I guess one of the tenants had found it, thrown it in the closet, and forgotten about it. I sat on the bed and opened the book. I flipped through a few pages of weapons, anything we could construct out of polymer clay and Legos, and potions, mixtures of flowers and leaves and whatever our parents had in the kitchen, before settling on the first challenge.
The bagworms live in the sand. They have no eyes and they do not like the sun because they disintegrate. There are hundreds of them. Their rule is the great bagworm. She lives 50 feet under the sand and it's 30 feet long and 5 feet thick and is orange. The little yellow worms are her slaves. When it is dark, they come out of the sand and grab children to take them back to the grand bagworm to eat. Oh, damn.
I said, yeah, here we go. I stopped reading. I flipped the page. On the next, one of us, probably Tommy, who was the best artist, had drawn a picture of the bagworms, the little yellow worms that came out of the sand in the dark. It was an illustration of my dream. And if I was scared then, I became even more so after reading the rest.
The bagworms are servants of the daemon. They capture children and take them to the forest, to the daemon's lair. It is said that if a grand adventurer can defeat the little yellow bagworms, the great bagworm will come out and protect the forest to kill the daemon. We must defeat the great bagworm. Their weakness is starshine juice.
Starshine juice. In my dream, Tommy had sprayed the worms with something. I flipped back to the potions section and found starshine juice. These kids are wild. Diet Coke mixed with 3 jasmine flowers picked under a full moon.
I like that last detail. It's gotta be a full moon. Why? No, it's gotta be a full moon.
Because you gotta cross the bagworms to get to the fucking potion.
The bagworms show up and you gotta, like, smack them away. You gotta smack away the bagworms. Then you gotta get the flowers under the full moon because the moonlight is what charges them. You know, moonlight's just sunlight. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Not direct sunlight. I closed the journal. That was enough memories for the day. We'd been trying to kill the evil thing that lived in the forest with flowers and sugar water. And apparently my subconscious was regurgitating all this information now that I was back in the old house. What had I done last night? I pulled a little screw-top bottle out of my still unpacked suitcase, extracted 1 orange pill, and swallowed it. I've cycled through more antipsychotics than I can remember, starting with Thorazine when I first relapsed at 13, often paired with antidepressants, before settling on the split dose of Haldol I've been taking for almost 3 years now. Then I looked at the number written on my arm. My shower had dimmed the bright red digits, but they were still readable. I pulled my iPhone off the charger and dialed.
Hi.
A male voice.
Who is this? Who is this?
I blurted out.
This is Ansley. I have your number written on my arm. And this is Luke Anderson.
I had been assaulted by sand-dwelling monster worms. I hadn't seen Tommy or Matilda or Micah. If something pounded on my closet door, it managed to circumvent the laws of physics so my sister couldn't hear a thing. But Luke was real. We met at Starbucks. I sat at a little back table and watched him walk through the door, tall, lean, and square-jawed. His looks were the ideal combination of his parents, young and smiling in the photographs on his grandmother's mantle, Midwest Norwegian father, crushed to death under his dashboard in a ditch alongside the 110 before Luke was potty trained.
Jesus.
Chinese American mother, now an empty-eyed quadriplegic on a ventilator in a dirty post-acute in Stillwater.
Dude, what is with this author just like brutalizing everybody? I love it. Don't get me wrong, I love it. But it's like, yeah, now both of his parents are, one's a vegetable and one's dead. Right, mad dead. No, you won't believe how dead it is. Smashed. Like, when they pulled it out, they identified him by his fingerprint because that's all they could find was his finger because everything else was like bone blood jelly.
And they could just tell she's just jumping from so many like little dark things going on in this town. Like the guy across the street. Wait, isn't that his little sister? No, that's the other guy. Luke is her old friend.
Yeah. No, that other guy doesn't matter because they don't live there anymore. That was the Kaposkis.
Yeah, I got you. I was going to have to try really, really hard not to have a crush on him. He looked good. He smiled suavely as he sat in the chair across from me.
Ansley fucking Vasquez.
I grinned.
Luke fucking Anderson. I'm surprised you recognized me.
He said.
I thought Jack Daniels completely destroyed your ability to create short-term memory last night. It did. But I might have Facebook stalked you a few times.
He raised his eyebrows.
Why didn't you get in touch with me? It's just Micah.
Our childhood friend's name served as a suitable one-word explanation for our dearth of communication in the social media age. Luke's smile dimmed.
Yeah, I get it. While we're on the topic, how did... Oh, wait. While we're on the topic, how did you recognize me last night?
He smiled brightly again.
I might have Facebook stalked you a few times.
I giggled. He kept looking at me as though he were trying to look through me.
So, Travis,
I said,
I met him at UCLA. I did some research there. I didn't know he lived across the street from you. So, UCLA, huh?
playfully.
You know, I expected more out of you when we were kids. Everyone kept saying, Harvard. Did you slack off in high school?
I doubted he'd slacked off in high school, but the Harvard part was true. Luke was only 9 months older than me, but 2 grades ahead in school. He'd skipped third grade, and might have skipped even more if our elementary school had been inclined to do that sort of thing. At 12, his resume included Algebra 2, perfect standardized test scores, and summers at Johns Hopkins camp.
Oh, Harvard accepted me. But UCLA gave me a free ride, so I thought let me make the Ivies wait until I'm ready for med school. So you're in med school? About to start my last year at Georgetown.
I smiled.
Congrats, man. How about you? What has Ansley fucking Vasquez been up to? Nothing impressive. Florida State, English degree, 2 years teaching preschool.
Luke cocked his head.
Are you pursuing writing? You should. You were so very talented. Well, I'm teaching now. I'm a TA at Montessori in Santa Monica this fall. Then maybe my master's. I'm thinking Loyola Marymount. I haven't heard of that school, so I didn't know.
Loyola Marymount. I don't know what the fuck.
Loyola Marymount, huh?
He doesn't know what it is either. Luke smirked.
Oh, they're the school out here that wants to be Georgetown. They've got a single white female thing going on us. Cute. Wait, Georgetown? Like The Exorcist? That's what Travis keeps on saying. Oh, that's what Travis keeps on saying.
He laughed.
Notoriety, baby. Okay, if we're done talking shit about each other's schools, I actually wanted to ask you about last night.
His face straightened.
You were wasted. We sat on Travis's porch and talked. Your phone was dead, so you told me to write my number on your arm. Then you said you were tired, so I walked you to your door. That's all?
I asked.
We didn't go anywhere? No, just your house. And you saw me go inside? I didn't wander off somewhere? Yes, I'm sure.
He laughed.
I waited outside for a couple of minutes to make sure you didn't stumble out or get hit by a car or something. Why? Did you wake up with a little lower back tattoo? No, definitely not. What did we talk about?
He shrugged.
Things you said were hanging around for the summer. Alicia's finished law school, kicked her fiancé to the curb, and moved back into your old place. Your dad's finally going to flatten the shock. Just that?
I insisted.
Ainsley, what are you getting at? I had a weird dream.
I said.
About Micah and Tommy.
At the mention of Tommy's name, Luke's calm expression broke. His eyes narrowed for a second before he rearranged his poker face.
You did ask me about Tommy last night. I might have Facebook stalked him too. He was studying architecture, right? Screw that. He'd be an architect by now.
Luke frowned. He looked at his lap.
Did you
Oh,
Facebook stalk Tommy lately? No, I did it once like 4 years back. Why?
Luke closed his eyes, then opened them.
Tommy's dead, Ansley. He slit his wrist 6 months ago.
His voice just completely changes.
He's not trying to raise her up. He's just telling her about.
Yeah, yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, all right,
He
all
gets all
right. Well,
serious.
I'll get rid of the suaviness. I'll get rid of the Harvard. No, Tommy's
Yeah, the
fucking dead,
Georgetown
brother.
voice.
I'm gonna get rid of
That
the.
was awesome.
Listen, shut the fuck up, Ansley. This is real shit now.
Stop talking about Tommy. Okay, so that was a hell of a
Dude,
conversation.
incredible conversation, by the way.
Yeah, incredible.
It was a good one. We got a lot of information out of that, and I think it flowed nicely. It's great to have dialogue that flows nicely when I'm reading it to myself.
It does. It does. I drove in.
I'm sorry, I just thought
You got
about like
something.
me reading the different voices to myself. Me and her got a lot in common. We got that
Yeah, no.
the schizophrenic thing going on. That's what it sounds. I feel like that's what you're seeing from your side. It's just like a schizophrenic's mental breakdown.
Pretty much, kind of. I drove in circles for an hour after parting with Luke. Sure, it had been tough coming back to the place where I'd spent countless afternoons playing make-believe with Micah, but I'd been mentally prepared for the painful memories. I knew Micah had been savagely violated, and I knew he was dead. I'd gotten used to it. She keeps bringing this up. Tommy,
Dude.
though. I thought about the pictures I'd seen on his Facebook page when procrastinating.
He got brutalized, brother. Yeah, he turned into a real flesh puppet there.
Dude,
He was a grown arcade man's fleshlight. Jesus, she just like throws that in there nonchalantly. She's like, "You'll be fine." I know that's a lot of details for you to get through. You got to read that,
and
but
you just keep circling back to it. Yeah.
yep. And each time I'm gonna word it in a more brutal way, just for you, reader.
I'd gotten used to it. Tommy, though. I thought about the pictures I'd seen on his Facebook page when, procrastinating, I'd searched for him years before. He'd been tall and beanpole thin, with a baby face and the half-buzzed haircut of a Korean pop star, laughing over red cups in San Luis Obispo dorm room. Out of the four of us, he'd been the most fun. I tried to imagine Tommy, lanky, goofy prankster Tommy, locking himself in a bathroom and taking a razor blade to his arteries. I couldn't do it. Luke tried to make me feel better. It was best I'd heard it from him, from empathetic, halcyon psychiatrist in training Luke. He'd been a calming presence on me as a scared kid, an effect he reprised at the Starbucks that afternoon.
Tommy was clinically depressed.
Luke explained.
He was a young, hot-shot whiz kid from at a farm in Phoenix. One day he just broke down, quit, left his whole life and came back here. I think he worked a couple crappy minimum wage jobs. Then he met a heroin dealer. So that messing with his head, plus the prescription meds, and apparently was drinking. I guess he couldn't take it anymore. He was always so happy.
I said, paying homage to the cliche.
Did you talk to him before? At all? Before he...
Luke shook his head.
I was in D.C. and honestly, he and I weren't friends. Hadn't been for a while. The whole... And then there were two thing... was too tough to deal with. His parents transferred him to a Catholic school, so it wasn't even like we saw each other's by the locker. We'd wave across the street and that was about it.
Sure, it looked like a bomb had gone off in front of me. Luke smiled comfortingly.
Do miss him, though. Remember those pictures he drew of Miss Schmidt? That shit was hilarious.
I did. The middle school guidance counselor, a short, overweight, middle-aged woman with frizzy hair and a perennially constipated face, elicited the ire of the entire student body with her condescending assemblies on bullying and eating disorders, always held right after lunch, robbing them of their treasured playtime. Tommy would sketch unflattering cartoons of her in the margins of his notebooks.
He was so fucking talented.
I said.
I was always so jealous of him. Yeah, well, I miss you too. Ansley fucking Vasquez.
Luke smiled genuinely at me.
And I'm glad we're talking again. I don't want this to be a place where Micah died, you know? Or Tommy. I want it to be where we made awesome memories together.
In that moment, it was what I wanted too. But as I canvassed the city in my car, it was hard to feel anything but loss. Loss and guilt. I should have messaged Tommy on Facebook, called him, something. He was suffering, and I had no idea. Whenever I thought about him, which was pitifully rare, I'd imagine him designing skyscrapers and telling jokes and being happy. Micah and Tommy, two dead boys, two friends to wallow over. Tommy, dead in a bathtub, the furthest thing from my mind. Micah, dead at the hands of a monster, newly friendless because of a stupid fight. That was relatively tame. It seemed so petty now. He'd told our fifth grade teacher that Luke let me copy his old report, and we were giving him the silent treatment for tattling. Dumb kid stuff. It had been a life science paper I'd plagiarized about animals that used echolocation. The sun was low in the sky by the time I turned onto Fifth Avenue. In the burned gold light, Allister Park looked particularly inviting. A group of small children chased each other up and down the play structure. Two teenage boys shot hoops in the cracked asphalt basketball court. Like an epiphany, I knew where I wanted to be.
Oh, so I looked up. Allister Park is a real place.
Oh,
Alright,
really?
No, McAllister Park in San Antonio. I don't know about Allister Park. I think they chose Allister Park because of Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, I would think so
That's
too.
what I
The
thought.
side of it and stuff like that. I think it's these kids are tapped into some paranormal shit.
Oh,
That's
dude,
what
this is so it though. Tell me this
it
isn't
is.
like
Where the guy
incredibly
even
it.
that's what happened was Tommy got a text from the fucking daemon and was
Yeah.
about to be like, "Come join the penis monsters, Tommy. Come dance among the bagworms." And he was like, and he wrote like it
Yeah.
across the thing.
Hey, Georgie, you wanna balloon? Come join the penis monsters, Georgie.
Except in this one, it's like, "Hey, Micah, you want to play a video
Hey,
game?
Micah, you wanna play a video game?
We all get the high score down here."
Or at least as long as you handle the joystick right, Micah. Oh no. This story makes it hard for me to crack any jokes. Really does.
You're right, it really does.
It's brutal.
Uh, let's see. All right, so part four.
Yeah. Well, do you have time? Do you work today?
3:15. Yeah, I do work today. This one looks a little bit long, but I mean, we can get into it
Yeah,
if
we
you
can just
want.
blast through part 3.
Yeah. I strolled along the concrete footpath, over the spongy black foam at the base of the gray play structure, to the swings. I sat in the highest one, my feet dragged on the ground. I felt like a bit of a freak, a grown woman in a child's playground. It's strange, with age, how completely you forget the euphoria of a swing. The butterflies in your stomach, the breeze against your cheeks, the hypnotic up and down, back and forth, to the squeak, squeak, squeak of rusting metal hinges. Well, you don't need a swing for that.
Alright. I was playing Pokemon on my Game Boy Color at the tables by the basketball courts. Sabrina in the Scafford gym. Carabara, level 38. I chose level 38 Charizard I'd recently acquired for my Blastoise in trade with Tommy. Should I do it? And 24 HP? Engaged in battle, I began humming a jump rope song to myself. I learned it from Lacey Chung at recess, and it was stuck in my head. Man, who is this?
I think it's
Still her.
Hensley. Yeah. Yeah.
Bandy took a drive down to Indeo and joined the Curiosity Show. She's got ears for fingers, teeth and toes. Oh, teeth for toes, and a brown eye at the end of her nose. Oh, that's a song. Mandy took a drive into Indo, joined the Curiosity Show. She's got ears for fingers, teeth for a nose, a big brown eye at the end of her nose, a shrill tittering like a cage of parakeets at a pet store. I looked up. Matilda Kaboski sat at a table beside me, pencil in hand, giggling uncontrollably. I hadn't realized I'd been chanting the words aloud. you like the rhyme?" I asked her. I'd never heard Matilda's laugh before. Laughed so hard, she dislodged her spiral notebook from her lap. I put my game aside, I picked it up, and I handed it back to her. Her drawn figure was of me, hunched over my Game Boy in the distance, a silhouette against the trees, was dark and menacing figure. I whirled around, he stood in the grasp, I yelped. "Micah, what gives? I almost peed my pants." Micah looked down, embarrassed, bushy brow curls fell over his eyes. He stuffed his hands in the pockets of his red hoodie. "Sorry," he mumbled. "You were going to meet me by the Starshine Gate." "Yeah, at 3. I checked my neon blue digital watch. "It's 2:22. I was about to beat Sabrina." I turned off my Game Boy, put it in my purse, and left Matilda to her artwork. Her brother, Andy, was playing catch with another boy in the baseball field. I decided to leave Sabrina for later. Instead, I sat on the swings with Micah. "I know I can beat the great bagworm," he said to me excitedly. "We were supposed to wait for Luke and Tommy to talk about strategy," I reminded him. "But we're better than them at strategy," he insisted. I don't think Starshine Juice is going to work. She's got a really hard exoskeleton, like a lobster or rhinoceros beetle. You know that rhinoceros beetles can carry like 800 times their weight? Why are we talking about rhinoceros beetles, Micah?" He smiled, hopeful smile. "Because if we want to kill the great bagworm, we can't just like squirt her with Starshine Juice. I think we should find out where her exoskeleton is weak." I frowned. "But you're scared of the great bagworm. Let's ask Luke first." Micah pouted like a chastised puppy. "You'll always want to do what Luke wants to do."
I snapped out of my reverie to find myself alone. The children were being herded towards the gate by their mothers, followed closely by the teenage basketball players, one of them bouncing the ball. I listened to the thump, thump, thump fade away. I let my feet drag on the ground, slowing my perpetual motion. It was nearly dusk. I stared into the forest, stoic and aloof, dried brown leaves carpeting the floor. A light breeze shook a waterfall of acorns from their heavy branches. They fell, clattering to the earth like conspirational giggles. The forest kept secrets. Irrational, baseless curiosity overcame irrational, baseless fear. I stood, walked to the tree line, and peered into the tangled grove. Nothing interesting, just oak trees, brown bushes, scattered trash. I started walking around the nearest trees, bobbing in and out, gradually weaving deeper and deeper, farther away from the comforting sight of Fifth Avenue, until the street was no longer within view. I wasn't lost. All I had to do was turn to the left and walk straight, and I'd be out. Suddenly I noticed the forest smelled weird. Oaks aren't the most olfactory of trees, and I was sure it was a vegetable stench that tinged my nostrils. Grass, fresh-cut grass. Something rotting, something sickly sweet. They say smell is the sense tied strongest to memory, and I remembered. It smelled just like Colonel Lewis's compost heap. Then I saw Matilda. She was, maybe, 20 feet in front of me, crouching close to the ground, gathering acorns, digging a hole. As I approached, she stood. Whatever she'd been doing, she'd done it neatly. Her pink dress was a beauty pageant clean. Her ice blonde hair hung long and shiny, folded behind delicate ears. A smile inched across her round face.
"She's a hallucination. She isn't real."
I was frozen. Was it possible the smell had gotten worse? It felt sticky, liquid, clinging to me like sweat. Shock numbed my fight-or-flight reflex, and I gaped.
Ah, nice. She gaped,
Yes, it
brother.
did.
She gaped
Oh
so
yeah,
hard,
bro.
bro. She's waiting for the bagworm, brother.
Thought of how to defeat it.
Yeah, dude, it's just about, is she grippy enough? That's the question. Is she grippy enough?
I believe in her.
Matilda.
I stuttered dumbly. At her name, her smile drooped. Her eyes bugged like a rabbit to a dog. Then she turned and ran. This apparently signaled my glands to emit the squirt of epinephrine I needed, and I chased her. weaving around trees, dodging low-hanging branches, acorns crunching under my feet, mouth breathing through the compost stink.
Hey, kid!
I yelled after her.
Kid, stop!
I blinked as I pushed past a twig at eye level. Then the forest ended. I was at a chain-link fence separating trees from sidewalk, and Matilda was gone. I leaned on the fence and panted. I had made it to the southern end of the forest, which bordered Huntington Drive. I rested my face in my arms until my breathing slowed. She had been there. Then she was gone. I was losing it. Straightening up, I realized the rotting grass stench had dissipated, replaced with something honey-sweet and familiar. Jasmine. To my right, interwoven with the fence, was a jasmine bush. I picked a handful of the creamy, star-shaped flowers and buried my nose in them, inhaling the perfumed sweetness. I was sizing up the strength of the fence versus the extent of my climbing abilities when I discovered a more suitable door number 2, 30 feet west of me, a gate. I knew that gate. It was the point at which Tommy, Luke, and I would meet Micah when we decided to go to the park. I gazed across Huntington at the row of little gray and white houses with wide bay windows and sensible front yards. Somewhere in that direction, down a little side street, had been Micah's blue house. He'd cross Huntington at the stoplight and wait for us at the gate. We'd called it Starshine Gate because of the jasmine. Before escaping through Starshine Gate, I risked one more glance into the forest. It was nearly night, and the trees had assumed their horror movie positions, clawing skeletal branches, discarded beer bottles catching the light of the full moon like hundreds of tiny eyes. I heard something twitch, maybe a squirrel. Then I saw them, and I ran. I ran like a madwoman down Huntington, hung a left at 5th, threw myself in my car, and was in my driveway before my heart stopped pounding. My medication really did need to be tweaked. I really did need to call up that psychiatrist, because I knew what I saw within Allister Park. Deep within the forest, fixed on me like drones, 2 burning orange eyes. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Dude, this is good. This is so good, dude. I love that we got that little flashback. That flashback was pretty solid there. When you get to that part, they actually put the flashbacks in like a different like it's slanted. What is that called? The slant.
Italicized.
Thank you. They put it. They italicize it really nicely for us, so we know that this is like a flashback instead of just like. It's not like a big critique, but sometimes when people do flashbacks, they either tell you they're going to a flashback or you're confused not knowing if it's flashback or not. So I like that they italicized it because that's what like authors do in books.
It fit in seamlessly enough. There we go, I can talk. Yeah, it fit seamlessly with like her as soon as she sat down being back in the flashback and then coming out of it like as the park was closing before she has to flee in terror of the eyes. Yeah, that was all really, really cool. I like that.
Yeah, this all works so well. This writer is incredible at what they do so far. I totally am in love with this writer's style.
I spent the next 2 hours on the internet. I hit up every single schizophrenia board I used to lurk about, emailed a few online friends, left my Florida doctor a long voice message. I'd had scary episodes in the past. Once I became convinced that the Hardy's star was communicating with me telepathically. I want to read that story.
That's
relaying messages from aliens who lived in the sewers? What the fuck? That's a way cool. But never had my hallucinations taken the form of fantasy creatures I'd made up with my friends in elementary school. Finally, I gave up and switched over to Netflix, intending to spend the rest of the night binge-watching Doctor Who. Then, I had a morbid impulse. I googled Matilda Kaspersky. A Facebook page belonging to Matilda Kaspersky, a red-headed marketing manager from Ontario.
Search Matilda Kaspersky on LinkedIn.
Then pages featuring bits and pieces of her name, always referring to other people. Nothing useful. I thought for a minute, then I typed in Andrew Kaspersky. Eureka. I found his Instagram. Alicia's high school sweetheart was an IT specialist and in Seattle now. He seemed like your run-of-the-mill guy in his late 20s. There were photos of him hiking, playing with his dog, proudly holding mugs of green beer with a group of vintage bros. His round face had aged poorly. His thick blonde curls had aged rather well. Nowhere did I see any mention of a sister. Before I had time to reconsider, I DM'd him.
Hi, Andy.
I don't know if you remember... Oh.
I don't know if you remember me or not, but I used to live across the street from you on Briar Rose Avenue. I think you were friends with my sister, Alicia. I'm back in town for the summer, and I was just trying to catch up with some people from the old days. I hope you're still doing well. Also, how's Matilda? I remember she was an amazing artist. I think my parents still have some of her old pictures. Message me back if you have time. I'm sure Alicia would love to know how you're doing. Ansley Vasquez, smiley face.
I hit send. I highly doubted he'd get back to me. I sprawled on the bed, landing on my little brown journal. I pulled it out from under me and opened up to a random page. If I was going to be assaulted by figments of my imagination as I slept, I might as well know what I was up against. I opened to an illustration of a swarm of small, gray, angry-looking fairy people with gargoyle faces and fangs, taking shape out of black squiggles.
The Draxies live and multiply in warm, dark places. They feed off the blood they suck from their prey. They're good at hiding. They lure their prey with jewels and gold hidden in small enclosed spaces. Then they wait until their prey is completely in the space and they block the exit to suck him dry.
Oh, good God.
The Draxies are feet soldiers for the daemon. They are his spies because they are good at hiding and they do his bidding. He kills animals for them so they can drink their blood if there is not enough humans around. The Draxies are scared of light and only go to see the daemon on moonless nights. They are mercy.
Mithers.
No,
they misspell things on purpose in the children's sections
Yeah.
here. I like that.
They are misers and like treasure and metal. The 4 grand adventurers must defeat them because they have stolen the weapon that can be used to kill the daemon.
I smiled. This must have been Micah's idea. Once during a game of hide-and-seek, he'd slipped under his bed and been mounted by a giant American cockroach.
Oh, no! The American cockroach owned the video game store.
Never mind.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding.
After that, he was always scared of itchy, creepy things hiding in small enclosed spaces. Who the fuck isn't? I glanced at my closet. I got out of bed, grabbed the wooden dowel, and positioned it along the track. I tried the door a couple of times. Nope. The laws of physics still work. And even monsters have to obey the laws of physics. I woke to light streaming through my window. I rolled over and realized the sky was still dark. Luminosity courtesy of the huge full moon. I took a deep breath. I breathed in rotting grass and vegetable waste. Then I heard a door creak open. I snapped my head around, recalling the Droxies of Tommy's grotesque picture, their love of enclosed spaces. I braced myself for the ugly little forms emerging from the closet like bats, settling on the choicest parts of my flesh, bearing sharp teeth. The closet door had cracked open, but the harried flutter didn't come. A purple, fleshy protuberance poked from the depths, gingerly, like an elephant's trunk with a rounded tip. It curled around the door handle and then pointed towards me. Then it retreated. This is just me raising up my wife.
This is literally the penetrator from Saints Row.
Bro.
Another penis reference. This artist loves her penis metaphors.
Yes.
Or penis imagery.
Yes. I clenched my eyes shut. I breathed deep, slow and deep, letting the organic rot fill my lungs.
It's just a dream. It's just a dream.
A giggle, shrill tittering like a cage full of parakeets. Then a tap on my window. My eyes shot open. I think I screamed. Matilda's round porcelain doll face pressed against the glass, staring in at me with big blue eyes that never blinked. Her mouth was moving like an animatronic. Open, shut, open, shut.
Want to know? Look. Oh. Want to know? Look below. Want to know? Look below.
The same words repeated again and again in a high-pitched, inhuman voice. Metallic. Robotic. I shifted my eyes to the ground, desperate to look at anything that wasn't Matilda. I saw tentacles. Long, boneless limbs. 3 of them, purple and bloated, slithering across the brown shag carpet like silly putty, weaving their way to my dangling blanket, towards my bed. Through the slit in the closet door, the full moon reflected off glossy black eyes. The monster in the closet, with long limbs that shot. The slithering purple tentacles reared like cobras, expanded like balloons, and opened. I pulled the blanket over my head. They stung. I felt the poisonous quills pelt my arms and legs again and again as I folded myself into myself, choking on the thick, liquid stench of veggie rot.
Help me, Ansley! Please! I'm sorry, Ansley! Please save me! Oh, that's like, help me! Oh, fuck. Help me, Ansley! Please! I'm sorry, Ansley! Please save me! June 7th, 2017.
It was almost noon when I opened my eyes. My closet door was shut tight. The wooden dowel rested along the track. I swallowed my morning dosage of Haldol, then I looked up the local psychiatrist who'd been recommended to me. It said on her website that her office was closed on Wednesdays. Crap. Another night of monster dreams. My self-created horrors normally regulated themselves to the waking hours. I had never been prone to vivid dreams, or even to remembering my dreams for long after having them. But 2 nights in the Briar Rose house had inspired two singularly disturbing nightmares. And, for all the insistence on my meds being the culprit, I'd been on exactly the same regimen for years. I thought back to my torrid internet session the night before. It had been wrong, I realized. There had been a time when my hallucinations took the form of the monsters my friends and I created in our child minds, when I was plagued by violent, vivid dreams. The last time I'd slept in this bedroom, when I was 11, after Micah disappeared. I curled up, wrapped myself in my blanket, and thought it over. I'd hallucinated about Micah. I'd woken up screaming from nightmares and the horrifying behemoths of my imagination. Because then I was sure, completely, genuinely, life-pledgingly sure, I'd seen Micah dragged away by the monster that lived in Allister Park. Was I now unsure? The thought hit me like a punch. No. I knew what happened to Micah. Kevin Gideon kidnapped and murdered him. They'd found Micah's hoodie and inhaler hidden in his store. That's the logical explanation. That's what any moderately intelligent, mentally sound adult would believe. But the police never found his body. Want to know? Look below. Yeah. If you want to do it.
What, me? You want me to?
Yeah, want to know, look below.
Look below. Want to know, look below.
The thought of Dream Matilda's robot voice sent shivers down my spine. I'd heard stories about repressed memories, people who experienced abominable things as children, usually women, usually sexual abuse, then buried the horrors deep within their subconscious, only to have them pop up years in the future, triggered by some sight or sound. Was that what was happening to me? Had I experienced something so traumatizing years ago that I'd forced myself to forget it in order to function in society? Did that something involve Micah's disappearance? Being back in my childhood bedroom, back wandering Allister Park, was all of this triggering those memories, dragging them to the surface? I felt acid in my stomach. The thought of violent, twisted memories hiding in my subconscious was scarier than anything out of my nightmares. I went to the closet and removed the dowel from the track. Blood pounding in my ears, I slid the door open. Nothing but dust. Again. This time, I pushed myself further. I stepped into the closet. It was really a tiny space. I had to crouch to fit. I turned around and pulled the door halfway closed. I felt a rush of adrenaline. A bit of Micah's claustrophobia had worn off on me. A thin sliver of light seeped in. I gasped. There were scratches in the paint on the back of the door. They had to have been made by someone inside this closet. Or something. Something with claws.
Ooh, damn,
Oh, yeah.
bro. We got the Damon coming, brother, with his weird purple dildos. This is going to be wild.
That is exactly what it is.
Excited. I'm so excited. This is going to be fire. We're all right. What are we jumping on? Part 5?
Part 5? Is
Hell
up next?
yeah.
Part 5. Luke met me at Starbucks. Over chai lattes, I told him everything. Matilda, my dreams, the journal, the scratches on the inside of my closet door, the recurring smell of Colonel Lewis's compost heap, and my gut-churning vision in the forest. He gave me his undivided attention. The line of his mouth remained stoic and understanding, and even as I heard myself devolve into near depravity, his eyes never left mine.
Are these symptoms of repressed memories? I didn't hallucinate like this in Miami.
He grinned as though I were a child asking about Santa Claus.
Oh, Cotton. MK, first of all, your parents rented out the house for years. I'm sure some kid made some scratches as a joke. And second of all, repressed memories is a I'm gonna start all that over. Okay, first of all, your parents rented out the house for years. I'm sure some kid made scratches as a joke. And second of all, repressed memories is a Freudian pop psychology that is. I'm gonna kill myself, Ben. I'm gonna fucking.
No, I like to
I'm
think
gonna.
that he's also stammering like this. We're leaving all this in.
I'm gonna literally jump off a bridge right now. Freudian pop psychology that the field just can't seem to shake. It's misunderstanding of how memory actually works. Well, what about the people with amnesia?
I asked. Luke was getting condescending, and it was bothering me.
What about them?
Amnesia!
Amnesia!
Voice just gets worse and worse. Well, what about them?
Well, what about
He's
them?
coming up out of the chair after.
Amnesia is caused by damage to part of the brain that stores memories. That's really not what we're talking about here. Your memory isn't like a video camera. You don't just record things and play them back. For every housewife crying over repressed trauma on Dr. Phil, there's 1,000 therapy patients with false memory Jedi mind tricked into them. Okay. Well, what about Matilda?
I shot back, now truly annoyed.
I didn't even recognize her the first time. I hallucinated her. Have you seen a picture of Matilda lately? I've just became British at this point. I've lost all swarminess.
He's just full-on Brit.
At the yacht club? A real one? Of course you did. I'm sure she wouldn't actually look like the girl in your dreams. What?
Luke sighed.
Have you ever liked a line from a book or movie? Of course you have. You go around repeating that line, quoting it, thinking about it occasionally. Then maybe a couple years later you watch a movie or open that book again, and the line is completely different from what you've been repeating, quoting, and thinking. Has that ever happened to you?
This guy's just an idiot.
Yeah, dude, he's such an armchair intellectual. He's that guy that, he's that guy that sits there and tells you like, I went to college, and you're like, cool, and he's like, yeah, did you go to college? And I'm like, I don't care, dude. I'm literally making money right now. What are we talking about? We're literally at a stoplight, waiting to cross the intersection to go to work, and you're asking me if I went to fucking college. It does not matter to you, goonbag.
He's like, as they say in Tolkien, my good man, in the darkness, 3-ring binder. And he just, like, goes on about his fucking day.
As my steppapa said to me before I went off to Harvard, your mom's pussy's real nice.
Actually, that's just a quote from a thing I remember.
Like the Berenstain Bears of that line from Star Wars?
He shrugged.
The Mandela effect is just a trendy name for an established psychological phenomenon. Basically, our memory isn't as reliable as we think it is. They've done experiments. People develop false memories with a surprising low amount of suggestion. Okay, so it's not repressed memories. Then what the fuck is wrong with me?
Luke retained his serious therapist expression.
You're an emotionally tumultuous place right now, Ons. The Stones got load of loaded memories for you. Some of the schizophrenics I'd worked with say they're under a lot of stress. Are you seriously mansplaining schizophrenia right now?
My eyes in frustration.
Luke, I heard Micah's voice.
His eyes narrowed.
Really, Ans?
He snapped, nearly shouting.
Do we really have to keep fucking talking about Micah?
I was waiting for the voice drop.
Dude's like, I'm so sick of this
For him to
shit.
drop the mask, yeah. I reeled back, surprised at how much I'd upset him. His face was taut, brow wrinkled. Then he softened.
Listen, Hans.
He said sympathetically.
I used to see Mike all the time at the park at McDonald's, even at school. I'd see the boy with a red sweater, a boy with curly brown hair, or some kid doing the whole lunch with his hands in pocket thing, like Micah used to do. And I'd be sure it was him. I'd hear his laugh sometimes. I'd dream about him. I'd wake up screaming, Tommy too.
I nodded, suddenly feeling like an asshole. I didn't know how I'd convince myself that Micah's disappearance only had a nasty effect on me.
Remember how I was kinda into true crime?
Continues.
You know those $6 paperbacks after Micah I got obsessed with? One time I even hiked into the trees at Aldister Park with a shovel and a magnifying glass, convinced I'd somehow be the one able to find Micah's shallow grave, even though I'm sure that's the first place the cops looked.
I did recall Luke's fascination with murder mysteries. It was ironic, I guess, how he'd become part of one that had yet to be satisfactorily resolved.
I'm sorry, man.
I said.
You're probably right.
He gave me a half smile.
For the record, I could have told you the Star Wars line was wrong years ago.
I sarcastically bugged out my eyes.
You mean time travels aren't using cheesy sci-fi to send us messages from the future?
Luke laughed.
Yeah, bullshit. Everyone I meet thinks they're the first to point out Vader's voice and be all like, Luke, I am your father. That's not actually in the movie.
Luke is trying to break her down, dude.
Bro,
He's trying to break her down so he can...
Luke wants to be her daddy.
Yes.
I am your daddy. I am your daddy. Going to the yacht club. I'm done.
Medication.
Yeah, the house needs more cleaning. Take some more Benadryl or whatever you bitches take.
He's just gaslighting her into thinking that she's crazy.
I know.
And then like playing the victim.
Absolutely.
We didn't. Yeah, he's totally going for it, dude. He's part of the problem. We didn't talk about Micah anymore. We went to see the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Based.
I was happy. Being around Luke was therapeutic, meditative, cathartic. I could convince myself my dreams, Matilda, and even the glowing eyes in the park were completely harmless, and if I only relaxed, everything would be okay. I felt silly for worrying about repressed memories. Luke had always held that effect over me. With him, I was safe and protected. We talked about our respective college days, our families, my crash course in the Montessori teaching method. He told me about the FBI internship he landed for the fall. Apparently, he'd been accepted into UCSF and Harvard, but picked Georgetown Medical over both because he wanted to be in D.C. He dropped me off at my car. Yeah, shaking your head.
I hate this guy so much. I hate this guy so much.
He doesn't talk with his upper lip. He just uses the bottom one because he looks down on us. Oh, it's so funny that we found these documents in your car. I planted them there, but I'm not going to tell that to the judge.
Fuck you,
It'd be a shame if someone kidnapped a few of these homeless people and surgically altered them in my garage. No, don't worry, Ainsley. Don't worry. You're just dreaming about this. Take your pills.
You're telling me that these kids that you murdered were actually hit by a train, Bill Clinton?
That's a deep cut into true crime right there.
Dude, I just threw a deep cut in. Dude, gotta love the kids on the tracks. That's it.
Oh, you did. Yeah, you did it already. I was about to say you get bonus points if you comment.
No. I'll leave them. I'll let them find their own little deep dive on that shit. My favorite thing of that entire thing was like the medical examiner who rated a suicide. He's like, heads in the trash can. He obviously cut it off and put it there.
Yeah,
that's
suicide. He cut his own head off and put it in there. Or the dog threw the whole fucking body back up or something like that.
Yeah,
After
it was, yeah, that was like it was something like that. I can't remember. I just remember there was like a head way away from the body, and it was like he killed himself by cutting his own head off. I mean, if you're gonna do it, you might as well.
It was like 15 shotgun blasts to the back, and he's like, suicide. Everyone's just killing themselves. What the fuck is going on in this town?
Crazy, dude. It's crazy how the whole he shot the front of the house while sitting in his living room.
Competition to see who can have the wackiest word that we're not supposed to keep saying, but suicide.
Mm-hmm.
He dropped me off at my car, then turned around and, hi, Soldier. Here, come here.
Ah, cat
He's like,
cam.
show me on camera.
Dude, the pussy
Ow.
cam. We got pussy cam going live.
He hates when I kiss him.
How
why I do it all the time.
how much gung pao chicken do you think we can make out of that cat?
Out of just him, he's actually kind of chunky. At least enough for me and you. We'd have to hack up another one though, if like the wives wanted to eat.
That gets only one. I haven't done that in a while. It felt necessary. Anyways,
You're good. He dropped me off at my car, then turned around and headed for the freeway. He'd scheduled a meeting with his mom's doctor in Sylmar. I'd thought his mother had died, but Luke informed me that she was still hooked up to that ventilator, a prematurely aged shell of the woman she'd been before the accident that took his father and left her, mercilessly, alive. I would like to think that that was his exact wording. She's like, oh, how's your mom doing? He's like, oh, she's still hooked up to that.
Oh, she's attached to the ventilator. Looks like that scene from RoboCop. RoboCop, and then, they just need to pull the plug, but no one's listening to me, not my papa, because he is dead as well.
We're seeing if she survives the Deadpool chamber soon back at Georgetown. Luke was living with two ambiguous losses, Micah and his mother. Both dead, neither buried. She's not dead. Both dead, neither buried. Oh, I get it. Yeah, because she's not dead yet. I understood why he was interested in true crime. What? He's gonna murder his mom. Why he was angling.
He's just walking.
Why he was angling for a job with the FBI, dude. He's planning to be a serial killer.
I just picture him walking out in his Georgetown sweatshirt, pulling his mom along like a teddy bear, like a toddler pulls a teddy bear around. Don't mind me, I'm just disposing of the garbage.
Oh, Mum here.
Mom didn't give me quite the allowance I needed for my Georgetown fund. How else am I gonna buy cocaine?
This dude is, you're right though, this guy is insufferable. He's just this like Chad who's angling, why he was angling for a job with the FBI. He wanted answers.
Remember, he has Harry Potter glasses the whole time.
Oh yeah.
He has the fucking Harry Potter glasses. He's probably got this thing going on where he's got the little twirl, bro. He's got the like, he's got the
little Superman curl with his Clark Kent.
It's not even a full Superman. It's like the one little fucking like
just a shaggy bang.
It's a shaggy bang that he doesn't remove, and he just kind of leaves that, and it's like touching his glasses.
Yeah. Ponderously.
While wearing fucking sweater vests, and I want to punch him in the dick.
Like she said, he always looks stoic. He wanted answers, even if they weren't to his own questions. That's awesome. I want answers to that lady's question. Driving home, the euphoria of Luke's presence began to wear off, leaving guilt in its place. He told me Tommy was dead, and what had I done? I'd made it all about me. That's not uncommon. I hadn't even thought to seek out Tommy's family to offer my condolences. His mother, Carol, always loved me. I think she'd wanted a daughter. I parked in front of the two-story colonial where Tommy had lived and died, across the street from Luke's grandmother's little house. Like mine, hers was the neighborhood eyesore, chipping paint, unruly weeds, and a large for sale sign stuck in the grass. She was losing her memory, Luke had told me. When he returned to Georgetown, she'd move in with her youngest daughter. Still debating the wisdom of showing up unannounced, at the door of a family I hadn't spoken to in a decade and a half, I knocked. Footsteps. The door was cracked open, and Carol Lou stared out at me. She recognized me immediately, nothing but smiles and cordiality, and invited me in, made a pot of tea, and opened a package of Costco cookies, all while chattering about her sons. We're sponsored by Sam's Club, so we have to blank that. Eugene was going to be a sophomore at Berkeley, she said, and Dexter had just graduated from Cal Poly Pomona. Through her cheeriness, what's the fuck's Cal Poly Pomona? That sounds like a fancy college.
Oh, that's where all the like people that are like super poly go for college. They're like,
Oh,
I don't want to just fuck one person. I want to have a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a girlfriend, a boyfriend, and we want to have like gross, weird sex while we study law.
yeah, Cal Poly Pomona is kind of just an anagram of like polycule Pomona.
Well,
So yeah,
Pomona
I get
just
that.
sounds like a weird, fucking grotesque
That's what
pustule
you're gonna
growing
lead
off of your
with.
genitals. Yeah,
You got the Pomona. Yeah,
yeah, dude, it's the cousin of Corona.
yeah. It stays local though.
Yeah, dude, it's genital coronavirus.
Once you're in, you don't leave. Through her cheeriness, I recognized veiled grief. Mrs. Liu had been the sort of fit, stylish mom who'd share clothes with her hypothetical teenage daughter. She was still comely and slender.
I
Petite
love I love somebody
that-
who's comely. I love somebody who's got a nice comely
Oh, and
gaze.
that fucking, there's always something, dude, that just fucking hits me right after I read it. But deep crow's feet stretched to the corners of her eyes, you old bag.
It's cut
Her
right through the
oversized
cum.
house dress. Yeah. This takes away from the comeliness. Her oversized house dress, you're getting me back, nearly swallowed her.
Unlike she
And
did
she
with the
stopped
cum.
dyeing her hair. Oh, she's all rooty. Finally, she interrupted her stream of consciousness to take a sip of tea.
Miss Lou, I'm so sorry about Tommy.
I blurted out. She put down her teacup. Her gregarious countenance shattered, and her eyes seemed to sink into her face. For a split second, I thought she was going to cry. Instead, she offered me a graceful, strained smile.
Thank you, Andrew.
You're quiet.
I'll do I'll do it less Asian. I knew that would
No, no, I think that we can keep it. That's fine.
I don't know if I can keep that voice going, but I'll try.
She replied. She replied. I,
A shrew rat, news have brought me to you. Just got Luke Anderson told me.
she chuckled joylessly.
I'm glad he read. Tommy was a really amazing friend. I wish I'd kept in touch with him after I left the state. It's a rather your fault.
Mrs. Lee shook her head.
We shouldn't have separated you. My husband and me, your parents, eat chow across the street. Too many words for me there, brother.
This story all wrong. Yeah, yeah.
I don't think you could have done anything to stop it. My parents have been planning to move to Miami for almost a year before Micah disappeared.
She narrowed her eyes. Don't.
Don't. No, we were shattered down talker about it. After Micah was kidnapped, we decided to tell Rue and Tommy Rook that you should be kept apart for Ryo. No phone calls, no visit, no talking online. A little contact is the little possible.
I like that Ansley's just sitting there straight faced as shit in the story too, while this is super over the top. And also comely but stricken with crow's feet, Asian elderly woman. I don't know. This is a weird description.
I don't
This
know
is
if
a
she's
whole-
actually
this is a whole-
Asian, because Tommy is in it. Like, I don't know, dude. I think I just am being racist. That's always a
Maybe,
possibility.
maybe.
That's always a
She had an
possibility.
amazing name, Mrs. Liu.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean,
you're right.
maybe he could be like second generation, maybe Tommy's third, but I don't know. I think that you landed on it. I think he's probably more like second generation.
Yeah, I probably can tone her voice down a little bit and just.
No, that's not why people tune in. I recalled our first few months in Miami. I'd wanted to call Luke and Tommy. I distinctly remembered asking my mom if we could visit them over Christmas break. She'd said the tickets were too expensive and long-distance calls were inconvenient, and then I'd taken her word for it.
I had time after Mike. I had time after Micah disappeared.
Mrs. Lou nodded.
I remember you kept on insisting on some horror girl movie. Had kidnapped Micah. We are need to save him. I Franco robbed off on Tommy because we started pick up crying at night, screaming about some tree monster in rock. Each child threw fit. She thought the two of Rue were about to influence on her favorite grandson, genius grandson.
Never stop. Never change.
I hate that. There's so many words.
Yeah. No, that's the thing is every time I'm like, if he's gonna do the voice, I'm glad when he gets hit.
Oh, dude, I got fucked so hard on this. This joke is not fun anymore for me.
He's gonna burst a blood vessel doing the Mrs. Lou. I got the impression Mrs. Lou didn't particularly like Luke's grandmother.
We are really did think it was for best.
She sighed.
I thought to tell me I had to move on. Whatever by that mean, he's studied hard and passed licensing exam. Found job in Arizona, in Butt House. He was making he was making something of himself, and then he started calling me middle of night. Right? Yeah, dude, I want to kill myself so bad right now. I've said this so many times. This is so bad.
Her voice held steady. It's the serious narration around it that's fucking slaughtering me right now.
Dude, I killed all pace in the story.
She's talking to this fucking cartoon character. Her voice held steady, but tears formed in the corners of her eyes. I stayed silent.
He couldn't sleep, and when he did, he would have a real virulent nightmares. He kept asking me about Micah. Was any no cruise? Had you found his body? It was disconcerting. I mean, fuck. He hadn't even mentioned Micah's name for years.
Teardrops rolled down her cheek.
It's
like doing like the anime thing where it's like.
Dude, it's got the nose fucking anime like dribble.
Yeah, oh my god. I had teardrops rolled down her cheeks. I'd never heard Mrs. Lou curse before.
Then he couldn't take it anymore. He quit his job and came back here. He's a master's degree, and he was sharing tickets at movie theater. And then he diagnosed him with depression and prescribed him pills. Messed with his brain. He'd be up nights with a heroin patient all around her house. Then he got to her run.
He was doing opium with her. She sobbed. I sat quietly, motionless but attentive, watching her work through her catharsis. And Ansley's sitting there thinking she's looking kind of hot while she cries.
Very comely.
Yeah, very comely crying, yeah.
The night before I found him on kitchen table, he was writing something. A scribbler in a ferociously increased expression on his face. In one of his other screw-up books, I asked him what he was doing. He could not tell me. After I tried for a notebook, I never could. I think he burned it.
He couldn't answer because he was fucking nodding out, and then he sold it. Her voice rasped and dropped a pitch. She buried her face in her hands. Numb, I sipped my tea until she straightened up, dabbed her eyes with her napkin, bowed, just kidding, and looked at me expectantly.
Did you find him?
I asked, with as much stability as I could manage.
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry, you muted there. Can you do that line again?
Jackstra did.
There we go. I just wanted to hear it again. She said the thing.
I was in the kitchen. I heard him scream. I'm so sorry. What else was that?
What else was there to say?
Oh, yeah. Grud.
Mrs. Lou shook her head.
Now I know what a Claire Wall must have gone through. Everyone in town looking at her, whispering, giving her a forced, sympathetic look. I hate that fucking rook.
What?
Wait, the walls are still here?
I asked, surprised. I was sure they'd left town.
They didn't leave. I think they still held on to some hope that someone's alive. That he would find his way back home. Claire died some years ago. Cruncher. She just gave up. After that, her husband sold the house.
Fresh teardrops quivered. She wiped her eyes again.
I felt so sorry for them. Even more now. I buried my child. They didn't even get a small consideration.
You have jumped between literally every Asian accent going
Dude,
through this conversation,
my
which is
fucking
so
cheekbones,
fucking funny, dude.
my cheekbones are on fire right now because I'm trying not to
off.
laugh. I want to give it up. At this point, the joke has gone way past its breaking point,
Yeah.
and I hate this idea that I was gonna do. I went in with high-pitched South Park. That was my goal, and I wanted to die throughout that entire thing. I am sorry, audience, for what I just put you through. That was brutal.
Like this, every one of these parts is like where we go to make a joke and it punishes us back for making the joke. It's like, oh, you want to do a torturous voice? Well, here's like 5 pages of dialogue just back and forth.
Yeah, dude.
While Ben loses his shit.
I love that you're 100% right. Every time I've made a goddamn joke in this stupid story, it has kicked me in the balls. I mean, it's got you a couple times, but it has brutally screwed me in the ass, dude. My shit is prolapsed now.
Yeah.
This story keeps getting me.
As soon as it showed, like, the girl in the dress, one of us is like, dead baby, or some shit like that.
And then it's like she got brutal.
You mean the dead autistic baby?
Yeah, like, yeah, bro. Cool.
Yeah, thanks for adding that one.
Thanks, bro. That only made it sexier.
You're like the kid got dragged away, and you're like, oh, I bet some shit happened to him, and then she keeps saying like he was fucked. He got that shit pushed right in, bro. He was like fucking. Like a buffet for that monster, and you're like, dude, stop. Like, I feel so bad for saying it earlier. You don't have to keep doing this.
Dude, I think it kind of goes to this story's just like almost like hits the point of like almost torture porn in a way for like the reader though. It's definitely
super dark.
Misery porn. Yeah, I guess it would be the better.
This story is so dark. For how much we're laughing and having fun with it, this is like. It's all about dead kids. Like, it's all about dead kids.
Yeah. And then the ones that made it out got pennywised into heroin.
Exactly.
For their
and
mom
then doing the old Jimi Hendrix or somebody I don't fucking know.
Yeah, like anyway. Half of all of entertainers.
Yeah, right. I don't remember driving home that day. I must have because my car was in the driveway. Alicia was in the kitchen, and I was wandering the backyard in aimless circles. The numbness had melted into warm, throbbing panic. I was choking on all the new information, forced down my throat. I'd thought the Damon that lived in Allister Park kidnapped Micah. I was schizophrenic, the delusion could be explained. But Tommy? Tommy had the same nightmares I'd had. Tommy believed me when I insisted Micah had been stolen by an imaginary monster. Maybe he was misdiagnosed. Maybe it was schizophrenia he was suffering from, not depression. Maybe it was induced psychosis. Horrible, intrusive fantasies transferred from me to him like a virus.
I want to reread one line, just real quick.
Yeah.
The numbness had melted down into a warm, throbbing panic. I was choking on all the new information forced down my fucking throat, Daddy.
You did it better than I did. That's
Dude, that
for sure.
fucking line almost had me killed. I'm like, I hate derailing again because I'm like the king of derailing, but I was like, Jesus, I'm bricked
Warm
up,
throbbing
brother.
and forced down my throat in the same sentence is
Yeah,
pretty.
dude. Gee,
That was
melted into warm throbbing. Like, that's just jizz, choking on jizz, in the throat, choking on jizz, obviously, because that's where choking happens.
just like my jaw hurt after I left Mrs. Lou's.
Uh,
Years later.
Hera, do you want to see my strapper on?
She's like, after we're done with tea, Mrs. Lou. Years later, out of nowhere, he'd started having vivid nightmares about Micah, like me. Medications did nothing to quell his torment, as Haldol wasn't assuaging mine. So he'd taken self-medication, fallen into a psychotic tailspin, and twisted and tumbled until his pain became impossible to bear, and his little brother found him dead in the bathtub, bled dry.
Unfortunate.
The extra details that she adds about her friends, of all people, like imagine picturing an enemy's death.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. When you said, you're like, I'm gonna be real. Inside the noggin there, it's a fucking dark place. Yeah. And when you tell people one thing, you're like, oh yeah, it was super sad. He took his own life. In your head, you're like, fucking chainsaws and hand grenades up his asshole, and then just fucking the whole house is red. It was misted. It was fucking crazy. But then you're like, can't tell people.
No, you're
that.
right. You are right about that. Like, I have a real world example, but I won't share.
The only thing that was left of his body was a giant butt plug in the middle of the living room, and the rest was just painted red.
Actually, now that you mention, I have two fucking stories. Anyway, they found him dead. I have to go back a few words just for the reader if you're listening to this, because it's me just cutting anything that makes sense. We'll just start with where it gets violent. And his little brother found him dead in the bathtub, bled dry. Like me? Maybe Tommy remembered something I'd blotted out. Maybe he'd stayed quiet, forced it all into a safe in his subconscious and threw away the key. So he developed insomnia and began swallowing powerful antipsychotics, which sliced and diced his memories until he was puking out chunks of them, scribbling in one of his old notebooks while sizing up his mother's kitchen knives. Okay, Max.
Jesus.
Max fucking pain as shit.
Dude.
I don't know what scared me more, the past Tommy and I shared, or my future, which could have ended as a remake of his. I thought about Micah's parents. I can't get over the Max Payne now that I'm reading it.
So Max Payne. That was, you're 100% right there. You're 100% right there.
It's in the water, dude. I like it. I thought about Micah's parents. Tall, bony, red-headed father. Small, round, brunette mother. Kind people. They had an older daughter, Naomi. She was a big girl. At least 6 feet tall and brashly, unapologetically ugly.
Oh, God.
She'd been in high school. God damn, Naomi. She'd been in high school. Go away. She'd been in high school. I'd met Micah. And a little more than wallpaper to me, you bitch. Occasionally, she'd tromp through our Game Boy marathons, dressed in her EMT uniform, before disappearing into her room and closing the door. This lady's out saving lives, and you're like, she was an ugly-ass trump. Dude, what the fuck?
Micah's mom's a troll, bitch. I just want to remember. I need to put that in the story. Micah's mom, troll, bitch. Absolute ugly. She was fucking atrocious. Never would fuck her. Dude, I wouldn't get my orange penis anywhere near fucking Micah's mom. Micah's mom, no pussy grab for Micah's mom. The worst.
Not like Mrs. Lou. Which you just cover up those crow's feet with a little crying.
Very comely. Gotta tell her how comely she was.
I comely, she didn't. I couldn't believe they'd stayed. All those years, waiting, hoping their beloved baby would be returned to them. Not Naomi. They don't give a shit about Uggo Naomi. I smelled something. Rotting vegetables, cut grass, tinged with moldy sweetness. I jumped. I whipped my head towards Colonel Lewis's yard, which always makes me smile inwardly every time I read Colonel Lewis, fully expecting to lock eyes with Matilda. I could swear I heard her sing-song, robotic giggle. Can't be sing-song and robotic unless it's like an ice cream truck. There was nothing.
Otto, Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, that's
Suck it, Ben.
He. There was nothing. I was alone. A breeze rustled my hair. The wind had dislodged a loose brick from a pile, and directed the stench of the putrefying compost heap towards my nose. It hit me then that I was scared of my own backyard. I went inside to find Alicia at the kitchen table on her computer.
Hey, did you get a chance to look through the mail yet?
He asked. I shook my head.
I'll do it now.
Alicia's eyes lit up.
Oh, you'll never guess who called me. Who? Andy Kapersky. You know, the kid who lived across the street. He said he's going to be in LA next month.
I allowed Alicia a few minutes to regale me with tales of what Andy Kopersky had been doing the last 15 years. Then I retreated to my room and opened my laptop. Andy must have seen my message. He had, and he'd responded to it.
Hey, Ansley. Yes, I definitely remember you and Alicia. How have you been? I live in Seattle now. I saw your profile that you're a preschool teacher. That's awesome. I remember you always had a really big imagination. As for my sister, she passed away almost 13 years ago. I'm sure you know she had severe autism. She had epilepsy too, and a violent seizure killed her when she was only 11. I think about her every day, and I hope that I die. I hope that when I die, I'll see her in heaven, and she'll finally tell me everything she couldn't say when she was alive. On that depressing note, it was great to hear from you. I'll be in LA for 2 weeks. In July, I'd love to see you and your sister again. He wants to fuck her sister so hard, Andy.
Yeah. You and your sister.
Mainly,
He's like, I know you dirty little hose from back in the day.
you were the one that messaged me, but how is your sister still tight?
Yeah, but how's your sister?
Has your
I know you had
sister
the big
kept up?
imagination, but your sister had the big,
Had
never
big
mind.
tits, and I want to. Is her vagina big? Because if it's a big vagina, I need to bow out. I need to know. Does she still do Kegels? Does she still do that Kegel? Is that the Kegel thong? Does she wear thongs? I need to know. Can you give me a pair of her panties?
I swear, it about leg swept me again, dude, because where he leads in, he's like, as for my sister, she passed away almost 13 years ago. I'm sure you know she had severe autism. I thought he was going to just, like, leave it at that and be like, yeah,
Those fucking
from
autists, they
severe
just
autism.
die. You never know. They think they see a train walk in front of a semi-truck. Oh, dude, is that a billboard of fucking Hulk Hogan? Well, that's
Almost
13.
got me.
That's a
I
13-car
almost
pileup
broke
waiting to
there.
happen.
I was like, you know what? It keeps doing this. Let me wait a breath, and then and then it went on, and I was like, okay, yeah, there it is.
I waited
was-
on the joke. I was real good about it. I
Yeah.
waited till afterwards because I was like, yeah, I'm
You've
not.
been beaten into it over these 5 parts.
Yeah, dude, I'm about to. I'm leaning into it now. I'm gonna be a goblin for
yeah.
the rest of the one. This video, we're not even monetized, but this video will get us demonetized. It's brilliant.
Yeah. They're gonna go through, monetize us, and then demonetize us, like, symbolically.
Yeah.
How does it feel to believe, truly believe, you've seen a ghost? It was a weird moment for me. Definitely a difficult one to explain. I guess I felt like Neo must have waking up in the Matrix. What? Oh, I guess I felt like Neo must have. I was thinking of Naomi from earlier. I guess I felt like Neo must have, waking up in the Matrix. Andy's message was my red pill. Matilda, the hallucination, was unsettling, but expected. Matilda as an avatar for repressed trauma had been disturbing, but at least she fit comfortably into the realm of my logic. But Matilda the ghost? Maybe I was slipping into paranoid delusion. Maybe it was my conversation with Mrs. Liu and the corroboration by Tommy of my prepubescent terrors. But the minute I learned my child tormentor had, in fact, died a child, I became convinced I was receiving messages from her disembodied spirit. It was a relief, because if I was being accosted by the specter of Matilda Kopersky, then it wasn't all in my head.
Bro, I with all the jokes that
Killer
you
ending
made,
to that part. Yeah.
with all the jokes you made, this is an incredible story. Like, absolutely goated so far. I love the aesthetic it's setting up because it reminds me of it. We've said it, but it's not as much it as I think if you took all of those slasher flicks, removed the slasher, and then put like an it
screen over it with all the characters.
Mhm.
Like, you know, the early parts in slashers where you have like all the different characters and they're like, then the first kind of kills happen and they're starting to research it and they start to be like fully fledged out. The character
Yeah.
work is like that, but way better. And that's kind of where I keep going into the teen slasher like mindset, because it's just like the good parts of that. It's like
Yeah.
they knew how to pull that little extraction out of that shit, and I love it.
The one thing that I do think, like, if we get past it now, then I'll like totally forgive it and stuff like that. But it does like so much. It's almost like the one thing I have against it, like one of my very few criticisms, is that like she keeps just explaining away like I have to be crazy, I have to be crazy. But it does make sense that her entire life she's been told you are crazy. Like
Well,
she's
and I mean,
diagnosed, she's been institutionalized, she's on the medications for it and stuff like that. But like I get it. Like, I get it that you think these are all hallucinations. That's why I think that the last part of this, or the last little bit of this part 5, where she's like, no, I'm not. I'm
yeah,
not crazy. And you know what? This is welcome news. Now I'm dealing with the undead and the supernatural, and all of that shit exists. And that's fine, because now I can stop being like, gotta take more Haldol. And I
yeah.
like that. I like that. That what I guess I mean is that there was a lot of harping on the bit of character development that I think that we're past now. So
Yeah,
that's
no,
good. That's good
I
to
feel
hear.
like you were kind of right. There was a bit of her. Well, and it's kind of like added
Plus
in
Larry or
by
whatever the fuck
Luke.
mansplaining schizophrenia for a whole fucking
Oh
10
yeah,
minutes too.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That didn't
every
help.
time somebody else brings it up, I mean, it's her sister, it's Luke, it's well, no, Mrs. Lou was fucking a sweet lady that I
This Lou
deflowered.
seems cool.
I
Hang on.
deflowered the fuck out of that poor lady. Anyways, then you look, but every conversation like goes back to her schizophrenia, where people just tell her she's crazy. And at a certain point, I do see you in part 5. It's like, okay, we get it. Like,
Hmm.
he got to the point where he was so fucking insufferable because we've heard this a million times. Like, if he was the
And
one kind of like breaking this and she hadn't already set the stage to be like, hey, I do understand you have schizophrenia, and he was like a little more sympathetic instead of just regurgitating the things we already saw. I kind of
right.
see that. It's not like a huge gripe, but I can see where you're coming from. I can
No,
definitely
it's not a
see.
huge gripe. It's just like it's like wasting a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Like we're on no sleep. Like we know what we're getting. Like just get into the fucking just have him be like, are you sure you're not taking your pills? Because you know the symptoms. And she's
Yeah.
like, I know the symptoms and stuff like that. And then he's like, nah, bitch, I think you're crazy. And then they just go to the next scene or whatever. But
Yeah.
like, you
At the
know,
same time, I'm
again, not a
looking.
huge gripe.
I almost look at this one written more like a book. I really think this is more like a
It is.
novella. So I give that type of stuff a pass, because when I read Stephen King shit, it's like 37 minutes explaining how a fucking scalpel looks. It's like, I get it, Stephen King, it's a scalpel. Like,
You
so.
really want to know about the scalpel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I like I kind of see that's where I've kind of detached. So when you bring that up in the no sleep thing, I'm like, oh yeah, shit, this is like this is way above that. So you almost have to like tell yourself, okay, we're reading an actual story now and not not that the no sleeps are shitty, but like
No.
a you kind of brace yourself going into a no sleep compared to like an actual novel, and this is way more professional writer
Fleshed
style.
out. Yeah, it's got
Hmm.
like the huge scope of the narrative where like you can kind of cut in like right past all of that stuff with no sleep. We know and just get to the thing.
Yeah.
But no, like I said, like I think that we're gonna see some character development here and stuff like that. If it harps on it from like, I hope that it doesn't spend a whole lot of extra time like what I'm doing right now, with the other characters to like keep doubling down on her craziness. But I was thinking though, there could be a fucking third quarter twist where Ansley is a deeply unreliable narrator.
Yeah, yeah,
Something
that.
like that. Like
Well,
it could
that could be
be
really cool too. Well, and
yeah.
I think that we're gonna get some more harping on it, because this is where I feel like she's on that cusp of realization, because she was still asking the question, are ghosts real? So I think we're gonna be on the cusp of that realization, as well as her kind of getting past that this isn't schizophrenia anymore. So we have to kind of get over that hump. And then I think it's gonna drastically change. And then if it does have the twist of unreliable narrator, I think that'll be pretty dope.
Part 6. I've never been a horror fan. My brain conjures disturbing imagery out of thin air. I don't need to fan the flames by filling my skull with vengeful poltergeists and masked slashers and possessed dolls. 5 minutes on Google later, I realized just how many horror fanatics there are out there. That's how I found this lovely subreddit. Oh, fourth wall broken.
Mm-hmm.
I also found online communities dedicated to cryptids, succubi, alleged ghost photos, skinwalkers, glitches in the Matrix, rituals for summoning spirits, rituals for exorcising demons. I understood then why humans are drawn to ritual. Ceremony. If you do X, then Y can't hurt you. If you recite 10 Hail Marys while counting plastic beads on a rosary, God forgives you for masturbating. If you throw sawdust over your shoulder while spinning around 3 times at midnight when Venus is in retrograde, the boy you like will kiss you before next sundown.
Thank God
If
I've
you
been
walk your
waiting.
kid, oh my, yeah, dude. Well, I can start driving before next sundown. I can get there. If you want,
You naughty boy, Ben. Oh, you just
we'll meet in the
naughty
middle. We'll meet right in
boy.
the middle.
I'm stuck in the middle with you.
If you walk, if you walk your kids to the arcade, they'll come home safe. If I take my medication every night, I'll stay sane. Our own ritual. The diversity and sheer mass was overwhelming, and I wasn't sure how seriously I should take advice from Spooky Sparklebutt 1998 on Tumblr. I needed a ringer, and I knew just the ringer who'd go nuts for a little girl ghost. What the fuck? Especially a little ghost girl who'd once lived in his house.
EDP.
Travis cheerfully answered my call. He'd been hoping
What
to
the
see
fuck?
me again.
Travis.
I'm just finishing up my dissertation on Lolita. What was it you did?
There is no list. It's never existed.
Yeah.
There isn't a Travis on the list. No Travis. He was not on the list.
Oh, Jeff, by the time this episode comes out, that's going to be year-old news.
Oh yeah, but I still am going to make jokes like that. It's a glorious. That is the only joke to make in this situation. Should I have pulled a deeper? Well, he was friends with Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, there we go. She wanted to get in a movie. Travis, he'd been hoping to see me again, he said, because I seemed really cool. And as soon as I mentioned the possibility of a spirit attached to me, he promised to come right over. The two of us sat on my back porch, watching the sun sink into the orange horizon Oh, wait a second. I actually just want to just go back and recap really quick. Travis is the guy that Ansley met outside of Astro Video.
He's
or
gay
Atomic
frat.
Video.
He's gay frat bro.
Yes. Yeah. He's the
gay
frat
frat bro.
bro. Just in case people are listening to this in chunks and just as a refresher for me and you and stuff. Let's see. He'd been hoping to see me again, and as soon as I mentioned the possibility of a spirit attached to me, he promised to come right over. The two of us sat on my back porch, watching the sun sink into the orange horizon, as I told him the same story I'd told Luke earlier that day. He gave me his undivided attention, as Luke had. I think she's seeing things. But in contrast to Luke's stoic pragmatism, Travis listened with an eager intensity. It was refreshing to have a conversation with someone who wouldn't lecture me about medication. When I came to the part about the scratches on my closet door, Travis asked to see them.
They look old.
He said, stepping out of the closet.
Yeah, I guess. I didn't really know the family that lived here, but I think they had cats. Maybe one of the cats got trapped in the closet.
I nodded. The last renters did have cats. My dad mentioned it once.
The rest is tough. Is all in line with presence reaching out to you. The girl Matilda. What was she like? I told you she was autistic. She didn't talk. I'm not sure whether she was selectively mute or cognitively incapable of verbal communication. But the most they ever taught her was 3 words of sign language.
Travis nodded.
So her IQ was unknown. Actually, her IQ may have been exceptionally high. She was an amazing artist, light years beyond most kids her age, and she had a photographic memory. She'd see someone for a second and be able to draw them perfectly, right down to the shoes they were wearing. That's cool.
Travis said. He's on his phone.
Did she, was she bullied, abused, anything that would keep her spirit from being at rest? I don't know. I don't think she was abused. Her family seemed really loving. Maybe, I mean, if she was, no one was telling, and the kids at my school thought she was weird, but I don't remember anyone hassling her.
I thought about it. If Matilda had been someone's victim, She would have been a particularly helpless one. Actually, maybe not. She just, there was something about her. Those drawings of hers, always with her name and the date. She couldn't talk, but if someone did her wrong, I suspected her drawings would have implicated them. I remembered my dad in the Corona folder.
She watched people.
I told Travis.
She'd stare. We'd all assume she was locked in her own little world. I mean, she was, in most ways. But she noticed things, and she was quiet. You'd forget she was there.
Travis nodded thoughtfully.
Okay, like, so were probably a lot of things she'd wanted to communicate, but like couldn't. Maybe that's what she was trying to do now, give you like a message.
She just explained the way that she communicated with the world through these like super intricate drawings. And he's like, yeah, so there's like no way at all, right? Like, I love that. I experienced an unwelcome flashback to my earlier thought processes, my musings about repressed memories, Tommy scribbling frantic words in his notebook hours before he took his own life. I ignored it all.
Okay, so you think we can contact her?
I asked Travis.
With your Ouija board?
Travis did, but he wanted to perform the ceremony at his place. Oh, you dog. To eliminate the very real risk of my shag carpet going up in flames and giving us the local giving the local firefighters a fun story to tell the rookies. Travis's room had once been Matilda's. If I disregarded the Marilyn Manson and Lady Gaga posters, I could imagine the space as it had once been. Pink bed sheets, flowery wallpaper, porcelain dolls, and every flat surface littered with colored pencils and messy stacks of drawings. Out a large square window, I had a perfect view of my front yard. The setup for the ritual was a series of stereotypes to match my expectations. Travis lit black candles in a 5-point formation, set up his incense burner, fucking Chad, dude, and turned out the lights. He's like, are you gonna do like my star chart after this? Because I like heard you guys are into that. At the midpoint between the 5 candles, he laid out the Ouija board. It would have seemed more threatening if the box didn't read Hasbro. Hasbro! People know! That's the real Damon right there. Yep. Travis sat on the ground and beckoned for me to do the same. I positioned myself across from him. He looks disappointed. He's like, I'm in on my lap, bitch.
Well, no, he's gay, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's super gay, dude. He's super gay.
You were just making a judgment call. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right, yeah.
That's what, that's...
He's husbanded up.
Yeah, dude, the Marilyn Manson and Lady Gaga poster, you blew right past that.
Oh, my God,
like,
I did.
He really likes women still, and you're like, do you, pal? Do you, pal? You got a Lady Gaga and Marilyn Manson poster. Like, yeah, do you, pal?
Big frat bro, yes. Travis sat on the ground. Yeah, okay. I positioned myself across from him. We both placed our hands on the plan chart. He closed his eyes. Dude.
Close your eyes and take deep breaths,
he said. I did so, ignoring the cold wooden triangle under my fingers. In, out, in, out. Smoke and vanilla and rose water inundated my sinuses, settled against my skin like sweat, etherized my racing thoughts. The vice that had clamped my brain for days loosened its hold. I swayed. I slumped. I slid down, down, down. In, out, in, out. My nose prickled, and my euphoria shattered. The scent in the room was different. Organic rot, sour grass clippings, ethane gas. I opened my eyes. There she was. Get the fuck out. They did not use a goddamn Hasbro fucking Ouija board.
Hell yeah, brother. I like it. I like it. I like to think that it's not just a regular Hasbro one. It's like Ouija board for kids. And they're like really big, like kindergarten letters. It's all in like weird fucking Sesame Street colors and shit. I am like hyped about that.
Okay, so Travis is magic. Because he's like, we can do this, just like one try. And she was just like, and went right into it. Travis
well, if you got the gift, bro, if you got the gift, you just got the gift.
I think I did call it, though, where I was like, he's going to be an insanely helpful character.
Yeah. He is
I might
definitely.
have called that. I don't know, actually. People go back and call me on that
Yeah,
if I didn't.
I know that. I said that he was based earlier, and then I took his based away, but then I gave it back to him, and I think he's in the
That's
base
right. We did.
category.
We were judging him
Yeah,
sentence to
I
sentence.
was I was calling him gay in different ways for like 4 minutes.
But now he's we fucking chill.
He's chill as fuck.
Matilda still gay, but chill.
Cool gay.
Matilda
He's cool
sat.
gay.
Yeah, right. Just factually.
Uh-huh.
Matilda sat by Travis's side, cross-legged, pink dress folded demurely around her knees, ice blonde tresses cascading over her shoulders. She smiled, clear blue eyes hopeful. Perhaps Travis's incense truly did possess transcendent properties because for the first time, the sight of Matilda didn't incite my anxiety. For the first time, I wasn't afraid. I'd never seen her so close. Her glassy eyes reflected light like a china doll, her perfect pink lips barely parted, and her ivory skin emitted its own radiance like an overexposed photograph. Then she flickered like a hologram and disappeared. Travis opened his eyes and glanced over to me. I gave him a what now smirk.
Is there anybody here with us?
I looked up about, half expecting Matilda to reappear. She didn't. The planchard sprung into action. Like a mouse beneath my fingers, it shot across the board. S-T-O-P.
Stop!
Travis said out loud, thanks. B-L-O-C-K-I-N-G-M-E.
Blocking me!
He finished. We looked at each other. His eyes nearly protruded, and his face had lost its color.
Is Matilda Kaprowski? Is this Matilda Kaprowski?
Travis asked, in a tone too agitated for my comfort. Another tug at my hands. The planchard landed on the word, yes. Travis shuddered.
Prove it!
He said, one more time. The wooden piece swung, dragging me with it. C-O-R-O-N-A. The planchard went limp. Travis pulled his hands away.
Corona.
I stammered.
It was her. It was really her. Say goodbye.
He said to me. Oh, entranced, I moved the wooden triangle over the word goodbye. Travis jumped up, flipped the light switch, and blew out the candles. The incense must have burned out too, because the smell had greatly diminished. My head ached. I felt thousands of miles away from my body. The red pill I'd swallowed turned to acid in my stomach. Corona. The Corona contracts. Matilda's picture. It was her. Because there's no way Travis would have known the significance of the word Corona. And I sure as shit wasn't moving the planchard. What freaked me out the most about the situation was how freaked out Travis was. Horror fanatic Travis, who owned a Ouija board and had, according to him, used it to contact spirits in abandoned asylums and murder houses, was blanched and goosebumped and speaking in a harried falsetto.
Eli jumped!
He repeated, as we sat in his living room sipping Coke with a hefty portion of leftover rum.
The plant card has never moved like that before. Every time it just sort of crawled, and those other times, I'm pretty sure it was our collective subconscious moving the plant card, but not spirits. But up there, dude!
He took a long swig of his drink. I felt it too.
What do you think it means? Oh no, what do you think it means, though?
He asked.
Stop blocking me. I have no fucking idea.
Travis took another healthy swallow, then a deep breath.
I'll break out some of my other equipment tomorrow.
He concluded.
See if we can get a better idea of what she's trying to tell us. Should I find some holy water?
I laughed nervously. Travis didn't.
If you're like religious, you probably should. Do whatever's gonna make you feel safe. It's really mind over matter with these type of things. Candles, incense, all that crap is big. Come in, we're fucking open, spirits. If you convince yourself they can't bother you, then they like won't.
I thought about the rituals I'd perused that evening. I needed something, but it wasn't holy water. I drove to Ralph's. I picked up a can of Nesquik chocolate milk mix. Before I went to sleep, I poured a line of brown powder in front of my closet door.
Like she used to do. That was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I forgot about that, honestly.
yep. They have to go back to the old protective stuff that's down in their adventurer's manual.
Yeah, dude. I love that callback, bro. This is really well written.
Yeah,
I'm just so fucking bricked up right now. It's insane how much I love this story.
there we go. I woke up itching. I had been leaning on the scraggly trunk of an old oak tree, face buried in my crossed arms, and there must have been ants crawling under the bark. I was halfway through a count of 100. The bark didn't smell like it was supposed to. It smelled like rotting vegetables, grass clippings, and putrefaction. Oh, fuck. I stood upright and frantically surveyed my surroundings. Behind me was the play structure and the swings and the dirty sand of Allister Park. In the distance, I could see Fifth Avenue. It was late afternoon. In front of me, the forest expanded. Oak trees with long, unruly branches fighting for space, high, weedy grass, prickly bushes erupting out of a carpet of dried acorns. I knew I was dreaming. Then I realized I was in control. I was looking for something. I cautiously goose-stepped through the brush. It's a weird choice of words. Anticipating Matilda's appearance at any moment. I wore baggy cargo pants and red Adidas, my childhood favorite pair. My hands were small, pudgy, and soft. I heard a giggle. I jumped, but it wasn't Matilda. It was Tommy, 12-year-old Tommy, wearing saggy jeans and his favorite Blink-182 t-shirt, Fallen. He jumped up from the sturdy, low tree branch on which he'd crouched out of sight. Laughing, he escaped into the Oakwood obstacle course. Hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek, an activity in which we often partook of at Allister Park, though we'd always stayed out of the forest. I kept walking, deeper and deeper, further and further from Fifth Avenue, until dusk settled around me. I turned in a circle. I could no longer see the play structure or the street, and surrounded on all sides by moonlit trunks and dark canopies, I had no idea which direction I'd come from or where I was going. A flutter of panic. Then a murmuring. A syllabic, tonal rumbling, the unholy splice of a freeway overpass and a babbling baby. A glistening tangle fell from a tree. Here we go. In front of me landed a person? No, definitely not. It crouched on all fours. The hind feet were clubbed, and its forepaws looked like oval slabs of blue-black flesh. Its naked body was comprised of deep wrinkles between protruding, pus-filled warts. Its head was a smooth balloon-shaped orb with no eyes or nose, only a mouth. A wide, gaping, lipless black hole. The thing squared itself. It paced, cat-like, back and forth. Its mouth was arranging into a perfect O, producing the low-pitched, syllabic hum. Crack. Okay. Flushed with adrenaline, I whirled around. There were more of them, blue-black humanoids dropping from the trees like monkeys surrounding me. The first monstrosity stretched its circular mouth, obsidian flesh regressing until its head was nothing but a spiraling concavity. It extended a long, black tongue. Then it pounced. I dove, landed hard on the uneven ground. I'd felt its fleshy paws on me, cold like clay. The others took predatory steps forward, backs arched, regimented like a pack of wolves. I leapt to my feet. I ran. I ran and ran and ran, never pausing, never looking back, twigs assaulting my arms and tearing at my clothes, dark tree trunks caught in the fragile moonlight only seconds before I'd have careened into them, the soles of my shoes slipping and shifting against layers of fallen acorns. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. My toe latched onto a root, and I fell. I desperately rolled over and upright. The blue-black, hoover-mouthed creatures were gone, and I knew where I was. I was staring up at an ancient withered oak tree with splintering skeletal limbs and a meter-thick trunk. Its cracking bark was an unhealthy whitish gray. Swollen knots arranged themselves like two spherical eyes in a thick, lecherous mouth. Scraggly roots broke through the dry, cracking earth.
You wanna know the way? Ask me to play. Wanna know the way? Ask me to play.
Metallic, robotic, Matilda. I frantically scanned my surroundings. She was nowhere to be seen. I turned back to the the tree. If it had been conscious, I would have screamed. The knots were no longer knots. They were glowing orange eyes. The bloated lips parted, exposing rotting, knife-like teeth. The branches were no longer branches, but curling scaled tentacles. Beyond the broad, diseased trunk, coiled in tentacles. Something small and red caught my eye. Like it was presenting me with a gift, the daemon pulled its prize from behind its back. Micah. Micah wearing his red sweater, eyes bloodshot and petrified, scratched and bruised. The thing's heavy extremities constricted his arms, legs, and chest. Before another creeping appendage clamped across his mouth. Before the evil orange glow became a blinding. Before the trees blurred and twisted like a whirlpool, sweeping me into oscillating blackness, I heard his cries.
Help me, Ansley! Save me! Ansley, I'm sorry! June 8th, 2017.
I woke up, drenched in sweat. It was 6:30. Too wound up to sleep, I plodded to the kitchen and brewed a pot of coffee, reconstructing the pieces of my dream. The blue-black wrinkled cat people. Micah. I'd seen Micah. The blue-black wrinkled cat people.
I love it, dude. I actually have a couple of those in my backyard. They're who does my landscaping. They do a dog shit job.
Okay.
It's
I was actually going to ask if they were feral or if they were like...
Yeah, they're supposed to help, but honestly, they just kind of like sit there and they're always trying to like kiss my wife. They're
with their black obsidian hoover mouths.
Yeah. She says we need to get like an actual landscaper because she says they haven't actually cut the grass. That's why it looks so bad. And I'm like, yeah, but it's free help. What are you gonna do?
Right. I'd seen Micah. The daemon had him. I'd heard Matilda. The metallic animatronic voice had to be hers. Even now, I can still hear that squeaky mechanic chirp.
You wanna know? You wanna know the way? Ask me to play.
Stop blocking me. We'd been playing hide and seek. The ghost of Matilda wanted to lead me somewhere. She'd been sending me all the nightmares I'd been having. To help me. To help me find something. Micah. She wanted to help me find Micah. If I asked her to play, she'd show me... what? Where his body was? Some clue as to what had become of him? She'd been trying to show me...
the way.
Since I'd come back home. But she couldn't because somehow I was blocking her. I puzzled over it over coffee, until I heard footsteps in the master bedroom, then running water. As pale sunlight washed through the kitchen window, my sister appeared in the hallway.
You're up early,
she said to me as she poured herself a cup of coffee.
I couldn't sleep,
I said. She picked up the can of chocolate milk I'd purchased.
Shit, it's been years since I've had this stuff. I felt nostalgic.
She snorted.
I remember you used to put this all over your room. You and your friends were so ridiculous. Just in front of the closet.
I said.
To trap the monster. The Nesquik bunny saved you from being eaten alive.
She shook her head and sat down across from me at the table.
Oh, you guys would like steal my Gatorade and mix it with it. Hey, Leash.
I covered.
Do you remember the day Micah disappeared?
Mid-sip of coffee, she coughed and spluttered.
Yeah, why?
She said quickly, almost nervously. She wrapped a finger around a loose strand of hair.
I was just thinking about it. I mean, Mom and Dad were out signing papers for the Miami house, and you were watching me all day. Did anything weird happen? Like, did Matilda do anything?
She shook her head dramatically.
No, nothing with Matilda. She never left her room, remember? You and Tommy got into Mr. Carlyle's backyard. I think you knocked something down because he came over to talk to Mom and Dad about how you guys need to be more careful. Okay, and we went to the park, right?
She nodded.
You guys walked over there. And Colonel Lewis actually showed up at our place? Yeah, he said don't mind you guys. He didn't mind you guys being in like the backyard, but you weren't allowed to climb on the cinder blocks. I think a big pile of them collapsed. Why are you going on about this now?
I shrugged. I took the hint the conversation was over and that she wasn't going to tell me anything useful. I should have pushed her so hard that I wouldn't have pushed her so hard if it hadn't been for the hair twirling. Alicia's my sister, so I know all of her tells. Wraps her hair around her fingers when she's lying.
Oh. Oh.
So the sister knew something, dude, the whole fucking time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This next one is, like, mostly going to be read by me. Let's go, dude.
I'm just gonna lay here and listen to you. All right. Part 7. An hour later, Alicia had left for the USC Law Library, and I'd tried, and failed, to numb my twisted thoughts with Netflix. We had to fucking delete that, we're sponsored by HBO. When that didn't work, I decided I needed a shower. A long, calming shower. Letting the water run until it warmed, I stared at my reflection in the little cabinet mirror. My frizzy mouse brown hair stuck out at odd angles. I'd been tugging it in my sleep. There were dark circles under my eyes. Fuck, I really needed that shower. I raised my leg to step into the tub. The water was thick and pomegranate red. I screamed and stumbled. Crab walked towards the door. Blood. Flowing out of the faucet, splashing into the shiny white finish, trickling down the drain. I groped for the doorknob and half crawled, half fell through the door. Naked, heart racing, I cowered on the floor. I pinched myself. Her nips. I breathed deeply, waiting for the stench of Colonel Lewis's compost heap to walk through my nostrils, waiting for Matilda and her answering machine voice, or worse, a reappearance of the purple that launched poisonous darts.
Not real, not real, not real.
But the smell didn't come. Matilda didn't come. And apparently the chocolate milk did its job because the closet monster stayed where it was. I looked at my hands, adult legs. Adult hands, baby legs. No, it's adult hands, adult legs. I was awake, and there was blood in my tub. Shaking, I stood up. Gingerly, limbs heavy and pulsing. The sound of water hitting porcelain somehow amplified. I took timid steps until the running faucet came into view. Ordinary clear tap water rushed down the drain. I put my hand under it, watched the translucent liquid roll off the contours. I decided I didn't really want to take that shower. Ew, stinky bitch. I changed in my room. My little brown journal was still on the bed. I stared at it. The monsters I'd seen in my previous nightmares had been illustrated there. It was logical to assume we would have included the sickly blue black humanoids as well. My phone rang. I recognized Luke's number as I reached to answer it.
My grandmother told me you went to see Tommy's mom.
His voice was cold, annoyed.
Luke?
Carol Lou does the shopping for my grandma.
He cut me off.
She kept blabbing about what a lovely young lady you've grown up to be.
I felt really bad. Oh, wait, sorry.
I felt really bad.
I told him.
Miss Lou was always really nice to me. Why are you so pissed?
Because you're reopening old wounds!
I've spent years getting over fucking Micah. I spent 6 months getting over Tommy. They're gone. And you going around playing Veronica fucking Mars isn't going to change that.
It's so threatening when you change the voice.
Is it really?
It's like I feel like I'm like, okay, sorry. Yeah. I'd considered telling him about my encounter with Travis and the Ouija board. I knew I should tell him that I'd hallucinated blood coming out of my faucet. But, faced with his accusatory tone, I decided firmly against either.
Listen, Luke.
I said directly.
This has nothing to do with you. I wanted to talk to Miss Lou. That's it. And it actually was helpful for what I've been going through. Tommy had nightmares before he died, too.
Tommy was manic-depressive and self-medicating with heroin.
Luke's voice was calm now, therapeutic, condescending.
And you're schizophrenic who needs to be thinking about all the scary dreams as a symptom, not as some metaphor for reality. See a doctor, check your meds. They're supposed to be blocking ghosties and ghoulies in your head.
This dude does not talk like a fucking psychologist. If that's what he's studying in
Yeah.
Georgetown, and he's saying, "Ooh, the little ghosties and ghoulies in your head," like, That's not. Anyway, I'm just passing that one right by.
Yeah, I think
He kept
I think he's
talking.
letting the veil slip to his anger. Stop letting the fucking ghosts and ghoulies, bitch.
And so now it's this guy's suspect in my book. Well, he
Oh,
was suspect the whole
he's
time
always
with the
suspect.
fucking penny loafers and the popped collar and
And his
stuff. But
fucking Harry
now the
Potter
sister
glasses.
is definitely in on it too. Whatever's going
Hmm.
on. Maybe it's the whole town is against Ansley. He kept talking, but I'd stopped listening because all of a sudden I understood the meaning of the phrase.
Stop blocking me. It was a Friday, one of those perfect Fridays in late April, when the sky hangs low like an unbroken sheet of turquoise, and everything is green and blooming and vibrating with promise of a glittering, precious weekend, lounging, lazy and long, the promise of a summer vacation, so tantalizing within reach. I stood in Luke's bedroom, posing in the mirror in his closet door. I ran my fingers through my hair, creating a slight crackle as it dried. Goo-coated chunks separated. Jesus, gross. Rough,
Ew.
mismatched sections of my hair were distinctively tingled with red. My idea had worked. Sort of. Luke had taken to spiking his hair with manic gel borrowed from Tommy, and I'd wanted streaks ever since. I saw them on a model in Girls' Life magazine. I smiled at myself, then cringed. My mom's gonna shit a brick. Luke crossed legs on his Luke crossed legs on his Power Rangers bedspread, grinning at me. Tell her it's temporary. My attention shifted to Luke's bookshelf. It was a behemoth of a thing, extending nearly to the ceiling, and housed a collection of the best, digested in short, well-spaced viewing. There were textbooks, literature, and life science, and a world history, which I recognized from school, scuffed with the tomes of geometry and physics and mechanical engineering he'd brought home from some smart kid's summer camp. Then there were rows of paperbacks, titles cutting across their spines in harsh, jagged fonts. True Crime, Luke's favorite. One lay face up, displaying black and white photos of a semi-attractive couple. Beyond Belief, the book was called. I held it up. Was this the one where they killed their daughter and shoved her in the floorboards? Oh no, that's the one. Ian Brandy. That's the one about Ian Brandy and Myra Hindley. Luke said. They tortured and killed like 5 kids for fun in England. Oh. I put the book down secretly. I was still a little scared of Luke's books. Thought I constantly feigned nonchalance as he ranted off the grisly details of the unsolved bloodbath he was so obsessed with this week. The cover of another book caught my eye, a larger picture of a wide-eyed toddler. What's this one about? Luke's eyes lit up. That one's interesting. It's about daycare sex abuse scandals in the 80s that were like all bullshit. It talks about how easy it was to induce mass hysteria. We were interrupted by a doorbell, then shuffling of Luke's grandmother's slippers on the shag carpet as she rose to answer the door. That's probably Micah, Luke said, slight disappointment in his tone. Yeah, I said. He's going to want to talk about the great bagworm. He says he's got some cool idea about how he can break through her exoskeleton. Great. Luke did not sound enthusiastic. We'd have to cut our mass hysteria and serial killer talk short because Micah was a total baby about this stuff. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I was disappointed too. I liked being alone with Luke. He made me feel special. But like when we were together, the world was richer, brighter, and I was somehow a more substantial part of it. Heavy footsteps, then both Tommy and Micah pushed through the doorway of Luke's bedroom. Tommy dressed in baggy jeans and a black FUBU t-shirt displayed a giant goofy smile. Micah hung back a bit, hands in his pockets of his red shirt. Guys, Tommy said excitedly. Guys, I've got like the most awesome news ever. You're like balls finally drop, Luke said mockingly. I swear I'll clothesline you. What's your news, Tommy? I cut in, derailing the inevitable display of testosterone-fueled immaturity. You know my cousin Lisa, Tommy said. The one who works at the Hollywood Bowl. She says she can get us tickets to the Linkin Park concert. Are you shitting me? That's awesome! I'd never been to a concert before. A few girls in my class had gone to see Christina Aguilera when she was in town months before, and Lacey Chung still wouldn't shut up about it. Micah, however, didn't look nearly as excited as Tommy, Luke, or I was. Why is your hair orange? He asked me. It's red, I said defensively. Luke used some of Tommy's manic panic on it. Oh. Micah frowned. He cut his hair short at the beginning of the year so that he could spike it like Luke and Tommy did, but the gel never sat right with his chocolate brown curls. He ended up with an unruly bubble, looking less like Billy Joel Armstrong than Justin Timberlake struck by lightning. Tommy stifled a laugh. You look like Tony the Tiger. I tossed a pillow at him. Shut it, dweeb! He threw the pillow back at me, which prompted Luke to play tackle him into the bed. After a bit of roughhousing, the four of us all settled on the floor to discuss how we'd talk about our respective parents into letting us go to the Linkin Park concert. Micah kept on looking at me, and I noticed him scowling, as though my stiff, uneven red dress were something horribly offensive.
After apologizing repeatedly and crossed my heart and hope to die promising to call the psychiatrist as soon as he hung up, I managed to get Luke on the phone. Then I lay down on my bed, picked up my journal, and read the whole thing cover to cover. It was, in its entirety, the blather of preteens who'd watched Lord of the Rings too many times. The four grand adventurers, Tommy, Mike, Luca, and me, were on a quest to save our town from the daemon who lived in the forest. Because of this, his henchmen were trying to kill us. In order to defeat the demon, we had to defeat a series of henchmen, each of which would leave us with a weapon of some sort. The Droxies, who liked dark places and shiny things. The Bagworms, who lived in the sand in Allister Park. The Antwalkers, tree-climbing creatures who ate souls. The antagonists of my most recent dream. They had been Tommy's idea, I remembered. A hybrid of the Dementors from Harry Potter and some disturbing documentary he'd seen about Hiroshima and the atom bomb. We'd gone as far as collecting supplies. We'd armed ourselves with a dagger made of polymer clay, or indestructible magic foam as I'd so blatantly named it, and a karate staff borrowed from Micah's sister, and a steak knife nicked from my kitchen, a little scary. And we were saying the final chant of power on the eve of our great quest. Then the journal stopped. I mentally berated myself for not writing down dates as Matilda had with her drawings, but I guess that the quest was planned for around the same time Micah disappeared. I walked through my house like wandering about a graveyard. Blood in the tub, scratched on the door. What disturbing imagery would I uncover next? I remembered Travis's Ouija board, how the planchette had moved like a small animal beneath my fingers. How did it all connect? It had to connect. It had to mean something. Alicia came home. We went out to dinner. I didn't bring up Micah again. That night before bed, I fleshed a single orange pill down the toilet. If Matilda wanted to play, we were going to play.
Jesus.
Dude, that's fucking a baller ending for that section. Is her just like getting ready to take her medication that night and looking at herself for a second, and then she just tosses it in the toilet and flushes instead.
I love that there's
I got you little dress wearing bitch.
I love that this author segments it off too to like have these like little like it actually like isn't like enclosed in these little segments, so it's not like oh now we're just in the fucking party zone of a party city just jerking off in the aisles while the employees tell us to leave, and you're like when did that happen? Why are we at Party City? It actually like segments, puts a line between these jumps so that you're not disheveled when you're getting to it when reading, which I appreciate this writer for doing.
Yeah, these chapter breaks or these scene breaks or whatever you want to call them are like perfect for framing all of this mentally.
Mm-hmm.
I found her in Colonel Lewis's yard. The smell of moldy vegetables and rotting grass hung in the air, but it didn't bother me anymore. Dude, the kid is so fucking buried under those rotting vegetables and that grass. Come on now.
Colonel Lewis was a kid sniffer.
It was Colonel Lewis the whole
It was
time.
Colonel Lewis the whole time.
And he was, oh, that's why you got mad at him for tipping over the cinder blocks.
It was Colonel Lewis
Those are little headbands.
with the revolver in the backyard.
No, it was Colonel Lewis with the autistic girl in the backyard. He used her
Oh.
demonic powers.
You're right, because
kill the
of with the
kids.
candlestick though. No, you gotta
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, with the candlestick, yeah.
With the candlestick.
Yeah, and then his, like, Colonel Lewis with his accomplice. Yeah.
Yeah.
The huge oak tree shaded us. The chassis on blocks sat far below. A big old goober that just slid right down from my sinuses down the back of my throat, and I was like, very uncomfortable for a
you
second.
just fucking huff those back, brother.
Yeah, I did.
And then you pull it back up and you like floss it through your teeth like Jello.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what you gotta do.
you gotta get all the nutrients out.
Yeah,
you gotta
dude.
wring it out.
You gotta get that green sludge to like coat your teeth so they last longer.
That's
This
the
is
only way that I floss.
9 out of 10 dentists told me to leave their office when I asked them if that was good for me.
They told me to leave their office.
Oh, that's all getting left in. I don't care how you feel about that, Ben.
No, you're good. You're good. We were climbing a pile of cinder blocks, tall as a mountain, reaching forever into the sky. She climbed beside me, pink dress flapping in the breeze, ice blonde hair falling over her porcelain cheeks and big blue eyes.
Oh. You're dead, Matilda.
I said to her, as though this were a point that needed to be made.
I know.
Salad fingers for the voice?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how do I do like robotic child. I know.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I reached for a block above my head, pulled and squared my feet. She climbed even with me.
Is Micah dead too?
She smiled playfully and gave me a flinching half shrug, like a child with a secret she's not supposed to tell. I realized then that she had freckles, that her skin didn't glow, that her mouth moved, and she was talking to me in a shrill little girl's voice, not a robotic monotone.
What do you need to tell me?
I asked.
Is it about Micah?
She shrugged and looked away. We climbed in silence, up and up and up the cinder block hill. How fucking tall is this? Finally, she spoke again.
2 twin skeletons on a spring day. Among the festering ruins, children laugh and play. Empty eyes and gumless teeth, he waits for you in a room beneath.
I nodded. It was a cute rhyme. There was a second verse.
You'll have a journey, a harrowing quest. If you do what I say, an enemy you'll best.
And at that, by the logic that only makes sense within a dream, I knew what I had to do. I had to complete the quest of the 4 grand adventurers. The daemon trapped Micah. It had hidden him away for 15 years, and I was tasked with his rescue. Matilda's rhyme was more than a rhyme, more than a silly jump rope chant like the ones I'd recited to her years before to make her laugh. It was a riddle. It was a clue.
What do you mean?
I demanded.
Do I need to
She's
go?
like shaking her. She's like grabbing her. She's shaking a cinder block.
She's just got the one hand grab. She's just like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so
Do I need to go to the place? Do I need to go to the place? Fucking Mathalude, do I need to go to the place?
Methalude, yeah. But Matilda had overtaken me. Her ankle hung at my eye level as she pulled herself further into the sky, into the clouds. Eager to catch up with her, I haphazardly reached and grabbed hold without looking. The cinder block wiggled under my weight, and my stomach dropped. My handhold came loose. I lurched, lost my footing, and fell backwards, loose cement toppling after me.
June 9th, 2017.
I woke with a start and a headache. Immediately, I grabbed the nearest piece of paper I could find, my old journal, and scribbled down the rhyme from my dream.
2 skeletons on a spring day. Among the festering ruins, children laugh and play.
Festering Ruins was easy. Oh, sorry, go ahead if you want to.
Festering ruins.
Was easy. Colonel Lewis, his yard, which hosted both a compost pit of rotting organic matter and the remnants of a forgotten construction project, where my friends and I used to play.
Twin skeletons.
Tommy and Micah? Maybe, but that didn't exactly help me. No. Twin metaphorical skeletons. The only two houses, exact doubles, that remained as they had been, both about to be torn down. Colonel Lewis's and mine. I ignored the part about the empty eyes and gumless teeth.
What waits for you in a room beneath?
We didn't have a basement, and neither did Colonel Lewis. We had a bunker. My dad built a shed over it.
No, we're gonna get in the bunker, bro.
Get in the bunker.
But I thought the whole thing
Yeah,
was
leads
filled
to the
with
chasm.
concrete. I thought the whole thing was filled with concrete.
I thought it was too.
So-
Maybe they just said that though.
Yeah, they just covered it up
Maybe
with
he
the
was
shed.
like, oh, dude, he did like the dad thing where he's like, I'll get to it.
Oh,
And then just like one day he's like, we're just gonna cover it.
Dude, what he does, he literally just took like 4 bags of concrete, stabbed them with shovels, sprayed it with a hose, and then built a shed over top of it.
Yep.
He never opened the bunker. He just laid concrete on top of it. It was like, good to go there,
the
chief.
Foundation, right? And he's like, yeah. Alicia left early. She'd planned on spending another day at the library, so I was home alone. Still, though, I felt almost embarrassed as I approached my dad's rickety old shed in the backyard. My psychotic break was already beginning. My palms were sweating, knees weak. I could feel blood pounding every time. We're going to do it every time. I could feel blood pounding in my wrists, and the vice grip on my sinuses hadn't abated. I'd flushed my morning Haldol dosage, and I could feel myself sliding into withdrawal. But as I jimmied the old rusty lock with a bobby pin, I would testify I was still thinking like a logical adult. Like a logical adult embarking on a scavenger hunt for a monster-fighting weapon dictated by a ghost girl she saw in a dream.
Oh, boy, bro. So, I
You
gotta
did a
say...
breakdown right there than we could have.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, one, I love that you just instantly did that. So, every time that happens in, like, Creepcast, Wendigoon makes that joke, too.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just so fucking... It's such a, like,
Do
a
they
creep...
really? Do they do that on there?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Yes, they do.
We might have to move away from it then.
No, it's
I didn't know
perfect
that.
because you're the guy that reads and he's the guy that reads and you just made the
Uh-huh.
same joke as him. I know you don't watch the show, but it's just kind of funny. I was like, look at Ben.
Yeah,
He fell in his role so nicely.
Yeah,
but
that's true. Without even knowing, I was
But-
born to do this.
it hits you with the palms sweaty, right? Which is always just such a classic horror line. It just every time it happens, you're like, come on. And then it does the Reddity thing. This is the most Reddity line we've had this entire raid. Like a logical adult embarking on like a scavenger hunt for a monster fighting weapon dictated by a ghost girl they saw in a dream. Like it's
You mean a 3'11" ghost girl that weighed roughly question mark because
dude.
because she's a ghost. Yeah.
It was absolutely fucking bonkers.
It was fucking bonkers. The shed's about to be bonkers. The shed was a small square room, maybe 10 by 10, with a work table running the length of the wall opposite the door. Above the work table were hooks and shelves. Below, drawers and cabinets with closed wooden doors. It was completely empty. Not so much as a spare screwdriver had been left in view. I cautiously climbed down the 3 squeaky wooden steps to the sunken concrete floor. Maybe the weapon was in one of the cabinets. Whatever the weapon was. I opened one cabinet, then the next, then tugged to open and shut the drawers. The only thing I found was a nest of disturbingly large earwigs. Then the door slammed shut. I jumped. I was engulfed in total blackness. My pulse, already strong and rapid, amplified to hammer strength. I turned around and around, batting the air, engulfed in frantic fear, stumbled up the stairs. My hand found the doorknob. I turned and turned, pushed, pounded, screamed and screamed. I was trapped. A flutter of small wings. I turned around and froze. By the light creeping in through the holes in the wood, I could barely make out the workbench or the walls. Something small and gray blocked the light, darted away. All of a sudden, the room felt smaller. The air felt heavier. I was not alone. Something was crawling up my leg. Something with weight. Tiny hands. I jumped. There was a tug on my hair, on my shirt, a nudge at my back, and then another bump and another. And then, with a sickening surge of anxiety, I realized the sources of those bumps were hanging on to me, crawling up my torso. Something warm and sticky pressed against the skin on the back of my neck. Yeah, she probably liked it. I shook, jumped up and down, fell to the ground, and rolled. There were more and more of them, heavier and heavier. Are these babies? Climbing on
Yeah.
top of each other, smothering me like an itching, creeping blanket. I rolled onto my back. I caught the light seeping in. I saw a gray gargoyle face, sunken black eyes, fangs, small wings hovering directly over my face. Oh, it's the doxies, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I lifted my torso, then was immediately and roughly slammed back down like an anvil had been dropped on my chest. The second before the light was blotted out, I understood why. Hundreds of them, thick as a cloud, huddling together. Others, wings folded, clinging to me like cockroaches. I thrashed violently, red, blinding pain, fireworks behind my eyelids. I'd hit my head on the lowest step, arms flailing wildly, reaching. My right hand collided with something solid, something metallic. The second burst of pain cut through my panic and jolted my mind back into logical working order. I remembered my journal, Tommy's drawing. They like dark, enclosed spaces. They lure their prey in. They're afraid of... With a dramatic swing, I dislodged the droxies from my right arm. I grabbed, crushed, flung. Something sharp clamped down on my hand. Paws against my jugular vein. I closed my eyes tightly, feeling her tiny fingers on my cheeks. Ew, the sickening buzz in my ears. Another violent thrash. My right hand was free. I reached into my back pocket. I grabbed my phone. I groped with my thumb. Here we go, victory by cell phone. Millennial. I don't know how long I pressed the home button on my iPhone before I realized the buzzing had stopped, and itchy little digits no longer clung to me. Itchy little digits, I see you. I opened my eyes. I sat up, madly surveying the shed with my blue-green beam of light. I was alone. The door creaked open when I turned the knob. Had it actually been locked? Or in my paranoid haze, had I somehow been rendered incapable of opening it all? I examined my right hand. No blood, no broken skin, not so much as a red mark. I remembered the solid metal object my right hand had collided with. Leaving the shed door open, I clambered back down. No, what if she got attacked again? And then, like, she goes back in.
It's just it's on
time.
yeah, it's just a fucking time loop. And she's like, "Welcome to my version of Groundhog Day, but it's a gargoyle molestation."
Gargoyle baby day. Knelt on the concrete floor, turned on the flashlight on my phone, and illuminated the crawl space behind the stairs. Nestled amongst sawdust and thick cobwebs was a small, forgotten shovel.
The dad killed what if her dad was the one that murdered the Micah, and there was
small
like
shovel, like that a preteen girl would be carrying around.
Oh, maybe she killed him again, dude. Maybe you're right with the
Damon,
twist.
bro. Ansley the Damon.
Dude, maybe
she gotta kill herself.
Oh, dude, maybe. Well, I don't know, dude. I feel like if it twists where she's the villain, I'm gonna be a little bit upset that if she murdered Micah.
Yeah, and if she murders Travis, gay Travis. And like, but if she was just up there like going crazy on the Ouija board and like Travis was like, "Holy shit, this has never happened before, brah," and she's just like
yeah.
You know, like freaking the fuck out on the thing. I don't know, man. Maybe she's got the head full of ghosts.
Yeah, dude.
John Tremblay reference.
Don't know who John Tremblay is. Did he
He's a contemporary horror writer. He writes like really fucked up books. My wife is like in love with his stuff right now.
I'll have to look
and this kind of reminds me of that, about like the you don't know if it's something supernatural or if it's some sort of like medical condition. He has a novel like that called Head Full of Ghosts that she just finished.
Yeah. She
Talking
fell.
myself here.
No, I was listening.
Oh no!
She fell.
No, I'm just fucking around. Anyway, no, I was just fucking around. No, save the baby, bro.
Yeah,
is that a Droxy?
There's a Droxy. I have a
now?
Droxy right now, dude.
Dude.
The whole time when it was saying little hands, there's a moment where my daughter grabbed my finger and pulled my arm around the back of the chair like it was supposed to. Well, dude, my shoulder felt like it was gonna pop out because I was trying to reach back so she didn't die, because she's just started walking, so I thought she was gonna like collide with
and
like
she's Marvel strong to everybody at home. She's a super baby.
Yeah, dude. Basically, but she was like, then she walked over to this side of the thing and like grabbed my arm, and then this side and grabbed me. The whole time is like, it's her little fingers, and you're like, is it a baby? And my baby's literally sitting here, hi. I don't know if you could hear any of that. I don't know what comes through, but the whole time, hi. baby? Because that's like her favorite word. That whole time, like you're just talking. As soon as you said baby, I'm like, yeah, no, I got a fucking Droxy right here, brother.
Yeah, when I was like, are these babies? And you're like, those probably aren't, but this one is. Like, I
This
have
one,
one IRL right here.
I definitely have a IRL baby fucking dealing with it. Well, on that
Well,
author.
sir, baby, just come on in and steal the show. We did all this reading, and the fucking the cute factor just jumped straight through the roof.
Exactly. The 0.2 seconds will allow my baby to be on screen. Actually, it was funny.
I got something cute. Let me look around.
I swear, if you pull your dick off, you're not ISO speed. You can't get away with it. You're like, isn't it just adorbs? And you're like, no, that is disgusting.
It's just the dwarves. No, I'll do the tuck. I'll do the whole
tuck.
Oh,
you'll do the tuck.
And Buffalo Bill it in front of things. You don't get demonetized for that.
No.
You don't get.
I think
you're allowed to Buffalo Bill.
I don't think you
what?
Are. I don't think doing the tuck's okay.
We need to protest.
I think maybe you could like CG or like crop it out. Do the Richard Pryor. Do the Richard Pryor and just crop it out. He did that for live TV. Or it wasn't live, but he did that for the Richard Pryor show, and it pissed off all the studio execs. On that author, what's like before we move on to the next part, what's something like what's like his big novel? Something I can like look into, or maybe the audience can look into and read. We can get some True Blay on the dick real quick.
It's Paul Tremblay, not John Tremblay. Paul Tremblay. Head Full of Ghosts. Dude, The Cabin at the End of the World. They just made this movie. Yes.
Was it good?
Yes. That's his big thing. My wife says not nearly as good as the novel. She said
they're never as
kind
good.
of disappointing.
Oh, was it disappointing?
But not even in that way. Not even in that way. She said like not even in the same way of like they changed a bunch of stuff and like they didn't do the details. Not even like that. She's like they changed a bunch of stuff. Like there's just a bunch of stuff that's different. So I like if you're gonna little baby hand raising up in the background behind you. I was gonna take my Droxy, dude. I was trying to warn you. But yeah, no. She said that the movie was okay, but a little disappointing, and the book scared the shit out of her. And now the Head Full of Ghosts, she also very highly recommends.
Okay, so I'll have to check those out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll send you some links.
There's also like another author that I actually own books of, but I don't even know what books I own by Dean Koontz. But another author that when I got into horror, I read Stephen King, and I was like, I'm gonna read some Dean Koontz. Never read a single Dean Koontz book.
I did the exact same thing when I was younger. I was super into Stephen King, and I was like, man, this guy's gonna be just as good. He's like almost as famous. He's like knockoff Stephen King. And then like I always psyched myself up, but then I learned later on that like all of his books kind of have a more like, well, most of his books have a lot more supernatural stuff to them. And I don't mind supernatural horror at all. I love supernatural horror even. But I like just scary stuff. Like it doesn't always have to be like but it's actually an angel or something like that. You know,
I never even cracked the book. I bought the book from like in the used section. I bought a couple of them from the used section after I read The Green Mile. I'm like, I had enough Stephen King for now. The Green Mile was a lot, so I'm gonna read some of this Dean Koontz guy. Bought 2 books, put them on my shelf, and never touched them. I think I read the back, said that sounds mildly interesting when I was like 13. Never opened them.
Yeah. There was another guy that I picked up way back then, Ted Decker. His books were so cool looking, and like they had like such neat plots on the back. They sounded like really hardcore. And it took me a few books to realize that this guy was like really Christian. Like his books were like really freaky and stuff. It was kind of weird, but they always were like, you got to believe in God, man. And like that would be like the end of the book would just be like believe in God or something. And I was
it's like going to a Three Doors Down concert.
Yeah, he did it to me once. At the end of the book, I was kind of like, okay, let me pick up this other one though and read this. This looks awesome. And I get to the end and I was like, you motherfucker, what are you doing, bro? And then I read the back finally, and it's like he's a Christian, Christian author. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if they can like intertwine that shit, I find that lore and stuff really interesting because I think that's like if you're talking about like books that have like the oldest lineage back, that's like one of the only pieces of history that explain it. Now I'm not like big, I'm Muslim, so I'm not even like Christian, but like I don't even like I think that it's really interesting to look at those books and like have like that crossover, and I think it's interesting when an author is able to like do
a Muslim horror novel would be fucking lit.
It's just Al Qaeda.
That's what. Yeah.
It's just the you open the book and it's like 2000s gore content. And you're like, oops.
Yeah, it's just live leak.
Yeah,
This is
you're like,
live leak.
this is just
It's a book of
live leak.
That's the novel.
But anyway, we should probably get to the next part 8
Yep.
or part 9. We are on part 9.
Part 8.
Okay, cool.
There were dead earwigs in my hair. I wanted to shower, but the faucet was running blood again. Instead, I took some aspirin to dull the crushing pain that shot from my sinuses straight through the back of my skull, lay down in bed, and tried to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I'd feel the Droxies crawling on me, the wasp-like buzzing of their wings echoing in my ears. I sat up, picked a little shovel up off the ground, and turned it over in my hands. It was about 3 feet long, the metal head turned white and brown with rust and calcium and mold. My weapon. My demon-slaying scepter. I really had no idea what Matilda expected me to do with it. The slam of the front door woke me up. Maybe woke me up. Because I'm not sure whether I were lying in my bed with the lights off, the door closed, the shades drawn, and my eyes fastidiously shut, or actually sleeping. The brash, violent knocks on my closet door came in. The first in the series would jostle me awake. I'd shoot upright and make sure the wooden dowel was still blocking the sliding door and the line of chocolate milk remained untouched. Then collapse, turn over, and cover my ears.
Help me, Andrew! Please come save me!
Micah's screams began with the second or third round of knocks. Desperate, life-pleading cries, becoming more and more animalistic the more I ignored. Heavy breathing, then high-pitched stridor, then silence. I smelled rotting vegetables, sweet mold, cut grass. Matilda was there. Might have been there. She was sitting in the corner of my room, playing with the shag carpet. I remember staring into her eyes. I was getting a little sick of her, honestly. If she was going to give me rhyming, she'd just get on with it. But it was Alicia, finally, who roused me. The front door slammed as she entered. I heard her padding over the shag carpet, turning on the kitchen light. My room was gray. Little peels of sunlight cut through the blinds. I pushed the shovel under my bed and found my phone. 5:45. I must have slept, because I'd been in bed for nearly 7 hours. I had 3 missed calls, all from Luke. He answered on the first ring.
Hans! Hey, I'm glad you called.
His voice was pleasant, inviting.
What's up?
I just wanted to apologize for yesterday.
He said shyly.
I shouldn't have freaked out on you like that. I have no right to tell you who you are allowed to talk to.
It's fine.
I said.
I get it. You don't want me to be, you don't want me to obsess.
You hungry?
He asked.
I've been in a lab at UCLA all day and I'm starving.
I like the way that you read this guy's voice, and then it keeps going back to the narration. So hot. They made me feel so comfortable with stuff like that. Like, we're like, what the fuck, Ansley? I was hungry. The headache I'd nursed all morning had dulled. Hold on. No wind for Ben. Alright.
What happened?
The ice cream truck was going by outside and just kind of parked right in front of my house.
Kidnapping children as usual.
Hopefully. Then they'll all be gone and they can move on to another fucking street.
So in full goblin mode. Take them fucking kids. I don't care. Leave me alone. I want peace and quiet, goddammit.
I'm moving. I swear I'm moving to a house. I vow. I was hungry. The headache I'd nursed all morning had dulled, and I felt unglued, lightheaded. I couldn't look at anything for too long before it would halo. I put my hands in my pockets, balled them, crossed my arms. I was suddenly very aware of my fingers. I needed food, and I didn't trust myself behind the wheel. Luke picked me up in his old Toyota. We went to the In-N-Out in the next town over. Fucking bucket list, bro. I want to go to In-N-Out so fucking bad.
In-N-Out is good. It's a little overhyped though. It's a little greasy. Like,
well, that's how I like it. You know that.
No. Yeah, you say that, but like, it's like, so here's the thing: In-N-Out's either fantastic or you get like diabolical diarrhea. Like, there is no in between. There is no in between with In-N-Out.
Oh shit. Okay.
Dude, honestly, like, out of like the West Coast like weird chains, The best one is kind of underknown. It's called Burgerville in Oregon. That place is pretty fire. Like it's
Burgerville? Okay.
Burgerville. It's like the one that owns Oregon. It's pretty good, but In-N-Out's like hit or miss. I like In-N-Out. Don't get me wrong. If I see an In-N-Out, I stop. I haven't. Speaking of like weird chains, I haven't eaten at like what's the one the Texas one that everybody like juju's over. They get all excited and shit. Whataburger. I have like a
Whataburger.
There's
Yeah,
a Whataburger in Tallahassee, and I still haven't eaten there. I just like haven't gone through the steps to eat at a Whataburger, so I don't know
I
how
know
that
the
compares.
closest one to me is like a little over an hour or something like that away, so I've never gone to one either.
Yeah,
But
yeah, White
no, I
Castle
can't
up
wait to
there.
get out there with you. I have White Castle. I have a few more like very weird local chains, but yeah,
White Castle's kind of fire though. White Castle is pretty fire. For those
one of our
sliders,
local chains is probably the most divisive local food in America. I think.
what is it?
Like, all right, so this one's only going on the paid Patreon shit. This one isn't for the fucking lurkers out there, but it's Skyline Chili. So it's
Skyline.
Cincinnati style chili.
Oh, I've had
It's-
that. I've had that.
Yeah, have you
So,
had it?
I haven't
What do you
had it
think
from
of it?
Skyline. I haven't had it from Skyline, but I had a buddy that was like lived in Cincinnati for a
Yeah.
while when I was in Oregon. He was a big Bengals fan, right? And so during the Super Bowl when the Bengals were there, he had us all over. We had Cincinnati chili dogs, and it's okay. It's okay.
I understand it. I swear I understand if you don't like them.
I don't hate it. Okay.
Yeah,
I think it's good. It's a little too sweet for me. I like a chili that reaches down and grabs you by the balls and says, "Hey buddy, we're going to bed tonight. I'm gonna lick your butthole the right kind of way." And you're like, "All right, buddy."
Do you like your chili like so thick that there's no soupiness to it? That you're basically eating like a solid bowl?
No.
No? Oh,
I like
okay.
it-
That's how I like my chili.
I like it that way when it's on like a chili dog. But when
Yeah,
I'm eating
yeah.
like when I'm getting like a good chili, I don't mind if it's a little soupy. I don't like
Okay.
because you know what you can do if it's a little soupy? Throw more cheese in it and
Or
it's
some
less
crackers,
soupy.
some cheese. Yeah, yep, exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I mean is I'll add so much cheese and crackers to my chili that it just turns into like a glop.
You
But
know.
anyway, all right. Yeah, the Cincinnati chili, man, you got to try that. Or, I know you already tried it, but you got to have some in person when you come up here. I'm gonna steal Jeff and ship him to me. Luke was in a good mood, of course, because they're going to In-N-Out. He told me stories about the research project he was working on for the summer, something about sleep disorders, and the crazy subjects who'd volunteered for the experiment. I didn't pick up much of it. Sometime between climbing into shotgun and the drive-thru, my hands had started shaking, and the temperature increased about 20 degrees.
He's just like, well, how much NyQuil can I give them? how long will what can they sleep through? We got Cosby
We're
here to
electrocuting
test
sleeping
it.
people.
They're doing Cosby sleep experiments. It's just like some
Yeah.
weird deranged sex
Oh my
stuff.
god, wait a second. Yeah. Dude.
He's like,
And she starts feeling like, dude, I wonder if she's about to pass out.
dude, what if he roofies her?
That's what he's like. I just got back from the sleep experiments, and she's like, "Oh, that's cool," and takes a drink of his drink, and then she's like, "Oh," he's like, "You stupid bitch." I was concentrating so hard on stilling my hands. I didn't notice where we were until Luke pulled into the parking lot of Allister Park.
I thought we could have a picnic.
He said,
It's such a nice day, and I haven't actually sat down here in years.
I didn't know how to argue without sounding like a freak, so I followed him to an empty picnic table. It couldn't be so bad. It was still light out, and children ran and screamed on the play structure while their parents shared cigarettes. The food helped. Yeah, cigarettes, right? They're over there smoking the fucking...
Yeah, brother.
Smoking a hog leg. Food helped. I mellowed out a little. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah.
Became capable of paying attention. Yeah, she took a drink. Became capable of paying attention to what Luke was saying. Regained the ability to communicate like an adult,
Listen, Ansley.
Luke said.
I get it. You're back here, you're seeing all these places again. You want to talk about Micah. You want closure, so have at it. Ask me whatever you want.
I thought about Micah's screams. About Matilda, the shovel, the quest. About Micah's little red sweater shoved in a crawl space and forgotten.
What was it like around here?
I asked him.
After Micah died, like, how did people react?
Luke closed his eyes, opened them, and ran a hand over his face.
Right after, the whole city became the Twilight Zone. People were terrified, you know? All of a sudden, there were parents hanging around schools, cops hanging around everywhere. I once saw a woman throw a shit fit because she lost her kid for 2 minutes at Walgreens. They found him hanging out around the next aisle over. How about school? How did the kids take it?
Luke exhaled slowly.
Everyone was crying. Even kids who didn't even know Micah got really emotional because it was their first actual experience in death, you know. And not like a death of an old person, another kid who was murdered.
Sell that last word so hard. I shuddered. I recalled those days, lying on my new bed in my new room in Miami, repeating the words to myself over and over and over in my head. Micah is dead. Micah was murdered. Micah is dead. And I'd missed Luke. I'd missed him so much it ached.
What was it like for you?
I asked him. He frowned, scrunched up his face like my query was something he'd never considered. For the first time, his eyes left me, focused on a point far away.
Lonely.
He finally said. Behind me, in the high grass separating us from the softball diamond, something moved. I glanced over my shoulder and caught a glimpse of a black paw. Luke was still talking.
Tommy's parents took him to Taiwan. I don't know the pronunciation on that. I don't want to be insensitive. For the summer, everyone else was really weird around me, probably because they knew Micah had been one of my friends. I spent all my time locked in my room, reading all those books I had about murders.
My attention was commandeered by the creature moving through the foliage behind me. I risked another look. A blue-black, faceless head poked out of the yellow thicket. Two thick, clay-like paws. Twisted, wrinkled shoulders. Black hole of a mouth, round and vibrating. Oh shit, you're not talking. I'd already be inside this thing. It shifted its head slightly, like adjusting a compass, calibrating, hunting its prey with some stronger sense to supplant its missing eyes.
Aunt, you okay?
I turned back to Luke. He couldn't see what I saw. A short distance away, the children obliviously continued their tag game.
Sorry.
I said. My hands were shaking again. I wondered if he noticed. Something cold and wet brushed against my wrist. The ant walker crouched immediately behind me. Its long black tongue hung out of its mouth. Almost dog-like, it nuzzled against my hand. It raised a toeless, flat paw. In daylight, awake, I could see veins and liver spots. I stood up, edged away. Luke was taking a swig of his soda. Calmly, cautiously, I walked to his side of the bench.
The sun's in my eyes.
I said. Red and blue lights and the wail of a siren. A police car flew down Fifth Avenue. The ant walker froze. Back arched, tongue dangling dumbly. Its blue-black flesh trembled. Another siren, louder, lower. The twisted humanoid legs splayed and wobbled, readjusted themselves awkwardly. Then the thing raised one vibrating appendage at its face. As a yawling red ladder truck came into view, the disoriented ant walker turned itself around and lumbered away, back into the tall, dry grass. When I was sure it was gone, I noticed how close to me Luke was sitting.
I told you how I went looking for Micah with my magnifying glass, right?
He smiled at me indulgently.
I think I was the only person in the whole town who honestly thought he was still alive.
It might have been those words, or it might have been the warmth of his leg pressed against mine, but I suddenly wanted to be even closer to Luke. Affection, arousal, washed over me like a steam bath.
I have another question.
Shoot!
Did you like me back then?
I started.
Did you, have a crush on me?
Luke gave me a sidelong glance. Then he burst out laughing.
Hans, of course I had a thing for you. Every guy in school had a thing for you. Funny, likes video games, Latina. You were like the pubescent fantasy girl.
that was that was bullshit. I've been I've been one of
The pubescent fantasy girl. Bro's been watching the worst kind of anime, dog.
this guy is funny. Yeah, that phrase came out of his mouth. That's a little sus. And you got to change the voice now. The that was bullshit. I'd been one of the guys back then. Too much of a messy tomboy to stir 12-year-old loins. I don't want to fucking say 12-year-old loins ever again. If I really had been some sort of pedestrian preteen Jennifer Lopez, I think I would have noticed. But Luke held fast to his bullshit. So I kissed him, tasting the flecks of salt at the corners of his mouth. Oh, God.
We're getting right into it, bro. We're getting right into it. She's gonna get her pussy cleaned by old Luke. She hasn't taken a shower in like 4 weeks. She needs that dick to clean out the sludge.
He's like, the sleep experiment's working. The chemical balance is perfect. Luke's bedroom hadn't changed much in 15 years. He said he had switched out the Power Rangers because it would have been weird to be naked underneath it. Luke dozed beside me.
What a pussy, dude. Dude, a Power Rangers like comforter would make me want to get naked underneath it. What are you talking about?
Right.
You're like, I'm gonna go power to that pussy. Like, let me
Power Ranger.
We gotta sync up. We gotta like pull our little rings out and clack them together while we have sex. You're like, wait until I pull out my mega sword. You know, below the waist down on the Black Ranger.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's the part he gets to take. Luke dozed beside me, rolled over, farted, facing the wall. I added the fart. His grandmother was gone for the day. He'd insisted, his hand groping under my shirt. She was out with his aunt, and they wouldn't be back until later that night. Quietly, slowly, so as to not wake him, I fished my panties off the floor and slid into. I fucking love that I get to narrate this. My bra ended up slung over a science fair trophy on his dresser. Oh, Jesus. As I plodded, barefoot, across the floor to retrieve it, Luke's Leviathan bookshelf caught my eye. The rows of paperback true crime novels were still there. The elementary school textbooks had been replaced with medical literature. There were also, this dude carves people, bro. There were also several framed photographs. Baby Luke, swaddled in a ducky blanket, asleep in his beautiful young mother's arms. A prom photo. Apparently Luke had gone with Madison Wong. A blurry, candid shot with a backdrop of brown hills and a dusky sky. Luke, Tommy, and me. A creak of springs. I turned around. Luke was awake, tugging on his boxers. He looked up at me and smiled.
I can't believe I just slept with Ansley Vasquez.
I snorted.
Was I on your bucket list?
He swung his 3 legs over the side of the bed. Hopped down, I added the 3. Hopped down and came up behind me. Oh, Jesus. I felt his arm around my neck, his fingers sliding over my nipples. Ribcage, belly, then under the elastic waistband of my underwear. I jerked away playfully.
Seriously? You want to go again?
Is that a rhetorical question?
I wiggled out of his grasp and picked up the photo of us.
Is this from that Linkin Park show we went to?
Luke took the frame from me, smirking.
Yeah, that's us at the Hollywood Bowl. God, 2002.
We were adorable.
I retrieved my bra and snapped it into place.
All the guys in school were so jealous of you and Tommy.
Luke replaced the photo on his shelf.
Dude, it was like a big thing. It was the first time any of us saw Asians on stage without fucking cello. You wouldn't get it.
I don't get it.
I shook my head.
We grew up in a Chinese enclave. If anyone was the butt of casual racism, it was me. Didn't I tell you about the time Brian Wu kept on insisting Cuba was a city in Spain? I had to show him a freaking map to make him shut up.
Brian Yu was a moron.
Miss Wopel asked what my family did for Cinco de Mayo. The same thing as you do because it's a Mexican holiday and we're not Mexican.
Okay, you have a point.
Luke reached for me and wrapped a hand around my neck, nibbled at my ear, fiddled with the clasp of my bra.
So no round two?
My mind was miles away, crouching on a wooden bench at the Hollywood Bowl in 2002. Thousands of teenagers shoved together like packing peanuts, and amidst all the stray elbows and screams in my ears and asses in my face, gross, clinging to Luke, his skinny arm around my shoulders, my hands in the pockets of his sweatshirt.
Micah hadn't been there. Micah wasn't allowed to go.
My bra snapped open, and I let it slide down my shoulders. I pivoted, turning away from blurry 12-year-old spiky-haired Luke to face his handsome, adult incarnation. Then his mouth was pressed against my mouth, and memories blurred to bliss.
And then you get a lot of sounds like that shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw him.
Like, oh,
That's
Ansley, I'm arriving.
Ansley's not making any of those noises, by the way.
Yeah, she's
Ansley's
kinda
just
like
sitting
laying
there.
there.
She's just like, He's just got steam coming out of his ears like the cartoon character I made him out to be.
Ansley, fucking Vasquez. Jolly good.
Jolly good show. Your poo nanny is in tip-top shape, m'lady.
This time, he was in my backyard. No, I'm misreading this. This time, she found me in my backyard. There we go. As it used to be. Lush, wild grass, jasmine hedges in all their glory. Instead of rotten vegetable waste, I smelled their delicious, vanilla-sweet flowers. We were playing on the swings, arching higher and higher, cool breeze against my cheeks, before dropping towards the earth. Back and forth, back and forth. Matilda's ice-blonde locks and pink dress billowed and fluttered. She was always even with me, always right by my side. Like, autistically even, like...
Yeah. Are you gonna show me where Micah's body is?
I asked her. She smiled.
Up, down, side to side. Who would have known so many places to hide? Can't make it through the front, so you'll have to climb. Nobody will find you hiding in the slime.
Back and forth, back and forth. I liked this dream.
Your weapon is powdery, quainy, and white. You find it where the dead children cry.
She giggled. We swung in silence. Then something in our rhythm changed. The jerks downward became uncomfortably choppy, accompanied by the groan of metal on metal. I was starting to feel nauseous. I tried to slow myself, but found that in my subconscious, gravity didn't work.
Matilda?
I said finally.
Why can't you just tell me where Micah is?
Another violent jerk. A sad, almost pitying frown settled on Matilda's face.
You already know.
The next thing I registered was the gray tiles of my bathroom, then the comforting plastic of the toilet seat as I retched, on my knees, expelling slimy globs of french fries and Diet.
June 10th, 2017.
The knocking started after my third round of regurgitation, when I was half convinced my stomach was empty, and shuffling unsteadily to what I prayed was undisturbed unconsciousness. I'd spent the previous evening in a numb, listless fog, buoyed by good sex and the lingering effects of Luke's palliative presence. Palliative.
He can fuck a long time.
He can fuck a long time, yeah. But hours later, lucky dog. But hours later, the crushing headache was back with a vengeance. It felt like my brain was too big for my skull, My face and hair were damp with sweat. I must have been scratching as I slept. My nails were bloody, and there were shallow cuts up my thighs. That's Luke. Luke did that. I could swear in the early morning light I saw the door shake. I felt the sudden urge to scream at the monster. No, Luke's... And to demand it
Dude,
stop
Luke's dead as fuck
exacerbating.
right
Yeah.
now, dude. Luke's dead as fuck.
You think?
Yeah, dude, I think she killed him. What? Like,
Dude, with the
if she-
scratches and shit. Oh.
yeah, dude, she
Oh.
went away with sweet bliss. So did she kill him?
Scratching
We don't
on her
know. We don't
thighs,
know.
so
We
she
don't.
suffocated him with the monkey, dude.
She woke up on the tile floor, and it didn't say it was a new day.
And
so
started just throwing up everywhere.
yeah.
Which is exactly what I do after I bury some. Anyway, I could.
I felt.
I had no longer feared it. Yeah, stop exacerbating the pressure in my head. I no longer feared it. I was convinced the thing couldn't dodge the dowel or cross the line of chocolate milk. But I was done with the shock value B-movie stunts. As though the cryptic poems weren't enough. The poem. What was the poem? I grabbed my journal and pen, went to the kitchen, and put on a pot of coffee. Maybe the caffeine would shrink my brain down to a normal size. I still heard the knocks down the hall. I really hoped Michael wouldn't start screaming. Pen in hand, I transcribed Matilda's poem word for word. I read it out loud, divided it into stanzas, mouthed each syllable, exercised my non-existent cryptography skills, and tried to find meaning.
Up, down, side to side.
I skipped that one.
Who would have known so many places to hide?
Somewhere I'd played hide and seek. The forest, where my last game had been against a pride of faceless ant walkers. My stomach did a flip.
Can't make it through the front, so you'll have to climb. Nobody will find you, hide in the slime.
Huh? I abandoned my amateur code breaking. I really doubted there was a more secret message hidden in the already unreadable lines. Apparently I needed something powdery, grainy, and white, so I was supposed to be looking for it where the dead children cry. The hospital. The hospital. The morgue. A graveyard.
Chuck
We
E.
didn't even have a
Cheese.
graveyard. Yeah, cheese, yeah. You find little powdery, grainy, white shit where the dead children are. We didn't even. Oh, she's gonna make the joke. Ew, fuck you. We didn't even have a graveyard in town. And where was the powdery, grainy, white? Powdered sugar? Cocaine?
You wanna
dug
get
through my journal.
down on the ground, cocaine,
Okay. Bow, bow. Alright, we're getting a copyright for that one. I dug through, because that was good. I dug through my journal. 11-year-old me was no help in solving the riddle, and neither was my inability to focus. My thoughts fluttered to swing sets and blue-black heads with no faces, and Luke's sinewy body rocking against mine. And I'd realized I'd read the same sentence 3 times.
What are you staring at?
Alicia jolted me from my half-waking state. She was still in sweats and a tank top, pouring herself a cup of coffee.
Oh, so
She's-
hot.
She sat across from me and looked suspiciously at the journal. I pulled it away.
Nothing.
The last thing I needed was Alicia asking questions. She leaned back, somewhat offended.
Fine.
Something bothered me about the way she eyed me. I remembered our unsatisfying conversation the day before.
Hey, Leash.
I said,
The day Micah disappeared, why didn't you go to the park with us?
her eyes narrowed. She batted a loose strand of hair.
Stop. Stop doing that hair twisty thing.
I demanded.
It's your fucking totem. When you're lying, I know it. Fucking opposing counsel is going to know it. Get that shit under control.
She stood up abruptly. She dropped the tuft of hair.
Ansley!
She started cautiously. My bad.
Why do you keep asking me about that day? Because I'm fucking sick of everybody messing with me.
I screamed. It was true. Until that moment, I hadn't fully mentalized just how frustrated I was. If it wasn't my sister during my waking hours, it was Matilda in my dream. No one could give me a straight answer. Alicia took a step back. I'm sure she noted my glistening forehead, my bagged eyelids, that twitch in my hands and nose had adopted, the unfocused dart of my eyes.
And you're not taking your meds.
I grabbed my journal, turned my back on her, and locked myself in my room. Super mature. The, the knocking had thankfully stopped. The coffee dulled the pressure in my head, but amplified my shaking. I dressed and brushed my hair. I'd wanted a shower, but didn't feel like waiting out running blood. I knew I needed to go back to my sister, play nice, convince her I was nice and sane and not a danger to myself, and that she didn't need to call the cops. But first, I needed to flush 2 more pills.
Jesus. Like, okay, I'm like, as I think at a certain point, like, okay, here's the thing. When Luke didn't notice the giant glob monster sitting, like, licking her fucking eyebrows, you gotta start taking your meds again, bitch. Like, a part of me...
Yeah, that was a little bit more of a giveaway, and now that she's finding these things that are like she's covering something up from herself, like when she's asleep, like she's fight clubbing
Yeah.
and becoming Matilda.
Yeah,
Matilda Durden.
she needs to get her shit together. Listen, lady, I don't want to be the guy that mansplains schizophrenia to you, but I will be the guy to say that if the doctor prescribed it to you and it was helping before, you should probably start taking it again. You're not in a good shape. You haven't taken a shower in like 4 weeks. The only thing that
I know, you're all
scrubbed
crusted
you...
up with Luke's cum.
Yeah, dude, she is cum crusted. Everybody thought Miss Lou was comely. She is covered in comely.
Well, yeah, she's just added to the roster because it was Alicia and Mrs. Lou. Only like a few ladies in this town.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
dude.
they're busy.
They're all getting fucking plowed out, brother.
And that's the way we're gonna deconstruct this. Gently. Alright, here we go. Part 9. The Starbucks, with its vanilla and cream smell and bumbling art of professional, was a more welcome reprieve than I'd anticipated. I'd apologized to Alicia. I hadn't slept well, I said. I'd made an appointment with the local psychiatrist my Florida doctor had recommended. She nodded, made me promise to stay home and sleep, and left for the library. I guess I'm a better liar than she is. Maybe I should go to law school. Nah. When the throng of business casual zombies cleared, I saw a familiar face behind the counter. She is a business casual zombie. She's a fucking teacher.
Yeah.
Don't be like when the squares left. I don't care. That was. I hadn't immediately recognized him with his blonde locks covered by a cap.
Travis, you work here?
He grinned at me.
Hamsley! Oh, shit, I was going to call you.
So this is your day job? Ghost hunting doesn't pay the bills?
My sizzle reels on YouTube.
He said.
Any day now, you're gonna like see me on Sci-Fi.
His eyes widened.
By the way, I wanted to like tell you I found some drawings in our attic. I'm pretty sure they were done by that girl you were talking about. I think her name was like Mathlade or something.
Yes, we found a use for it.
Did you find any white and grainy up there by any chance?
What? The words sounded ridiculous as I said them. Travis frowned.
What?
Never mind.
Speaking of Matilda, I actually wanted to ask you something.
Matilda. Fuck yes. Fuck yes, bro. He looked at me suspiciously.
The other night, were you like pushing that placard?
What if she thinks that pushing the planchard, because her stomach's about to drop here, but what if she thinks that the pushing the planchard means having sex with fucking Luke or whatever?
Dude.
Like, she thinks it's a total euphemism. My stomach dropped. The nausea of the morning made its second appearance.
No.
Oh, she's morning sick, bro.
Dude, she's already pregnant. It's not that fast. We gotta be real. It's not that fast. It's not next
It was
day.
2 rounds.
Yeah, 2 rounds of Jose Cuervo doesn't mean you're drunk. That song goes on for like another 10 bars, and then starts over.
I said, yeah.
Why would you ask that?
He grabbed my hand and led me to a table, sat across from me, and leaned in conspirationally.
I tried again.
He said.
I tried to contact her 3 more times on my Ouija board. I did the exact same thing we did together. Same candles, same incense, even the same time of day. Nothing. The planchard didn't even shake. So I like tried scrying.
Scrying?
I tried
Scrying.
scrying. Then I had Warren hypnotize me.
I snorted.
Your boyfriend's a hypnotist? Amateur. The point is I got nothing. And the only variable is you.
He gave me the same look Alicia had an hour before. The look Luke had given me countless times. Travis. The guy touting the legitimacy of hypnotism, scrying. The single person in my orbit who never once implied I was crazy.
For the love of Christ, man.
I laughed, suddenly taken by the ridiculousness.
We both felt the same thing that night. It moved like a fucking hamster.
He sighed.
You're
Nodded.
right. Something weird happened that night, and you were as freaked out as I was.
He giggled.
When my show gets picked up, maybe you and the ghost of Matilda dude can be in my first episode. I'll make an appearance. Or you can go back to your haunted video store, you know, where your friend heard the little murdered boys crying. Maybe Sci-Fi Geeks will buy your stupid story.
It took me a good 5 seconds to process what I just said.
It's too lame. You can't go with us.
Micah and I sat on... Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad. You do these. Yeah, my bad.
It's too lame. You can't go with us.
Micah and I sat on the back porch, soaking up the last... Oh, Jesus.
Leave it.
Micah and I sat on the back porch, soaking up the last of the late afternoon weekend sun. Tommy was at basketball practice, and Luke's math field day team met on Saturdays, so it was just the two of us.
Yeah, it sucks.
Micah chirped. His voice was still the voice of a little boy.
They don't even cuss or talk bad about women.
I continued ranting.
It's not like we're ever going to a corn concert.
My mom's scared there's going to be people doing pot and I'll get an asthma attack, he said.
How did your parents even let you go?
My mom called Tommy's mom, I explained.
Since you're not going to Tommy's cousin had an extra ticket, and she said I could give it to Alicia. My mom said that if Alicia went, then I could go.
Oh. We sat in silence, watching the shadows elongate under the swing set. Micah, normally a chattering wind-up toy, had been uncharacteristically reticent. Thank you. I fucking could not get through that word. Reticent and morose all afternoon, prone to fits of angst-riddled staring. If Tommy and Luke had been around, their banter would pad the silence. But alone at dusk on a Saturday, Micah's personality shifts was an impossible to ignore.
Dude, what's your deal lately?
I finally asked. Micah looked up at me, thick curly bangs falling over his brown eyes.
You're moving,
he said, almost a whisper.
Yeah,
my family's pending cross-country relocation had hung in the air like a persistent hum in faraway lawnmowers since the previous summer. It was anything but a secret to my three best friends, but it seemed a distant consideration. With schoolwork, video games, and our plot to defeat the Daemon serving as a more present concerns, the march of time towards the planned June departure had been easy to ignore. But Micah saw the boxes on my bedroom floor. My mom was in the process of cleaning out the closet, once stuffed to the gills with old clothes, kids' toys, and assorted flotsam and jetsam that didn't fit anywhere. If the reality of the situation hadn't sunken in before, it did that Saturday afternoon.
You'll still have Tommy and Luke,
I said comfortedly.
I guess.
Micah frowned.
Luke's going to be in the 8th grade. He won't want to play with me anymore.
Micah's lip quivered. and I suddenly had an impulse to reach out for him, to take him in my arms and cuddle him like a stuffed bear. Then I thought of something better.
We need to kill the demon before I move.
The next hour passed in a sustained burst of energy. We rolled silver polymer clay into stone-like dowels, pitched the ends, and mounted the resulting pikes on golden hilts assorted with the remaining colors. Mine a green and black rabbit, and Micah's a bright red scorpion. As my mom, eager for a break from from sorting sawdust-coated baby clothes into the keep and donate piles, baked our creations in the oven, Micah and I hooked the Ethernet cable to my family's boxy PC.
It's a full night,
I exclaimed. Outside, against the settling dusk, we gathered creamy white jasmine while babbling snippets of strategy.
You and me will battle against the Antwalkers with our swords, I mused. So long as we touch the indestructible magic phone, they can't suck our souls. Then Tommy can climb into the trees and look at the fuzzy lime bushes.
They can't pass the fuzzy lime bushes, Micah reiterated. And we're going to be fighting them off. Woot goes in with a flashlight and scares away the Droxies.
And Tommy can have a star sign juice just in case we don't kill the great bagworm.
After jasmine, we gathered avocados fallen from from our neighbor's tree and rotting in the dirt. Then ivy leaves and elderberries on the porch, and we mixed them with our bounty with salt, Capri Sun's, Go-Gurt, Sunny Delight, and Alicia's cool blue Gatorade. Alchemy transferring raw ingredients into invincibility serum. Ice liquid, which would freeze the demon's fire breath on contact. Marigold pea, to throw off the Droxies who were attached to the smelly, or who were attracted to the smell of urine. Elixir of healing, and diarrhea guacamole, to be smeared in the demon's eyes. And still, swords in hand, we chanted to the full moon, towards the glowing orange eyes we couldn't see, but we felt in our bones, to encounter the call of the daemon. A deep guttural growl we knew we heard, rippling through the still night air. That night I was a warrior, a hero, a being capable of staring down otherworldly monsters and walking away victorious.
I definitely didn't walk away from that Starbucks feeling like a warrior. I felt overwhelmed and a little sick. As soon as I got home, I pulled out my journal and looked over Matilda's rhyme again. Now that I had one piece of the puzzle, I almost said Matilda. Now that I had one piece of the puzzle, the others readily tumbled together.
Up, down, side to side.
Like a joystick. Like the arcade games Kevin Gideon kept at Atomic Video.
Oh, I'd have known so many places to hide.
The crawl space, where he'd hidden Micah's sweater and inhaler.
You'll find it where the children cry.
Matilda was sending me to the abandoned, under-construction storefront that had once been Atomic Videos, to look for something powdery, grainy, and white. I spent the rest of the day scheming and discarding, strategy after strategy, to complete phase rat me. Sneaking into my own shed was one thing. Breaking and entering in the grown-up world, contending with the possibility of witnesses and the probability of a security system, called for significant leveling up. In the end, I came back to the only criminal trick I had in my arsenal. Jimmy the lock with a bobby pin and pray there wasn't an alarm. I binge-watched animated movies on my laptop for family crap with lots of talking animals and primary colors, until the bright spots dancing in the corner of my vision. Then I went to the mall. It wasn't crowded, but the shadow people kept on peeking out from behind the small pods of browsing retirees and children and women with strollers. I was itchy. She's tweaking the fuck out,
Jesus,
bro.
bro. She needs to take her medicine, dog. This is getting
Like,
bad,
I took a
bro.
big old smack off the bubble and then walked into the mall.
Dude, I like
I'm going to steal all the cell phone covers.
I like that we talked about if people kept harping on the schizophrenia thing, it would be like annoying. But I like that it has become a part of the monster, and that's
Yeah,
what
I kind of like that too.
I was wanting that, and I kind of had a feeling it was going to go in this direction. But like, and I think that's why it's so important to harp on it early, is because now we're seeing like that idea of her becoming like such an unreliable narrator.
She's definitely an unreliable narrator. At this point, we're theorizing that she might even have something to do with the deaths and appearances.
Oh, 100%. I'm
She
feeling like
she is the daemon.
She is the daemon, bro.
I was itchy all over. Then I found a big black dog with floppy hair. Penny. I tried to grab the dog, but it ran into the
You stop after big black dog. You just went boom, J.C. Penney.
I found a big black dog with floppy ears and no tail under the clothes racks at J.C. Penney. I tried to grab the dog, but it ran into the shoe section. I looked under the chairs and display tables then flagged down a salesgirl. She looked at me like I was on drugs, which she isn't. So I deduced that there had never been a dog, and coming to the mall was a bad idea. By 11:30 at night, my mind was slightly calmer. Alicia had gone to bed. I considered taking the shovel for a good 10 minutes before concluding that would be idiotic. I thought about taking a knife for another quarter hour. I decided it wasn't a completely stupid idea, but in that rather likely case I was caught, I didn't want a weapon. In the end, my entire toolkit fit in my pocket, a few bobby pins and my cell phone. I slipped out, shut the front door quietly, and drove. In classic suburban style, every business in town was... As I pulled into the shopping center, I noted, with some relief, that even the McDonald's had shut its drive-thru. That was the only one I was worried about. Those rats at McDonald's. I doubted anyone would be taking a midnight stroll through the empty parking lot. Then, I remembered that some jobs require hanging around empty parking. A boxy ambulance stalled right in front of the storefront I planned on breaking into. Fuck. I pulled into the nearest parking spot and turned off my car, praying they hadn't seen me. Maybe I was overreacting, I thought. Maybe they were EMTs from the local BLS outfit, not firefighters, and definitely not cops. Still though, they couldn't ignore a shaky white chick, she's Latina, prowling around a strip mall, and they wouldn't hesitate to call the authorities if they caught said shaky white chick jacking a lock with a bobby. Why did they... That's weird. Why did they have to be parked directly in front... Why did they have to be parked directly across from formerly Atomic Videos? I leaned back in the driver's seat. My second weapon would just have to wait a day. There was a tap at the passenger side window. Matilda was standing outside. I blinked. I pinched myself. I breathed in deeply, and didn't smell Colonel Lewis's compost. When I looked back, Matilda was no longer at my window. More confused than frightened, I climbed out of my car and saw her standing a short distance away, leaning against the wall of Ralph's. With one dainty finger, she beckoned to me. I went to her. She ran off, along the far side of Ralph's. I followed her fleeing form, her ice-blonde hair catching the waxing moonlight like flax. I followed her around the supermarket, past the loading dock and the row of blue dumpsters, behind the strip mall, to the back lot. A narrow dead-end alley with a single row of parking spaces, squished between the black stucco of the structure and a high brick wall. Only employees ever parked back there, and few of them. Like deja vu, I knew where I was going. I recognized the little blue door that was the employee entrance to Atomic. But Matilda ran past it, ran as far as the dead end, a lower perpendicular cinder block wall. There was an office complex on the other side. I noticed another trash dumpster there, a smaller one that would need to be rolled to the other side of Ralph's on trash day, because there was no way a garbage truck could fit in the alley. Matilda climbed on top of it. From the dumpster lid, she hopped onto the cinder block wall. She looked back at me, porcelain smile angelic. Then she jumped. I ran after her. Breathing through my mouth, I mounted the dumpster, stop using language like this, and peered over the wall. Unsurprisingly, Matilda was gone. I was on my own. Surprisingly, though, the rush of deja vu came again. I knew what I was doing. There was a narrow valley between the side of the strip mall and the wall. I balanced atop the cinder blocks and took small, cautious steps toward a little ladder mounted on the outer side of the complex. I clambered up the ladder. I was on the roof.
Can't make it through the front, so you'll have to climb.
Staying low, I scurried along the roof until I came to a handle. I pulled the handle. A trapdoor opened. I'll spare you the details of my rat shit line shimmy through the horizontal air. I will say that I considered shimmying backwards, climbing down the ladder, hopping off the dumpster, driving home, and watching Friends until the sun came up at least 5 times. And it wasn't really a long crawl. I was terrified of running into a lost creature of the creeping variety, and hosted horrific visions of the trapdoor slamming shut and locking behind me, and my starved, liquefying corpse being found by some unfortunate construction worker when I started to smell. You already smell. You haven't showered.
Yeah, she hasn't showered in days. She literally got fucking plowed out, and she's still grimed up, brother.
And decided to not shower after.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Vasquez. It was dark. The light from the open trapdoor did little to cut through the metal tunnel. Then something quivered under the weight of my palm. I dislodged a loose ceiling tile. I lowered myself to the surface below me. Luckily, a carpenter's table ran on rather than the floor. I was in a small, unassuming, undecorated room. It had once been the adults-only section of Atomic Video. Snuck into the porn store.
Hell yeah. Based.
Then I had...
She's like, I need to watch myself some, fucking, what, this was like 2000s? Ooh, Riley Reid. Or not Riley Reid, fucking Sasha Grey. Boom, hit it with that Sasha Grey. Or like...
That's what it is, old Sasha Grey posters.
Yo, what was the chick from Zack and Miri? Katie Morgan.
Oh yeah, that was the lady that acted in it, right?
Yeah, Katie Morgan.
Yeah.
She used to do that Showtime thing, bro, where she would sit naked on a stool and explain sex to people. Do you remember that shit?
I don't. I never had Showtime growing up, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I had to go find my dad's old mag.
Yeah, it was like straight up. Was there a white? Did that just flick white behind me?
It did, yeah. Yeah, the light just flickered behind you.
Like my TV just like looked like it turned on.
Yeah. It's just the Chinese. Don't worry. Yeah, there it goes again.
What the fuck? Oh, the PlayStation
Haunted
controller.
router.
Dude, it was my wife unplugged the PlayStation controller, bro, and it turned my TV on. I gotta fucking turn that off because the noise is gonna come through. I was a little fucked up on that one, bro. Bro, tell me
We
that
made fun of Matilda too many times, dude.
fucking Mathlude's
We have
coming
a
for my
haunted
ass,
router.
bro.
We put way too many creepypastas through our computers, and now we really have haunted routers. Then, I had a nauseating thought. Micah's red sweater and prescription inhaler were found stuffed in crawl space behind a dislodged ceiling tile. This was the crawl space. Matilda had led me to the crime scene, the place where the pivotal piece of evidence in my best friend's kidnapping investigation had been hidden. I climbed off the table. I wandered into the main area of the store. The paneling on the walls had been pulled away, and the floor was bare plaster. Was I about to stumble upon Micah's decomposed remains? My blood pressure rose, then logic kicked in. The storefront had been remodeled numerous times since Micah's disappearance, after the police had been over every inch of it. If Kevin Gideon found a place within Atomic Videos to hide the violated body of Micah, it would have been found long ago. The store was your typical cluttered construction site. Work tables set up and littered with abandoned tools, dislodged insulation, half-finished water bottles, unopened packs of tiles piled in a corner, torn out wood paneling strewn across the floor. My second weapon was easy enough to find. There were 3 bags of powdered concrete tossed against an eviscerated wall. One was open. I stuffed handfuls in my jacket pockets, leaving me covered in floury dust. This had to be it. I could see nothing else powdery, grainy, and white. I had no idea of what use powdered concrete could possibly be against the orange-eyed tree monster, Matilda was apparently prepping me to fight. Actually, I had no idea what purpose the semi-legal scavenger hunt served at all. Matilda could have just sent me to a Home Depot. As I puzzled over my ghostly companion's intention, I heard something. Something that sounded a lot like a large form sliding through the air vent. My heart pounding, I ran back to the back room. No, it's written that way. Then my body numbed. Something, hung like a demented slug, halfway out of the hole in the ceiling. And you just hear the building like, "Brrr."
Dude, it's just farting noises.
Yeah, it's just the building's taking a shit. I don't know why I fucking went straight there with it, but the Dingleberry Monster. Blue and gray mottled fingers attached to rotting arms. Moldy skin hung off ragged grayish bones. Torn blue shirt, drenched in blood, stuck to a wrinkled gray torso. Dripping maggots from a fermenting hole, like your mom, exposing cracked ribs. Face. What had once been a face, mottled blue. Lips eaten away. Swollen black tongue lolling from a decomposing exposed jaw. Stringy dark hair coated with congealed blood. Right above its cauliflower, nibbled right ear was a violent crack, leaking gray liquid mixed with blood. Its yellow, bloodshot eyes were alive. Those eyes. I still see them when I close mine, and I know I always will. In the moment, though, what horrified me the most was that the person, the thing, the decomposing zombie that had followed me to an abandoned construction site at midnight was someone I once knew. Kevin Gideon. Bum bum bum. As I stood, frozen in horror, Kevin, the Kevin thing, dropped like a persistent cockroach onto the same carpenter's table as I had, catching itself with its hands. The force of the landing, with a sickening crunch, forced its ulnas through its ragged skin. A smell like rotting meat assaulted. Zombie Kevin kept moving. Like a smashed insect, he dragged himself across the table with a rotting hand. His legs, wrapped in jeans stained with dark substance, didn't appear to work, hung uselessly behind him. His yellow maniacal eyes fixated on him. When he made the drop from the table to the floor, I ran. I ran like a horror movie vixen. Okay. Stumbling over discarded paneling, front door, the locked front door, the lock I couldn't find. I looked behind me, and back into Zombie Kevin's eyes. He was making progress across the wooden planks. Overtaken by hysteria, the stink of Zombie Kevin's putrefying body unbearable, I screamed again and again, rattled the door, kicked, screamed for somebody, anybody. Something grabbed my ankle. I whirled, stumbled, fell, and landed on my ass. I was eye to eye with the thing, his hand icy and moist, wrapped around my bare flesh. He opened his mouth. Maggots dripped onto my shoes. Through the massive hole in his skull, I could see insects rot. I pulled back my free leg, aimed my foot at the ruined mouth. With a snap, I connected. I felt pressure, sickening moisture, and then the head was skittering across the exposed concrete floor. The grip on my ankle abated. The body collapsed. Bugs, ants, worms, and beetles crawled out from the gray-green, fleshy nub the head had once been attached to. I leaned back on my hands, away from the deluge of insects. My fingers brushed something. A latch at the bottom of the door. I turned it. In one movement, I pulled myself to my feet with the handle and pushed. I half-stepped, half-fell into the night air, slamming the door behind me. A minute of frantic hyperventilating later, I remembered the brick-shaped ambulance that forced me to seek out the back entrance in the first place. It was no longer there. Besides my car, the parking lot was empty. It was possible they'd been sent out on a call. But I had a sneaking suspicion there was never really an ambulance at all. Just like there was never... I pulled the door open. I surveyed the disorderly construction site and found no maggots, no crawling bugs, no leaking decapitated body, no decomposing head.
Just a dream. Just a dream.
Then it came, echoing across the empty parking lot. Over the dark rooftops, a groan, a roar, a ground-shaking howl like a freight train. The call, ageless and endless, forever malevolently furious of a monster awakened.
Boom, bro. Oh my god, dude. So good.
Good stuff.
So good, dude. Dude, it's crazy.
So,
what?
did she just have to go to the video store to experience the Kevin hallucination?
I guess.
Okay.
The way I see this so far is like the way this is written, and I've said this from the beginning, is very much novel-like, and you're
Mm.
going down this rabbit hole with her. She's Alice going down the rabbit hole. So things that like right now, like that kind of felt like a little out of place, but at the same time, it's almost like the malevolent spirit of Kevin is still in the store, and that's why all these shops keep failing. He just
Yeah.
shows up and he's like, "You think you can put a fucking hookah store where my jerk off spot used to be? Fuck you, pussy!" And then he like scares everybody out, and then they have to leave. And all the time, it's just been the mall owner under a fucking Scooby Doo mask.
It's been that.
But I at the same time, I
You're
think
not getting in my meat beaten sanctum.
yeah. So like I think that it was kind of like to show the point that like there's a malicious spirit kind of vibe. But at the same time, I'm having so much trouble buying the narrator at her word at this point. I
Oh
really
yeah,
am. It's
definitely.
so bad. She hasn't showered in a very long time.
Yeah, she reeks of jizz.
Yeah, and like not just that, dude. She just crawled through rat shit.
Yeah,
She's rat shit, piss, jizz, and bo. Like, she's in a rough state of mind, brother. She needs to like regroup and rally her life together. At this point, dude, I would have showered in the blood. I'm not gonna lie to you. After
Yeah, I
like,
think I would have taken a blood shower.
I would have taken the blood shower.
What's it
Anything.
going to add? It can only take away.
Yeah,
She's covered
dude.
in so much. Dude, she has like the dead bugs in her hair and stuff.
Yeah,
Did
dude.
Wait a second. Did the guy fuck her with the dead bugs in her hair?
Probably.
The
Either
guy
way,
fucked her with the dead bugs in her hair.
do you think that's gonna stop him? You really think Luke's been waiting for this moment since like third grade, brother? He would have,
That's true.
dude. And the fact that she's still like attractive, supposedly, I'm guessing because of the story, is the fact that he's like, she stinks a little bit, but this is a win for me, man. This is my dream. I've been thinking about this since before Linkin Park was a band, brother.
Or Lincoln Park.
My first erection was for Vasquez, and I don't care if there's a little slime I gotta knock out of there before I hit it. I'm hitting that bitch, brother.
He's like, fixed on the Tina I can since you. So, if I can. Like, they all have a little. Never mind.
Part 10. June 11th, 2017.
I awoke at 10 to sunlight streaming through my blinds. My head wasn't throbbing, my brain wasn't swollen, my hands weren't shaking, and I wasn't drenched in sweat. For a moment, I was relieved. The physical portion of my withdrawal seemed to be over. Then I kicked my legs over the side of the bed, and pain shot from my left foot to my thigh. I poked at my ankle. It was red and tender, and there were 5 purple bruises wrapped like the fingers of a skeletal hand. Face. Fucking Luke was going crazy. As I sat on the toilet, waiting for the blood running from the tap to dissipate and leave clean water in its place, I massaged my ankle and went over, again and again, what I'd done the night before. I'd seen the decomposing, reanimated corpse of Kevin Gideon. He'd grabbed me. The bruises I could blame on my subconscious, mind over matter, stigmata, and whatnot. But why? If Matilda's ultimate goal was to lead me to Micah's body, I couldn't see the point of luring me to the place his body was, quite obviously, not to be accosted by the B-movie version of the guy everybody, shaky evidence aside, currently assumed killed Micah. Shaky evidence was the point. I forgot about my shower. This
Again, dude.
rancid,
So
dog.
gross, brother.
Grody ass.
Dude, she crawled through rat shit. Take a fucking shower. Dude, I'd take the blood. Dude, I can't go a day without showering, bro.
No.
I
no.
need that shit, dog. And this bitch is like a week, bro. Covered in rat shit. Sex juices. Fucking,
Zombie hand.
zombie juices.
She was grabbed by a corpse, and she's
Yeah.
like, I decided against the shower.
Yeah, dude, gross.
What the fuck, dude?
Bitch, you foul. Bitch, you foul.
I returned to my room and changed. And why is she even changing at this point?
Yeah, dude.
And
The
Google
flies
Kevin
will
Gideon.
fly around your clean clothes.
I did it with a fresh set of eyes and a new theory. The cops initially went apeshit over the pictures of swimwear-clad little girls found in Kevin's AOL inbox. But later, it was revealed the pictures had been sent by a cousin. She intended to buy little Tiffany Gideon a bathing suit for her birthday and wanted Kevin's opinion on which one Tiffany would like.
That's fair.
I'm buying it.
Well, I mean, that's
Alright,
fair.
fine.
If they literally look at the emails, like, oh, we got this motherfucker, and then it's like the caption says, which one should we get for your niece? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
It's
They're
like,
well, shit.
Oh, we didn't get him. Fuck.
Yeah, we got it. Damn. Back to the drawing board. A few local mothers were quoted as complaining that he'd inappropriately picked up or put his arms around their sons, but no one had seemed particularly bothered by it until after Micah's disappearance. And when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. For all intents and purposes, the evidence amassed wasn't even shaky, it was non-existent. They didn't have a squirt of fresh semen
Dude.
or a drop of blood. Bro,
if
why?
they don't have semen, bro, that's like how
That's
how they get every crime solved in CIS.
You could have just said they didn't have a drop of semen or blood. They didn't have to say they didn't have a squirt of fresh semen.
Dude, no,
Dude, what the fuck?
I love her writing because it's all so fucking sexual without being sexual. It is the most like, you're like, as it dripped into my mouth, I tasted the orange juice that I just pulled out of the fridge.
Everything is orifices and tentacles and shit like that.
Dude, this is the most fucking sexual, non-sexual. Like, the sex scene wasn't even a sex scene. Like, it skipped the actual sex stuff, but then everything she writes is, like, absolute euphoria.
She was standing there having a fucking conversation with the guy while he was just batting her titties around like a cat.
Yeah.
Which, relatable, but anyway. They'd searched every inch of Kevin's apartment, his car, atomic video, and all they'd come up with was Micah's favorite red hoodie and inhaler, shoved in the same air vent crawl space I'd shimmied across the night before. It was suspicious. It was, at least in the court of public opinion, damning. If something horrible hadn't happened to Micah Wall while he was under Kevin Gideon's supervision, why would Kevin have hidden the jacket and inhaler? Guilty people hide things. So why did they find the hoodie and the inhaler, but not Micah? The working theory made no sense. If Kevin Gideon had, in the time between Micah's murder and the issuance of a search warrant, managed to hide his body so effectively that 15 years later not so much as a hair had been found, why hadn't he hid the remaining scraps in the same place? Why shove them in the archetypical primetime cop drama hiding spot when, apparently, he was the premier body disposal expert in the county? He could have burned the hoodie. He could have chucked both the hoodie and the inhaler out the window along the 210. Fuck that. He could have tossed it all in the dumpster I'd used as a stepladder the night before. What kind of murderer leaves damning evidence hidden in a crawl space above a dislodgeable ceiling tile? A couple of them have. I'm not getting bogged down by this. The kind of murderer who wants to make somebody look guilty. I also found a Pasadena Star News article detailing Kevin Gideon's death.
Suspected child murderer killed in parking lot brawl.
Very intense news article.
This is written by the New York Times.
Yeah. We ain't no pussies over here. We're not. Star News.
We're the Pasadena Star News. We aren't pussies like the New York Times. We write everything with grits.
An unknown man had accosted Kevin as he walked to his white Civic, 2 Slurpees in hand. Kevin told him to fuck off. The man fucked off and came back with a Louisville Slugger. The 7-Eleven staff called 911. By the time the paramedics arrived, Kevin was seizing on the asphalt in a pool of blood and spilled sugar water, both legs broken, a gaping hole in his skull. 9-year-old Tiffany Gideon had been found sprawled across Kevin's chest, begging her daddy to wake up. Ah, fuck. The mysterious assailant fled. They never caught him. I doubt they made much effort. The picture that accompanied the story showed little Tiffany halfway through an anguished howl, restrained by a female police officer. Her face, bearing uncanny similarity to the rotting, worm-eaten face I'd stared into the night before, was swollen and streaked with tears, her light-colored tunic dark with her father's blood. I'd known Tiffany. She was 2 years younger than me and went to a different school, but, like me, spent many afternoons in her father's shop. I'd see her, quiet and demure, sitting cross-legged in a corner behind the register, working through math problems. We played Pac-Man together, talked about Britney Spears and the Babysitters Club. I knew why Matilda sent me to that empty storefront, why I'd seen the ambulance prompting my MacGyver entrance. I doubted I even needed the powdered concrete, now leaking from my jacket all over the carpet. No, I needed the demonstration. She was trying to show me just how easy it would have been for somebody to creep along the crawl space as I had, and leave Micah's red hoodie there for the police to find. Someone, or something.
The Troxies are servants of the Daemon. They do his bidding. They're like small and enclosed spaces.
My phone rang. It was Travis's number.
Ainsley, I thought you were coming over last night.
Fuck. I had been. Distracted by the task of breaking and entering, I'd completely forgotten my morning discussion with Travis. The pictures. Matilda's pictures.
God, I'm sorry, man.
I said to him.
I'll come over in 5 minutes.
I'm walking into Starbucks right now.
Said.
I've got pictures in my car, though, if you want to come and grab them from me.
The closet monster was awake.
I'm on until 8.
Travis continued. I decided I could do with a coffee.
I rushed into Tommy's room, a pit of dread burning in my stomach. I felt blood pouring in my wrist, and my ears were ringing. I can't go to the concert, Micah explaining our plan to circumnavigate the Antwalkers to Tommy and Luke. Stopped talking. All 3 boys stared at me in the doorway. Nokia flip phone in my hand and eyes watering. I can't go to the concert, I repeated. Lexi Chambers just called me. She asked if she could come over and use our computer and type her life science report. Tommy raised his eyebrows. And I'm in her life science class, I practically yelled. And the report is due this Friday. I thought it wasn't due till next week.
I think these guys are a lot older than I'm making them. I thought they were children, but I think they're like
teenagers.
They're fucking
they're
teenagers.
like teenagers.
Oh, I've been making them like really young. I'm gonna keep going with it, and we're
No. You're not incorrect here. It's because these are teenagers. Like, these are like 12 or 13-year-olds that are still. They're writing a fairy tale book about how to fight.
Yeah, and they
like,
fucking mix
invisible
Gatorade with
monsters.
fucking yogurt.
And they're doing weird alchemy and shit like that. Like, nah, you're not incorrect. Like, they have, like, I think that these are all just, like, some very weird preteens.
It was Tuesday and the concert was on Thursday. My parents wouldn't allow me to go. My grades had slipped that semester, and I'd gone from mostly A's to a failing math test and forgetting homework. I couldn't pay attention. I struggled to concentrate in class. Gap woes, Tommy admitted. Yeah, Mike added, though I noticed his lips were curled into an involuntary smile. Luke's eyes widened. Is this the report you guys have about animals? I nodded. I don't even have a rough draft. Who's your teacher? Luke asked. Miss Lewis. I could all but see the wheels turning behind his eyes, his brilliant mind picking up the pieces and constructing something new and beautiful.
Dude, this is where... Oh my god, bro, this is the fucking connection right here.
What?
So to get to go to the Linkin Park concert, Ansley has to copy off of Micah. They get in trouble, so they stop talking to fucking Micah. Dude, this is all Ansley's fault.
Yeah, let's
The
go.
story is it's his fault, bro.
I like it, dude. Oh, this is so good, bro. Why didn't Luke just write the fucking thing for her? If he's such a
I don't
genius.
know. They could have just come up with. They could have just come up with something right then and there.
Oh,
They're too busy fucking making marigold tea and
like
demon jizz juice or whatever.
yeah, dude, they got fucking Satan's impregnation batter that they want to suck down with a straw and spit into demon eyes. Like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, the baby batter is coming.
Mm-hmm. You said the baby batter is coming, and then I hear nom 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 nom. My daughter's walking with toys. She's just walking by me like a fucking, just like strolls by at that exact moment. I'm like, that was
my show, baby.
I'm like, that's my baby batter. I accomplished something. It was that. I'm good for something, Mom.
Over here.
Who's saying this?
And
Is this Anne's?
So why do you have these in your car anyways?
Travis and I sat at one of the little metal tables outside Starbucks. He sucked down a cigarette. I dug through the fairly substantial pile of Matilda Kaspersky's drawings he'd found in his attic.
I took them to a friend of mine in Silver Lake.
He said shyly.
She's like psychotic. Yeah? How'd that go?
So she's a psychic.
Oh, she's like a fucking psychoanalysis,
She's
a
like
psychonautist.
Hell
She's
yeah.
psychic, bro. She's fucking psychologically empowered by her brain.
Dude, now no, the headcanon is he's like no, like she's like psychotic, but like the subtitle pops up that says like psychic, like in parentheses. Like every time he says Matilda, dude, it just like says like Matilda at the bottom of the screen. Picture of Matilda's mother, talking on the phone and painting her nails. Picture of two boys in the old school playground kicking a soccer ball. Picture of Mr. Lawson, Matilda's neighbor to the right, sitting on his porch and drinking out of a flask.
She wasn't like getting much,
Travis said.
but she claims that she felt like weird looking. She felt weird looking at them, voyeuristic.
Matilda's mom, in a ratty bathrobe, shaving her legs on the toilet. Andy's sitting on the couch in his boxers, eating a bowl of cereal. Travis's psychic friend was right. I felt like I was seeing something I wasn't supposed to see. Then how is she psychic? If it's just obvious when you're looking at them.
Well, here's
That's
the
so
thing.
funny.
Here's the thing. Psychics are full of shit.
No.
Oh my gosh, dude. Except for the psychics in our audience, you guys are really fucking base, and I totally believe it.
Yeah.
You guys can
Except
read.
the real ones.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
You guys all knew my penis size was below average a long time ago, even without me saying it. So, like, I believe everything you guys are saying. I'm totally on the same page as you. The other ones are full of shit, though. I don't care what you say my palm reading says, because I've fucking put those own scrapes in my palm with penis juice.
That's what I was about to say. You can't even see my palm because my tiny little wiener's in.
Yeah,
fucking-
exactly.
You can't read my palm.
It's weird it's weird they left these.
I said. Travis shrugged.
We found a bunch of their old crap. Car seats, books, all about jazz or whatever it's called. My parents never really really took inventory. The pictures were all stuffed in a box of old records.
Girls playing jump rope. One boy tripping another in the field. Andy lighting up something in their backyard. Me in my front yard playing with a boy in overalls who I guessed was Tommy. My dad pulling tools out of the back of his truck.
What you guys doing?
The voice was not Travis's. It sounds like a criticism, but
Shit. What are you guys doing?
the voice was not Travis's. I looked up to see Luke, coffee in hand.
Fuck
I
you.
pulled the
Go
pictures toward
fuck
me.
yourself. Go fuck yourself, story. You could have given me a little bit more. I guess I could have read like too much. Hey, Luke. Trying to solve a mystery.
Travis said innocently.
Ansley's being haunted by the ghost of some Matilda, the little girl who lived across the street.
I opened my mouth to tell him to shut up. A minute too late. Luke rolled his eyes.
Seriously, Ansley.
Thanks, bro.
I said to Travis. Travis looked at his phone.
Gotta go back to work. Call me later.
Dude, Travis is my favorite.
Dude, Travis is the coolest guy in this entire
He's the
story.
best character.
I fucking love Travis.
He's just like, here, let me just throw a bomb in the middle of your conversation.
He's like, my fucking bad, bro, but I gotta get outski-wowskied real quick. Starbucks, those fraps aren't gonna frappinate them themselves, you know what I'm saying? I
got a
gotta,
lot to scrap when I get back in there.
dude, I gotta whip up my boyfriend's asshole real quick. I gotta catch you on the flip side. You guys be, like, super lame and heterosexual by yourselves. Figure that shit out.
Yeah. So you guys can stay out here being weird and hetero. He stubbed out his cigarette and all but fled behind the bar, leaving me awkward. It made it even better. Leaving me awkwardly clutching Matilda's drawings as Luke took his seat, nearly shaking with swallowed laughter.
So, Matilda's a ghost now?
I rolled my eyes.
It's just a joke. Travis found some of her old artwork.
Luke dramatically smacked his forehead.
You told Travis about a little ghost girl who draws pictures. We will never hear the end of it.
I giggled. Then the image of Kevin Gideon's rotting corpse, hanging from the dislodged ceiling tile, again flashed through my mind.
Hey,
I said cautiously.
I had one more question about Micah.
Luke shrugged nonchalantly.
Okay.
How sure were they about Kevin Gideon? Like, did they ever look at any other suspects?
He snorted.
No, there were no other suspects.
Ansley, do we have to fucking talk about that bastard?
I forced a smile.
No, we don't. It's, I feel like I'm caught in a riptide, and every time I stick my head up and breathe, I get pulled right back under. I can't even remember the day Micah disappeared.
It's because there was nothing to remember. It wasn't a special day. We played in the backyard, we went to the park, and we went home. End of story.
Alicia said we played in Carl Ludus's yard. You know, my neighbor? She said we knocked down a pile of bricks.
Sounds about right.
Luke clenched his eyes shut, then opened them.
Come on, Ansley, I'm off today. Let's do something fun. How about cleaning that dirty pussy of yours?
No, he doesn't want her to clean it off. He grinned at me. I knew exactly what sort of fun he wanted to have, and I would have gone for it. Simply sitting across from Luke, knowing his mischievous little boy's smile was all for me, all but assuaged the recurring mental image of hundreds of gargoyle-faced Droxies crowding that air vent, dragging Micah's red hoodie behind them. But just then a breeze flew by, dislodging some part of the drawings from my lap. Clutching the remainder in one hand, I chased the fleeing three to the parking lot, where they caught against the curb. I snatched them up and reshuffled the pile. If we get a Deus Ex Machina by wind right now... A bomb went off in my head. I squatted impotently on the asphalt, staring at the picture on top, as an icy numbness overtook my limbs.
Ons, you okay?
Luke's shadow fell over me. I pressed the drawings to my chest and stumbled to my feet. My expression must have been batshit crazy, because Luke took a step back.
I've got to go,
I heard myself say. Luke's smile melted. He peered into my eyes with clinical coldness, then glanced at my hands.
You're not taking your meds.
I turned away from him, stepping towards my car. Then I felt his powerful grip on my wrist, forcing me back around to face him. His gray eyes were steely, sterile.
Ansley, you're fucking paranoid. This is what you were like when we were kids.
I pulled away from him. Without looking back, I ran, threw myself in my car, and turned the key in the ignition. This dude is such a fucking gaslighter, bro.
Dude, this dude's fucking...
He's like, why don't we go home so you can clean my pipes? And then, like, she's like, no, I've got to leave. And he's like, you're not taking your meds, you crazy bitch. This is just like, but, like,
dude.
Such a fucking
Dude, this guy's
douche.
a douche. He's an absolute douche. I am very happy with the voice I chose. This is...
Yeah.
I have zero regrets about this voice, as I do Mrs. Lou. Mrs. Lou will fucking haunt me till the end of time.
Yeah, that's right. This one makes up for Miss Lou. But, I like that while he's talking to her and, like, gaslighting her into being crazy, you're using two different voices. Like, so the gaslighting is even better.
Well, I appreciate it. Oh, toodle-doo! I'm fucking great. Thank you, Ben. I found Micah sitting on the far side of Tommy's yard, hiding behind an old barbecue pit they never used. His eyes were red and streaked with tears. Micah, please, I started. You're copying. That's bad. Luke's idea had been simple. Miss Lewis was a new teacher, and his own fifth grade teacher, Miss Fong, retired the year before. He'd assigned a similar life science report 2 years earlier. He'd written about animals that used to be echolocated. What the?
Echolocation.
Oh, no shit. No, I'm so fucking dumb. Learn how to read, you autist. God damn it!
Cool, that's cool.
They used echolocation, and he'd say... Such an easy word. And one he'd saved on a floppy disk. I'd read it over, changed some of the wording, and turned it in as my own work. I could go to the concert and no one would know. I crouched beside Micah.
It's just once, I promise. Micah, please don't tell on us.
You only want to be with Wook.
No, I said emphatically. I played with you on Saturday.
Because Wook was doing something.
Please, Micah, I begged. You can't tell. You'll get both of us in trouble.
Do you like Wook? Bitch is so jealous, bro. Quit being a little fucking whiny, friend-zoned bitch, bro. Go get yourself another girl, dog.
And don't let her copy. Because she definitely does just want to copy so she can go get fingered at Lincoln Park by
Yeah,
Luke.
dude. Or let her do whatever the fuck she wants because it's America, baby.
Or, yeah.
And you just
but
go...
he doesn't have to let her copy them.
Yeah, well, Micah, she didn't copy off of Micah. She copied off of Luke.
Wait
so,
a minute.
Micah has
Luke
0 dogs in this fight.
Him. Oh.
Micah's just going to be a little...
he's just trying to interfere from the cup chair then.
Yeah, he's interfering from the cup chair, bro. Okay. Bro is literally out here just going to be a little snitch because he's jealous because he's fucking friend-zoned.
Yeah, he's trying to power cup.
That wasn't the question I'd expected out of him. And I found I couldn't respond because I had developed a crush on Luke. And I did want to be alone with him. No, I lied. I just really wanted to go to the concert. Micah sniffed, and I thought he'd believe me because he nodded. I should have made him promise. On Friday, I walked into class, tired, hoarse from screaming, wrapped in snuggly memories of Luke's arms around me, and turned in my plagiarized report. By 2 that afternoon, Micah told. I admitted to it, said it was all my idea, begged the principal not to get Luke in trouble, but he called the middle school principal anyways, and we were both suspended. Later, as I sat, chastised on a bench by the playground, waiting for my mother to finish her conversation with Miss Lewis and drive me home, I saw Micah. The bell rang. His class filed to the pickup line. He noticed me. He walked towards me, lip trembling, eyes wide, pleasing. Answe! I wanted to scream. I wanted to kick, punch, bite, call him every bad name I knew, but I didn't. I consolidated my anger, rolled it into 2 glowing orange balls, positioned the smoldering ore behind my cornea. When I did speak, it was barely above a whisper. I hate you. Those were the last words Micah ever heard me say.
Honestly, fuck you, Micah, you little bitch boy.
Yeah, fuck you, Micah. Yeah,
dude, what?
Yeah,
he did it out of jealousy. Like, if it was like actually about cheating, bro, like if it was actually about like doing the right thing, I think I would be like, okay, maybe I get it, right? But
yeah, like if they twisted his arm, I thought that they twisted his arm to plagiarize off of him. And then they got mad at him because he told that they made him plagiarize. Like, that's what I thought happened.
No. If you go back to it... I didn't know
that he had 0 dog in the fight whatsoever. He just snitched.
If you go back to it, it said Luke's idea.
Luke had taken the...
Yeah, it was from his floppy,
years
bro.
earlier and stuff. Yeah, but this whole time I thought that it was they copied off of Micah.
Yeah, like that's a different thing. This is just and you see this all the time, bro. You get a little salty because you have a crush on a girl. Think she's slipping away. Thought you had a chance. Then you're like, I'm gonna get him or whatever. Like it's a reasonably realistic way to write it. I get that. So like I'm not critiquing the writing here. I'm critiquing the fact that Mike is a little bitch boy cuck fuck.
Yeah, right. We're critiquing the character. Yeah, definitely the character.
Not that I think that he deserved to get murdered, but definitely I understand why they fucking said I hate you. We don't know if he's been violated yet. Well,
they said it 1,000 times.
They didn't say he gave. Yeah, they said they assumed he got violated by the guy because they found
we're assuming he got violated 1,000 times.
You're assuming. You're assuming. I don't think. I think
he doesn't deserve that.
I'm saying you just want this to be an Epstein story. I want this to be a tree demon story. You're the creep, Ben.
The damon's on the list. The damon's on the list.
The damon's on the list.
Alicia lay on her bed, listening to music. I shoved a picture in front of her face. She looked at it, then looked at me quizzically.
Read the date,
I said to her.
What are you... It's Matilda's. Read the date.
She took the drawing from me. It showed a boy and a girl wrapped in each other's arms, kissing on the floral print couch at Mr. and Mrs. Kopersky's kept in their living room. The boy sported blonde emo boy curls. The girl's long brown waves extended down her back, nearly reaching her pleated miniskirt. The pleated miniskirt I'd seen Alicia slip into before every high school party.
Let's go. We got the pleated miniskirt, bro. She was about to sex it up.
Yeah.
It's the day Micah disappeared. It's the day Micah disappeared.
I shouted at her.
The day you were supposed to be watching us. You snuck out to see your boyfriend.
Her eyes bulged. She stared, twirling a strand of hair in her fingers, until she finally managed words.
Maybe it's got the date wrong. Fuck, Alicia.
I seethed.
Did that chick ever miss a detail?
We all know what she's referring to.
Yeah, dude.
Alicia stopped messing with her hair. She sighed. She rolled into a sitting position and took on a submissive posture, defeated.
You had your cell phone.
She said with forced calm.
You and Tommy were in the 5th and 6th grade, not kindergarten. I told you to call me if you needed anything, and you practically pushed me out of the door. Well, you should have said no.
I said,
I was a kid. I mean, what if instead of Alistair Park we'd gone to Atomic Videos? We could have been murdered. And you don't think... And you don't think about... And you don't... And you think I don't think about that every day?
Alicia was yelling now. Her voice cracked.
It didn't even seem like a big deal. Then Miss Wall called and said Micah hadn't come home. And I didn't want to freak out. So Mom and Dad, so I lied to you. And you covered for me.
Alicia blinked back tears. Her obvious remorse iced my burning fury, and for the first time, I wondered why I was so obsessed with the day Micah disappeared. Whatever monster had lurked in the shadows, I couldn't have saved him. I was being paranoid.
Luke was right.
I murmured. Alicia's eyes narrowed.
Luke Anderson?
I realized I hadn't spoken aloud.
Yeah. I've been hanging out with him.
My sister scowled. Remorse exchanged for something resembling disgust.
I never liked that kid. What? Luke Anderson.
Alicia repeated.
There was something wrong with that boy. Something mental. He's the one who said he saw some monster, one of your guys' ridiculous creations, eat Micah. Then you started having nightmares.
The monster was at it again, but Alicia didn't hear anything.
And sweet, help me, save me.
Micah's voice, louder than ever, more frantic, more desperate.
I know he was upset and all,
Alicia was saying.
but he made things so much worse by feeding you some bullshit fantasy. Ansley. Ansley, please, come get me. I'm so scared.
Sorry. I don't know why. It's fucking kind of sweet. I left my sister still mumbling things she didn't like about Luke. I went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, pulled out a bottle of Alicia's Gatorade. It wasn't cool blue raspberry, but it would have to do. I wandered into the backyard, to the elderberry tree, still alive at the far corner of the backyard. I picked a handful of rotten fruit. Back in my room, the closet door was shaking. I removed the wooden dowel and slid it open. Like streamers in a can, thick purple tentacles exploded.
Okay, when it says streamers in a can, I just picture she opened the door and it's just fucking like Asmongold and XQC. The ghost of the ghost of
Like streamers in a can.
Cool,
yeah.
dude. Cool.
It's like, yeah. It's like all of them. Like,
it's just
all of
Kaisa
them.
Nat pops out. I show Speed's dicks just hanging there.
Fucking like all of those like what's that like drama group that's like all like, after each other's throats right now? The fucking Twine and all of them
Oh
and
yeah,
shit like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
They're
They're
just
all
they're just
after
over in
each
the
other
corner
too.
playing Goldfish. They just figured that
Yeah.
shit out a long time ago. They're like, oh
Dude,
shit,
dude, fucking Ethan Klein and Hassan are just deep in a makeout session.
yeah, yeah. Like streamers in a can, which is hilarious now to think about. Thick purple tentacles exploded. I closed my eyes, and as a wave of dust hit me in the face. When I opened them, I was staring into two pitch black globes, reflecting the afternoon sunlight in a malicious glint. They were stuck on either side of a glob-like, melting purple head, a mound of fatty, drooping flesh, pulsating, excreting yellowish pus. Pus. Fuck. That was such a good line, too. The bloated, putty-like tentacles reared like cobras, expanded like balloons, and
Shut the fuck up!
I screamed, dousing the disgusting pile with ice liquid. I blinked. My closet was empty, save for the Gatorade and crushed berries dripping down the back wall and pulling on the carpet. I smiled. Luke made me feel calm and safe and warm. But with Micah by my side, I could forge swords and brew potions and lead armies.
Oh my god.
I crossed my. She is fucking losing it. I crossed my now soundless room, sat on my bed, and found my little brown journal. I flipped past my childish storytelling, past Tommy's colorful illustrations, past Matilda's rhymes and my attempts at interpreting them. I flipped to the end. I knew what I'd find there. Somehow, I knew. She's already looked through the entire thing, so whatever this is bullshit. The message was scrawled in child's writing, but not mine. The same child's handwriting that decorated the stack of drawings.
You're ready to complete the quest.
Part
Tommy,
11,
dang.
bro. I want
Bro,
to.
we're
Let's just
rounding
roll into it, dude. Let's roll into
Let's
it.
just roll in. Let's go. I was ready. The Damon kidnapped Micah. Tommy knew it. According to Alicia, Luke knew it too. Tommy couldn't deal with the memories. Luke grew up and stopped believing, which left me. I had to confront the creature myself, complete the childhood quest we'd never finished, and find whatever was left of my best friend. I wasn't psychotic. I, alone, had uncovered the truth. That's why I'm gonna giggle through this because it's so like that's what the ghost of Matilda was trying to tell me. I needed to stop lying to myself, stop taking pills that dulled my intuition, and trust the little girl I'd once been. Trust what that little girl had seen all those years ago. I felt something wet in the pocket of my jeans. Crushed jasmine flowers. I remember the night I'd ventured into the forest when I chased Matilda to the Starshine Gate, the gate at which we'd always meet Micah.
Kevin Gideon dropped Micah off in front of a little white house with big windows. Across Huntington from the Starshine Gate, there was a row of little white houses with big windows.
I'd seen the eyes of the daemon, glowing in the light of the...
Jasmine flowers picked under the full moon.
I stuck the shovel in my backpack. I took a knife from the kitchen. I peered into Alicia's room and saw that she had retreated to the bathroom to shower. You should take a hint.
Yeah, dude,
The
you
minute I
need to
heard
shower.
water, the minute I heard water running, I slipped out of the house and drove to the closest liquor store.
Bro, let's get drunk.
When I returned, I locked myself in my room with a plastic baggie full of raw ingredients. The sun was setting by the time I'd finished preparing. I threw on my jacket, tossed my backpack over my shoulders, marched like a soldier to the front door, and nearly tripped over my sister. Alicia, sitting on the couch, stood when I approached. I could tell she'd been waiting for me.
Ansley,
She said firmly.
where are you going?
I froze. I blinked.
Out.
I hadn't thought to prepare a disposable lie. Jaws set, Alicia strode to the door, positioning herself between it and me.
Who were you yelling at earlier?
I fished for an acceptable diversion. Then I realized I didn't want to have this conversation. I was sick of having this conversation, of explaining myself, defending my mental state, being told again and again that my own experiences were nothing more than delusion. This is where the concrete dust comes into play,
Yeah.
by the way. She's just gonna pocket Sam this bitch and run off.
Dude, she hits. What was it? Blood sport? Wasn't it blood sport where he uses the crotch powder?
Yeah, dude, yeah.
She just grabs some of her twat debris and just hits her
Yeah,
with
dude.
it.
No, that'll gum it up. That's gonna gum it up,
Well,
dude.
no,
So,
that's even
yeah.
better because it'd be like black sludge across her face at this point.
Yeah, it just rolls into like kind of like a booger,
Dude,
and then you
she'd
swing it.
glooper. She would gloopa glock her, bro. Gloopa glock the fuck out of her face and then dip out there.
I'd tried it their way. I'd taken my pills and trusted the grown-ups. And where had that gotten me? Where had reality gotten them? Kevin Gideon was dead. Tommy was dead. And a decade and a half later, they still hadn't found Micah's body. No, I wasn't doing it. I stepped to Alicia's left. She blocked me again. With both hands, harder than necessary, harder than I should have, I pushed her. Emitting a small cry, she stumbled and fell to the ground, landing in the pile of yellowing mail she'd pestered me about.
Ansley!
She yelped, her voice sharp with terror.
If you leave, I'm calling the cops.
I ignored her. I ran for the door, slammed it behind me, and kept on running. Down the street, across Fifth Avenue, to the gates of Allister Park, to the gates of the underworld.
What if she calls the cops? What the fuck is going to happen?
Yeah.
Like,
look, I wanted to leave the house and my sister got in my way.
yeah, an adult.
She's there with all of her homemade weapons and
Yeah,
shit.
she's got pocket sand and shit. She's cops, take that. Fuck you. If you tase me, what are you gonna do? Tase me?
Alicia got pocket concrete dusted.
Yeah.
Dude. She got pocket sanded. We're going.
Yeah, dude, but I still like it's just so stupid, bro. Like what? Oh yeah, you're gonna go. My sister left the house after I told her no. Well, okay. She's having a mental. Oh, I guess she could go the mental.
She could try to get her committed.
Mm-hmm. So she's having a mental episode, but I feel like
and
that's
then when she gets out, she can just go back to doing whatever she was doing. But
yeah,
3 days.
Exactly.
That's what. Then came the cry, the roar, like a freight train, like a fire emitted from the belly of a beast, ancient and furious. It shook the ground. I smelled sulfur in the air. It knew I was coming. No, I think that she just smells like sulfur.
Yeah, she smells
in
like
the low
AIDS.
In the low dusk sunlight, Allister Park reclaimed its color. The steel slide shimmered. The play structure loomed like the Emerald City in remastered Technicolor. Rich green monkey bars, drawbridge of fire engine red, sky blue swings hanging in the warm summer breeze. But, despite the perfect evening, the playground was empty. The hard foam floor bulged. Something was straining against it, tearing, forcing its way up from the sand buried beneath. I reached into my backpack. Torn pieces of foam flew into the air as yellow tubes emerged. The bagworms, freed from their manufactured prison, writhed and wriggled like the air socks in a hurricane, thick as a fist and solid. They hit the ground like fallen streamers. Stretched and shot towards my feet.
Aiden Ross.
It's just raining streamers.
Like Aiden Ross just lands in front of her. He's like, "Where's Andrew Tate? Where's Andrew Tate? I'm gonna do fun, Andrew Tate."
It's like me, Wendy, and like fucking Nex, and like all of like the horror streamers are just like one giant like flashing around screaming. Like, go. They hit this ground like the fallen streamers, stretched and shot towards my feet. They were surprisingly fast. No, we're not. I shook my first bottle of Starshine juice. As the thick yellow worms came together, like slimy spokes on a wheel, I twisted off the lid. My finger covering half of the mouth of the bottle, I sprayed a stream of explosive foam. I thought the worms would retreat. They didn't. As the Diet Coke and days-old jasmine settled on their monochrome flesh, it began to melt. There was a sound like bacon frying in a pan, followed by a high-pitched screech from no discernible source, then a gurgling. A smell of molten rubber as their cylindrical bodies softened to putty, then to liquid with the consistency and color of house paint. It flowed onto the concrete. I jumped backwards as it splashed against my shoes with a distasteful warmth. Leaving the liquefying worms behind, I ran for the forest. Under the swing set, maybe 20 feet from me, a giant bubble formed. Little fissures broke across the hard foam. With a violent the great bagworm burst from her subterranean kingdom. Beard scratching noises. I'd imagined her a long... Yeah, there we go. I'd imagined her as a longer, thicker yellow tube. I thought you'd be bigger.
Yeah.
The gargantuan version of her subjects,
My bad,
presently
bitch.
reduced
I
to
didn't know that
mush.
everybody was supposed to be Mr. Swingin' Meat. I was just supposed to be a little bagworm. You wanna fuck with me? Sorry, my dad isn't big from the waist down. I got bad genetics and shit.
It's like, well, you're twice the fucking height you were when we fought the first time, so why don't you piss off? Like,
Hey, listen. Just 'cause I grow doesn't mean Mr. Little Bagworm grow too. Okay, leave him alone. He does his job. I really know the hip action well. It's not about the big sauce ship. It's the
about
ocean and
motion.
shit.
It's the motion. As her majestic head shot into the air, 6-foot-long feelers arched predatorily, followed by her pulsating body. I realized I'd been horrifically wrong. She was not a worm, but a giant centipede. Her sectioned bulk was bright red, hard, and the consistency of plastic. She reared like a mythical snake, her bulbous fanged head feet above mine hissed viciously. Jesus. I had my hand on the cap of my second bottle of Starshine juice when she dove. I jumped to the side and landed, awkwardly, on my right arm. I felt a granular scrape of the material through my jacket, and pain shot up from my weak ankle. I snatched up the bottle as it rolled, sat, and frantically twisted as the gargantuan anthropod looped around, straightened, and prepared for her next strike. I pulled myself to my feet. I reached into the pocket of my jeans. As the great bagworm reared backwards again, I pulled out the high-caliber artillery, a roll of Mentos. It's losing me. I maneuvered a
Hold
little
on.
white mint.
You have to. In my head right now, I'm just picturing just what was her what was her name? Jessica Alba. I'm picturing Jessica Alba in a forest throwing random shit in the woods, yelling to herself. Like people are
Yeah,
walking.
with nothing around
Remember,
at
this is
all.
like California, so like there's a forest, but it's not like that big. So she's just standing out there.
And we're like, we get it, bitch. You like sucker punch. I maneuvered a little white mint out of its wax paper sheath, pulled the cap off the bottle as still held, dropped the Mento through the mouth, and aimed the resulting violent fountain at the hard plastic monstrosity in front of me. There was a red smoke, a violent stench of burning tires, an ear-splitting screech. As the smoke and carbonation haze lifted, and the soda blast weakened to a trickle, I saw the fruits of my attack. Black spots on her red exoskeleton, murder in her clustered, pupilless eyes. Crap. I just pissed her off. Hissing her war cry, she dove for me again, hundreds of legs flailing. I dodged her exposed fangs, rather, felt itchy cilia brush against my cheek. As I regained my footing, I remembered something Micah had said to me once.
You got like a really hard exoskeleton, like a lobster or rhinoceros beetle. Do you know that rhinoceros beetles can carry like 800 times their weight?
I ran to the left, towards the basketball court and the softball diamond. The air displaced by the great bagworm's cyclopean body set the swings jerking violently. The metallic caterwauling shook my memory, brought to the forefront Micah's childlike voice.
We can't just like squirt her with starshine juice. I think I should find out where her exoskeleton is weak.
I stopped running. I dislodged my backpack, reached in, wrapped my hand around my knife and my final bottle of starshine juice. She was behind me. I felt hot breath, the pressure of hundreds of legs vibrating against the ground. I didn't look back. I twisted the cap of the bottle. I poured the now warm soda onto the blade of the knife. I turned. Her bulging, many-eyed head was 10 feet from me, teeth bared, orange mouth wide open, revealing a cavernous ribbed throat. Muscles contracting in expectation. Oh, I bet. 2 feet, 1 foot, I lunged. Hot, rotten beef breath.
Nice, dude.
You should
On top of the ribs, bro. It smells like steak when you're throat fucking it. Oh, sign me up, brother. Oh,
Yep.
we need to get some alone time. Me and this bagworm need to have a little bit of extracurricular
we'll take her.
activities. I'll take her.
Run, ants, just go. Just
I can fix her. I promise.
Putrid moisture against my cheeks, boiling saliva on my hands, stinging, burning. Then the great bagworm threw herself backwards. She screeched like a banshee, shaking her great head, thrashing about, trying to dislodge my knife from the roof of her mouth. The burned rubber reek came back with a vengeance. Her howl shot up a decibel. in disharmony with a crackling sound like a microwave popcorn. I was the Starshine juice was yeah, it was like a huge lead in to end on microwave popcorn. The juice was cooking her from the inside. I was at the tree line before the gaseous explosion. The sticky. The forest was dark, darker than it should have been. I could barely make out the outlines of individual oak trees by the light seeping through the thick canopy of leaves. The sounds of the forest were soothing. Crickets chirping, small mammals rustling in the trees, the occasional flutter of wings, a dog's staccato bark far away, the crunch of my shoes on the acorn-crusted ground. As I pulled out my iPhone, I'm sorry, I keep going mentally back to this lady just running around the farm.
I know, dude. What really got me? What really got me with that is when she mentioned the basketball courts and the tennis courts. I'm like, oh, dude, she's not even in the forest anymore. Like,
she's just running around the park.
She like trips over a fence and like eats it on the grass. She's like, no, the bagworm's approaching, and like some person, she's like, what the fuck's wrong with her? Typical California shit, I guess.
And we just went from like an earthquake basically behind her while she's digging through her bag and like getting her thing out, and it's like as this thing's like coming toward her and stuff, and she stabs it and it's boiling and exploding and splatting and shit like that. And then like 3 seconds later, just none of that's there anymore. Like,
yeah.
None of that. There's just dogs barking and leaves rustling and birds flying by. And
she's like, just standing there with.
You are crazy. You are crazy. I love it, dude. This is so good.
Oh, dude, I love, dude. It's so good. It's so good because, like in the aspect of its writing, and if it was like actually like filmed out, you'd be like, oh, it's so sick. But like you start thinking about her fucking running around the park, covered in dirt, like with the knife, she just.
Yeah, it's for as great as if this is one of those things that like if you were sitting and reading it by yourself, I think that you'd be like laser locked in to everything. It would be like it'd be like way immersive. But like reading this story back and forth to each other, we're just like, dude, I think she's just like running around the park now at this point, just like throwing Gatorade bottles. I don't know, dude. Let's just keep it going. I forced myself to only hear the night sounds. I was scared to hear the sounds beneath them. I focused on the blue-green light. Wait a second, I skipped the iPhone, I'm sorry. As I pulled out my iPhone, zipped my backpack, and threw it over my shoulder, I took comfort in the night sounds. I was scared to hear the sounds beneath them. I focused on the blue-green screen of my phone. I made sure the volume was turned all the way up. The forest fell silent. The persistent crickets took a rest. The squirrel stilled. And then I heard it, the murmuring. Low, demure syllables, stop using that word, like the babbling of a baby. Meaningless, mindless, going up and down, random, chillingly innocent major, flowing into nerve-tingling minor. Something tugged at the hairs on my arms, pulled my jacket tight against my body. The leaves didn't rustle. Then a pull. The skin on my arms dimpled. I felt my cheeks sucked outward from my jaw. It was the sensation of running your hand under a tubular extension of a vacuum cleaner. I'll take this one. You guys keep going. She's just gonna sacrifice each one of us to one of these monsters. Like, no, this one's my thing. The murmuring description. The inconsistent notes became disharmonious. Hundreds of stanzas breaking apart, coming together, running over each other. I opened the recorder app on my phone. I held it close as the suction became pressure, tearing my legs apart, pulling my hair until it was painful. What the fuck? It was like being caught in a windstorm, except the wind was laser focused and blowing from all directions. I slid my thumb over my phone. I turned on the flashlight. A blinding white beam lit the trees. I stared into a featureless black oval, oversized tunnel mouth wide open, forming a perfect negative space cone. There were hundreds of them. They surrounded me. They hung from the branches of trees, crouched below bushes, nearly piled on top of each other. All held their mouths open, hundreds of black tongues vibrating, black slabbed feet curled in anticipation, wrinkled flesh vibrating. I pressed down on my phone. Immediately, the murmuring was drowned out by a series of amplified, high-pitched squeals. Chaos. The antwalkers collapsed to the acorn carpet, pawing at their own heads. They turned in circles like dogs chasing their tails. They jumped at each other, trampled, swiped at the air with their clay-like paws. They rolled on their backs, warped legs kicking grotesquely like flipped beetles. Those in the trees shook the branches. Acorns and dry leaves ranged the ground and settled on their packmates, further aggravating the mass panic. They're weak to acorns, dog.
Yeah, dude.
They're weak to acorns. We didn't think of this one.
Well, actually,
like the one that's up in the trees, just like
Well,
just
I don't
shaking it
think
back and forth.
they're weak to acorns. I think that they're just
Yeah, it's just causing more.
yeah,
As they're being like hit and pelted by stuff.
yeah, they're like having a meltdown, bro, because their fucking hive mind mother was killed, bro. Which I actually really like this imagery, dude. Just all these creatures falling, acorns falling on them, just absolutely having a bit of like an aggressive orgy of death on top of each other. I love this, dude.
I like to think too that like she's just gone like full chaos mode where she could have gone with like her flashlight probably out and taken them out like in clusters or something like that. But I'd like to think that she ran into the dark part of the forest, got her stuff ready, and just sat there and like listened and listened, and they all like crowded around her, and then she was like, lights and bomb, basically like that, and she was just like, I'm just taking them all out at once. Like, I'm not doing this like random encounters shit.
Yeah, I mean that's the cool way to do it. If you're gonna do it, it
really is.
It's set the grenade up and walk away and watch them all blow up. That's the cool way. It's the action. That is a Jason Statham approved method.
Yeah, I ran. Guided by the beam of light emanating from my phone, I tore into the blue-black mass. I trampled over putty limbs, kicked at fleshy midsections, felt moist black tongues and cold, mushy paws against my legs. In front of me, I noticed a feature of the forest I'd never seen or seen and forgotten. Sorry. A line of oaks, straight as sentinels, trunks coated with green-yellow moss. The fuzzy lime bushes. Pain gnawed at my twisted ankle. Dry cotton caught in my lungs. I ignored it. I dashed between the wailing trees. I stumbled, skid to a stop, leaned over panting, the tittering bat cry I'd downloaded onto my phone ringing in my ears. I pressed another button and silenced it. The antwalkers couldn't follow me here. The crayon-colored moss signaled the end of their territory. They had no eyes. Yet the one... Does that actually mute when I do that, or could you hear that?
The burp? No, I can hear your burp. It was an impressive
You heard the burp? So you heard me earlier when I cleared my throat super loud? What the fuck? My mute button doesn't work.
No, you're chilling, bro. A good burp is always adds to the aesthetic. I think
love this microphone so much.
Yeah,
when it's not working one way, it's not working another way.
Hey, man. I love that you're having so many problems with it when it's like the best microphone I've ever owned. Like, I used to be fair, my last microphone was the snow globe, the blue snow globe. That shit is somewhere in my house. It's a piece of shit.
Oh, I only blame the technology as a bit. It's 100% user error. I know that. I do like also the recursion of the echolocation being something that she had to do the report on forever ago, and it helped her get through the forest now.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. They had no eyes. Yet the one in the playground, the antwalker, that disrupted my date with Luke, had found me. It found me with its tongue, with its incessant murmuring, until the wail of the police siren threw its senses offline. They moved and hunted like blind dolphins and fruit bats. I jammed their echolocation. Now there was true quiet. I heard neither the antwalker's murmurs nor any auditory remnants of the mass panic I'd fled through. The jangling chorus of crickets had dissipated. If any birds or squirrels dared venture to this part of the forest, they cowered noiselessly in their nests. Even my footsteps were stealthy. The thick carpet of acorns had given way to loose, surprisingly moist earth. Surprisingly moist.
Yum.
My cell phone illuminated a sparse spattering of trees. Older trees with hard gray bark and angular, naked offshoots. Warped, bulbous knots. White roots jutting out of the dirt. Though these oaks were further apart than the younger, fertile trees behind me, the beam of my cell phone caught nothing in the spaces between. Just empty blackness. I was in the realm of the daemon. I breathed in. Sour, acidy cut grass. Sickly sweet rot. Decomposing produce. Colonel Lewis's compost heap with something acid creeping around the edges. Gassy. Sulphury. My backpack was lighter now. Empty, save for the little shuffle I'd filched from the Droxies under the stairs of my dad's shed. My weapon. I thought of my knife, discarded in the maw of the great bagworm, encased in her gelatin remnants splattered across the playground, an acre behind me.
She left a knife in a playground.
all those weapons I had discarded on the playground. The Drano bombs, the lighters attached to axe cans, the Molotovs from the liquor store,
The candy
the
bars with
garden,
razor blades in them.
candy bars with the razor. The Droxies love those. I shone my beam through it to and fro. I turned in a circle. Though I hadn't gone more than 20 steps, I could no longer see the military line of the fuzzy lime bushes. I was surrounded on all sides by squat, lifeless arbor skeletons, and thick, fog-like, endless darkness. Where was Matilda? For the first time, I longed for a glimpse of her big blue eyes, white blonde locks, perfect pink dress. I adjusted my backpack on my shoulder. She'd led me there for a reason. I had to trust her. I started forward, or perhaps backward. Inadvertently, I dropped my arm, aiming my glowing phone at the ground. Then I noticed something. In the distance, a sphere of warm golden light. I turned off the flashlight on my phone. I was right. Some 30 feet in front of me, there was a light. Like a siren, it beckoned to me. The silence was broken. The sound came from the same direction as the golden glow. I'd come this way before.
Tommy and me were wandering through the front gate of the park. Luke wasn't with us. Luke had texted us. He wanted us to meet him at Alistair Park. He wanted to play hide and seek.
The compost.
You too.
Oh, yeah. The compost smell stung. It settled around me like a presence. My heart pounded in my chest, blood crackling through me like electricity. I'm struggling. I was getting closer. The light was getting brighter. The sound, dragging, cracking, then metallic, was more intense.
Tommy and me wandering around the playground. No, Luke. We looked in every one of his favorite hiding places, edging closer and closer to the tree line. Me, terrified of the forest, Tommy urging me on. Luke's messing with us. He's hiding in the forest because he knows you're scared of it.
It was thick, skeletal trees, gray bark peeling, gargantuan warts protruding like many eyes, branches curving, meeting in the air, framing an opening between them. Between them, the light, like a gate or a barrier. Pulse racing, mind stone cold, I crossed the other side.
Acorns crunching beneath our feet, creatures humming, crickets singing, winds jostling, bright green leaves against each other. Together we are a scattered symphony, like a murmur of voices, the line of mossy trees, beyond them a sound like metal on earth.
A form in front of me. A tall man, digging a hole. A mountain of earth piled to his left. I stepped on a leaf. A crunch. The man dropped his shovel and with a gasp whirled around.
A boy digging something. Some sort of heap, a pile of clothes, blue, white, and red.
Luke. I gasped. Luke, my Luke, was digging a hole in front of the tree. The Damon's tree. His jaw dropped at the sight of me.
Ansley, what the fuck are you doing here?
He stepped towards me. I remained frozen in place, fireworks in my head.
Luke texted Micah. He wanted to talk. He wanted Micah to meet him at the Starshine Gate. Kevin Gideon dropped Micah off at the front. Dropped Micah off in the front of a little white house with big windows. One of the little houses across Huntington.
Luke was close to me. I could see the sweat glistening on his upper lip. His eyes were steely, emotionless.
He texted me and Tommy to meet him. He wanted to muddy the water, give himself an alibi. We were playing hide and seek while he was burying Micah's body. He never thought we would venture so far into the forest.
I regained my ability to move. I turned to run. Luke caught my arm. Strong, forceful, vice-like. My eyes rested on his belt. Something attached to it, sheathed.
Ansley, why are you here?
Not a question. A demand.
You killed Micah!
Luke jerked my arm, twisted me to face him. He was smiling, but there was no mirth in his ice-cold gray eyes. He fixed me with his therapist look, his halcyon grin, the look that had dissolved my childhood fears. It sickened me.
Honestly, you're fucking delusional.
I sw I screamed. I swung my arm, kicked, clawed, slipped on my bad ankle, fell. My backpack slid, landed with a thump. Luke caught me. Then my head spun. Then I was eye to eye with the coarse gray bark, angry red pain exploding in my nose. Luke's hand clutching my wrists, arm against my back, chin against my shoulder, holding me against the trunk of a tree like he'd held me, naked in his bedroom.
I knew I knew you'd go yelling your head off.
He whispered maliciously. I writhed. Another explosion of pain as Luke slammed me, again, against the splintering wood. Then he wasn't holding my wrists anymore. His hand was at my neck, clutching something cold and sharp, pressing it to my jugular, the thing on his belt, a hunting knife.
You should have gone like Tommy.
He oozed.
He dealt with his guilt without screwing me over. Fuck, he owed me. So do you.
I horse-kicked. He pulled his leg out of the way, then jammed his elbow into the small of my back. His knife hand applied pressure. I felt a sting, then something wet dripping down my neck.
You were so easy to fuck with. All you had to do was say, I saw some boogeyman drag Micah away. You ate it right up. Then you thought you were crazy. No one would ever believe anything you said. But then you come back here asking questions, playing ghost hunter with fucking Travis. And I knew it was only a matter of time before you started remembering.
So the day that she teamed up with the gay barista at Starbucks was the day he was like, "Oh, my days are numbered." That's really fun. Like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Is it possible for a mind to race while at the same? Is it possible for a mind to race while at the same time freeze a blank slate? As Luke forced me against the tree, sharp hunting knife pressed against my throat, there was the sensation that overcame me. Memories, connections, the blended up bits of reality molding themselves together, then coming apart.
I have a future, Ansley. You better not plan on fucking it up.
The Droxies, the shovel discarded somewhere behind me, the Ouija board, the blood filling my bathtub, Micah's voice, screaming from behind the locked closet door, the red sweater, the crawl space, Kevin Gideon's zombie-like form, Matilda, the quest, powdery, grainy, and white.
Oh my god, she's gonna hit him with the pocket sand.
Then he gets the pocket sand! Oh. Yes, I'm so fucking happy.
And
As long as somebody gets pocket sand.
I hope so, dude.
Ansley, why did you come home?
My weapons. My right hand was free. I jammed it in the pocket of my jacket, felt the sand like powdered concrete between my fingers. I grabbed a handful in one movement. I threw it over my shoulder and into Luke's eyes. Luke screamed. The knife was pulled from my throat. I shoved him with my left hand and darted like a rabbit. My foot caught something. I landed hard on my injured ankle. Oh yeah. A jolt of pain, and the extremity couldn't support my weight. You stupid bitch. I fell, catching myself with my hands. I rolled. I tripped over Luke's discarded shovel. I was staring at the pile of dirt, into the hole he dug, at something gray and white and hard. Luke was regaining his footing. He turned to face me, opal gray eyes twisted. I didn't recognize those eyes, the other coated in concrete. Pure malice, pure hate. In the light cast by his hanging flashlight, those eyes glowed orange. I paused behind me, reached into my backpack. With a roar, God, my nose. With a roar like a freight train, knife in hand, Luke lunged. My hand wrapped around my Damon fighting weapon, my shovel. I didn't think, I didn't feel, I just knew. I swung.
Bro, I fucking love that it's Luke. I do.
Of course it was Luke.
We always knew it was Luke. I was hoping, like, the only way that it could have not been Luke is if she would have killed Luke after they had sex. I was hoping.
Yeah, it was either Luke or it was her. It was one of the two things.
Yeah, there was no other options, really. Unless they threw something, unless they pulled, like, a fucking saw on us and just had random shit happen, like somebody else standing in the woods. It's like, oh my god, it was Luke's dad, he never died, or some shit like that, like, way out of left field, which would have been, like, it's, like, tangentially set up, but not really. But it had to be one of those, and
One
I
thing that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that's really, really funny is that Luke didn't hear her coming when she explains that she's like less than an acre away while she's like flipping around and
oh
screaming
yeah,
and
dude,
throwing
it's
shit
so
and stuff like that.
no, no way he didn't hear it. I live on like a half acre, and dude, it's like I can see to the other side of it, no problem. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
have
that's what I mean.
trees
Like,
and shit, but like even with like an acre of trees, it's not. You think it's bigger than it is. It really isn't that crazy. Like a
no,
couple of
no, not
blocks.
at
It's like
all.
it's not even like a block. It's
Yeah,
like
it's like a little bit smaller than like a city block, pretty
yeah.
much.
Like,
Yeah,
you
dude.
don't hear the girl like tumbling through acorns and like shouting and fighting a fucking bagworm.
Bye, bag, and
Yeah.
shit like that, dude. All right, man. So we're gonna roll into the last parts here.
February 9th, 2018.
They found me at the far end of the forest, wandering aimlessly along the border of Allister Park and the suburban block behind it. Some nice lady out in her backyard with her dog was nearly given a heart attack by the shocking sight of a bedraggled girl, bleeding and scraping and crying, covered in dirt and spilled soda and powdered concrete, stumbling around the other side of the fence. I woke the next morning on a cot in a tiny white room. For a split second, I basked in the afterglow of the best sleep of my life. Then the events of the previous night crashed through the warm fog, and I started to scream. I was in a psychiatric hospital somewhere in Silver Lake, with a Way and a Serene in its name. The hold was for 72 hours, but they kept me there for 5 days. It took a while for my body to reacclimate to medication. The doctors and nurses were kind. They helped me wade through the swampy mess of truth and hallucination, and by the time I spoke to the police station on the 6th day, I was well enough in touch with reality to be adequately terrified of what was waiting for me outside of the hospital walls. But the detectives were understanding. They told me as gently as possible that Luke Anderson was dead. He'd bled out from 2 subdural hematomas, one from my blow with the shovel, the second incurred when his head slammed into the ground. There was a 9-inch hunting knife beside him, his fingerprints on the handle, my blood smeared on the blade. I told them he attacked me. They'd already come to the same conclusion themselves. There was a whole lot more. Luke Anderson, before he'd met his unfortunate end, had been digging a large hole. Nestled in the dirt, the investigators found child-sized bones, a right arm, hand, fingers, and though tests were still being run, they suspected the gruesome discovery was a piece of the late Micah Wall. A day later, their suspicions were confirmed. The cops, then, shut down the rest of the park. They'd looked for Micah in the forest 15 years before, but the thick carpet of acorns and leaves and densely packed trees had complicated the search, and they'd anticipated a much bigger hole. Now, though, they were better informed. Micah's murderer cut him into pieces, which he'd buried separately. That's not why I'm smiling, by the way. It's because of the gruesome detail of that. I'm smiling because they're like, well, we didn't find any gigantic holes out there.
Have you
Smaller holes? Like,
did you ever
any holes at all?
did you ever
I feel like they found the hole and they were like, that one's way too fucking small.
So Norm Macdonald had one of his best bits of all time. I was they always end up finding them in a shallow grave. You think they checked that first?
Yeah, right. Like, we normally check deep graves. I told them everything I knew. Luke's forceful nature, Tommy's suicide, the rooftop access to atomic video. They interviewed Alicia and my parents, who'd flown in from Paris on the red-eye. The 15-year-old mystery was, tentatively, put to rest. Luke hadn't played in Colonel Lewis's yard with Tommy and me. He'd gone straight from math field day practice to Allister Park on that fateful Saturday. There, he'd texted Micah Wall, and the 2 boys met outside the little gate at the south end of the park. They walked deep into the trees where Luke murdered Micah, then dismembered him. Then he texted his friends, Tommy and me, to meet him in the park to play hide-and-seek, to give himself an alibi. While we were seeking, he was hiding pieces of Micah. His plan fell apart, though. See, now you're the one crackhead.
Okay.
Like, he didn't come out, like, covered in fucking blood.
That was my thought, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I already know.
again, I think this is an incredible... I actually really love this story. I love the twist of it being, Luke. I mean, we all saw that coming, but I like that it's Luke. I like the build of it all, but no blood. What did he wear? Like, wear a poncho?
Yeah,
Like,
dude, he's already like little American Psycho at
I
like
know,
12 years
I know
old,
that he
dude.
was
You know
reading
what I
like
mean?
every book known to man about killing, but there's
Or
just
maybe it is truly, yeah, yeah, his obsession with true crime and stuff like that.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
bro
yeah.
just showed up in like a full body condom, ready to penetrate the earth with Micah's pieces.
He was playing fucking Huey Lewis in the News out in the woods, and
Hey,
Micah gets there and he's like, "Do you like Huey Lewis?"
you know, like Huey
He goes
Lewis.
telling him about the thing. Hey, Micah. Ah! Try copying off me now, you piece of shit. His plan fell apart, though, when Tommy and I caught him burying the last piece under what we called the Damon tree. So he lied to us, told us a monster killed Micah, insisted on it until we believed him. Needing someone to pin his crime on, he snuck through the crawlspace above Atomic Videos late at night, utilizing the roof entrance he and Tommy and I had discovered months earlier, when we'd snuck into the adults-only section. There, he left Micah's red sweater and inhaler. This kid is fucked up.
Yeah.
I was medicated. Tommy was terrified into silence. Kevin Gideon was blamed for Micah's death, and the whole thing was buried. As for motive, well, motive was hard to discern. Luke was posthumously diagnosed as a sociopath, of course. He'd been upset at Micah for ratting him out, getting him suspended, muddying his perfect academic record. He'd had a crush on me, and thought my friendship with Micah was getting in the way. Finally, his anger, his resentment, his genius IQ, and his lack of a conscience came together in a horrifying display of premeditated violence. The conclusion I'd come to was equally senseless, and even more unsatisfying. I remembered the look in Luke's eyes as he'd come at me, the orange glow of pure murderous hate. I remembered how he didn't even flinch as he forced me against the tree trunk and put a knife to my throat, 12 hours after flirting with me at Starbucks. He felt no remorse, sure, but it was more than that. I don't think it was. I don't think it was Ansley. She's
So,
trying to justify all
I'm
the
gonna
crazy shit she did running around town.
I'm gonna be real. God, I love this story so much when it was just like she knocked Luke out and that was the end. This is typical no sleep shit.
We're getting
where
the thing. We're getting
we're
the thing.
getting the explanation. It's like once you start giving me the explanation is where I'm gonna start finding fucking holes. I'm gonna pull that loose bitch on the sweater and you're gonna be naked, bitch, standing in the forest. I'm not. Oh, it always kills me, bro.
I remembered his true crime novels, the stories he'd tell about us about serial killers, his early interest in psychology, the FBI internship. This dude is like so fucking serial killer. Like he's such a serial killer. His mother, empty-eyed and slack-jawed, cultivating bed sores with a tube through her neck. Luke, brilliant and betrayed, was unsatisfied with the childish, silent treatment we'd imposed on Micah. He wanted more. Luke wanted to see if he could get away with murder for a decade and a half.
He's accomplished the murder. No one could figure out
when he was dragging lumps of flesh around in the park, leaving blood everywhere. Okay, now, like, the only way this makes sense, alright, full body condom. He had a full body condom, and he had just, like, a bunch of Glad trash bags with him. He dismembered Micah, like, fluffed the dirt to hide the blood, put him in the trash bags, and then moved those trash bags around, and one of the trash bags had the full body condom, like Dexter
And
Morgan style.
also was like, I'm going to get this guy at Atomic Videos blamed because he was seen with Micah earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Which is just a crazy amount of premeditation. Maybe Ansley's right.
Well,
Maybe
I know that, like, if he had that much premeditation, like, I think that he had the ability to do it. But now, like, I think the explaining it now, it's like, it's giving us the details, but we have to, like, we either have to make up the shit that makes this work, or it all fall, like, or we can look at the mistakes that can happen and it all falls apart.
That's true. What this does also, to me personally, is this kind of deflates the fun of me and you getting to sit and make the connections, like the true crime books and like this and the other and stuff like that. Like, this is doing all that part for us, man. Like,
this is like after talk wrap up shit that and
which the author doesn't know that this is going to be a podcast.
No.
Assuming so at this point.
And to be fair, I have read many books where they over-explain the ending.
Right.
That's like every book ever. So I can't. This is like one of those things that's like, at least it's not a character coming into the story to like look at us and like explain it all. I usually give a little bit more of a leeway when it's the narrator's headcanon explaining it away instead of like Jim from fucking Walgreens. Hey, I don't know if you knew this, but did you know that kid really had a little interest? And you find out all the information at once right away, and you're like 3/4 through the story, and you're like, oh, okay. 4 hours.
You're just glad you don't have to read all this shit off.
That's fair, dude, because I'd be grumble mumping through the entire thing.
For a decade and a half, he had gotten away with murder. I have to add that part on because we did the tidbit. Then I came home. Oh, dude, by the way, I was thinking that too. Man, never mind. I'm just going to let the story do it. And all those memories I'd buried years before, spurred by the sights and sounds and smells of our youth, began fighting their way to the surface like the bagworms through hard foam. There are no bagworms.
They're penises.
I talked about Micah too much. I asked the wrong questions. Luke knew sooner or later I would find my way back to the Daemon Tree and remember what I'd seen him do. So he decided to go there first, dig up Micah's bones, and discard the last scraps of his victims elsewhere. Okay, I thought she was gonna talk about how like she made such a good alibi when she showed up and was acting fucking psycho through town and stuff that like he was like, now no one's gonna fucking be thinking that this.
See, I thought it was gonna go in a different way where it explained why he was so touchy when Micah was brought up. But
okay, well,
because that to me was a really big thing, and that's why I did it. Why I switched the voices, because you could feel a shift of just sheer like animosity in those and venom in those statements. You'd go from very swirly to instant venom that would break his normal speech patterns, and I felt like that was a really good way to kind of point the finger at him. And I mean, it makes it predictable, but it's also it led good breadcrumbs all the way up to the point where we're at. And like I said, I like the way that this author put those breadcrumbs in. It was very nice and tasty. And
that's definitely why he was getting so touchy too, is because of because she was like finding shit.
Yeah, and he knew that if he could keep gaslighting her into thinking she was crazy, he just had to fall back on that. So he'd go from venom to gaslight, venom to gaslight.
Based.
Yeah, dude. How else do you expect these crazy women to stay in line?
Goddamn right. I couldn't stay in the little house on Briar Rose Drive. My parents rented a hotel room on Burbank on August 1st. I moved into my studio apartment. A month later, I started work at Bayside Montessori. I was wondering this entire time when she was going to have to go start work.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been summer.
Oh, right. Okay. My new superiors were extremely understanding of my situation, reassured me that they didn't think I was crazy, expressed sympathy at the trauma I had suffered, and insisted that if I was having a bad day or needed to be accommodated in any way, they were more than willing. Liberal scum. That sounds so California Montessori. Oh, you like killed a guy and like because you're having psychotic delusions? Well, if the kids become a little too rowdy.
Dude's going full red pill over here, brother. I don't know. I'm in the position that if my kid's teacher is having a mental breakdown, I don't want her in the classroom. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you just figured out that she committed, like, involuntary manslaughter that summer.
Maybe I wouldn't want her as
like
teacher
2 weeks
either.
Before school started.
I might say, hey, you should take a year off. Well, how about next year when you get it? Yeah, I see. Okay. I thought you were just saying like anybody. Well, I was like, whoa, bro, in full red pill. That's my territory, brother. You're supposed to be the empath over there, Mister.
That's true. I'm supposed to be the hardcore commie.
I wasn't saying that more, brother. But you usually are the more empathetic guy. I'm usually the fucking asshole. I was like, oh shit, Ben's going raw on the motherfucker.
That's what I like to do. That every once in a while, I like just pull it out.
Keep it on our toes, dude. As long as you don't pull it out at a preschool, I think we're fine.
Right. I'd expected more nightmares. The bright red bulk of the great bagworm, the swarm of droxies, the outwalkers and their subhuman muttering, and the crawling, decomposing reanimation of Kevin Gideon provided more than sufficient fuel for terror, though I now knew they were all hallucinations. And then there was Luke. Luke, my best friend, the co-star of my shiny, sun-kissed childhood adventures. Luke, who made me feel calm and protected like no one else could. The memory of his hands running over my body, the lingering taste of his tongue on my mouth. Luke, the boy who'd murdered Micah. I see you over there getting all choked up.
The man who put his penis deep inside my vagina. The man who caressed
He
the
gave me his
ends.
bagworm and droxies.
The man whose tongue could reach deep into my fallopian tubes. Oh God, Luke, why'd you have to be a killer and not killing this pussy so right?
Right, yeah. First he murdered Micah, then he murdered his pussy.
Dude, he killed my pussy so hard it made my teeth shake in my head. Made my teeth feel like jello. I felt like a crackhead who was toothless, sucking on dicks in a back alley every time I sucked on his wiener.
It got out of her schizophrenia long enough to solve the case.
Yeah.
And the magic wiener, dude. He must have figured out I was schizophrenic before I did. Then used my propensity. I say the flinch on your face over
he made you schizophrenic. He gaslit you into being schizophrenic. Like this, I don't think this is like childhood trauma-induced schizophrenia that he induced. He's the motherfucker that induced it. Before he induced you to his wiener sauce, he induced you with some of those schizo sauce by murdering your best friend.
This dude is diabolical.
Oh, the
this dude
worst.
Drives bitches crazy and then has sex with them.
Yep, sounds like a YouTuber drama, to be honest.
It sounds like a YouTuber, exactly. Luke, the man I'd killed. Wait, did I get there? Then used my propensity for magical thinking against me when Tommy and I discovered his misdeeds. His misdeeds? That's what we're dialing it back to? She went from murder, then she was thinking about the dick, and then now it's just down to misdeeds.
I mean, if it's good enough, yeah, you'll forgive somebody for anything, to a point.
Next sentence, Luke, the man I'd killed. She's starting to blame herself. The dick was so good.
Yeah.
The mental.
That Asian dude was hung like a fucking horse. He was Asian everywhere except for his Johnson. He was fucking at LeBron in the penis region.
I think that was Tommy.
No, he was Asian too, I think. Because
remember,
it was like an Asian neighborhood. She was like the only like white brown person.
Oh,
because she's like Cuban, so she's like she's like Jessica Alba looking, bro.
Right.
So she's like. Everybody's always confused on if she was like Mexican or like Cuban or white because everybody else was Asian.
She got the Tiger Woods.
Yeah. Well, if Tiger Woods' dad was white, not black, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, the mental task of reconciling all these incarnations of Luke Anderson was more horrifying than any fantastical bogeyman. But the nightmares didn't come. I stopped lucid dreaming altogether, and I think I know why. I'd completed the quest. I'd found Micah, and I'd slain the demon. I keep my old journal in a drawer. After I was released from the hospital, I'd paged through it with trembling hands, searching for Matilda's last message. I found it, but it only corroborated how delusional I'd become towards the end, because the handwriting is obviously mine. And, for all his lies and manipulation and sociopathy, Luke had been right about one thing. I found a picture of Matilda, the real Matilda Kapersky. Andy, probably inspired by my Instagram message, posted a ton of old childhood photos. Matilda had long blonde hair, and she did wear a lot of pink, but her face was different from the face that invaded my dreams. Her cheeks were chubbier, her eyes deeper set and closer together.
Oh my god, she had Down syndrome.
Why did you add this? Why is this a necessary detail at all?
She was really fucking fat and her eyes were basically touching each other.
I like that she dials it back because, like, okay, and like we never mind. This is just a necessary detail. I then flipped through some of my parents' old pictures. Micah, Tommy, Luke, and me messing around in the backyard. The face I'd attached to the Matilda of my dreams was my own. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'd had blue eyes as a kid that darkened to hazel. I'd had freckles. Her perfect face and her perfect little eyes and her perfect mouth and stuff like that. And now she's like, oh, that was me. That's so... Whatever, bro. Whatever.
Well, I don't know, this is just, like...
It would have been really funny if it was like the ugly cross-eyed kid the entire time that was showing up, and it was like, and she was like terrified of it.
Yeah, dude, it was just like monstrously ugly, and then she found her old pictures, and she looked like fucking. What was that? There was like a TV show called like Ugly Betty or some shit. She looks like fucking Ugly Betty.
Dude, if that was the other thing too, was it turned out that like Ansley was like not all that either when she was a kid. If everybody was just like glazing her.
Well, maybe it was because she was so ugly that Ansley looked like a fucking 27 on a scale of 10.
Yeah.
Bro, she looked like a goblin troll, and when she was standing next to her sister, she looked like, again, Jessica Alba.
I just like that she had to clarify that the autistic ghost girl was not as...
she was ugly as fuck.
Charismatic. Yeah, that she was ugly as fuck, basically, in real life. The Matilda who'd given me rhyming clues, guided me, and in the end saved my life, was a little piece of my imagination, a clever avatar of my subconscious dispatched to my waking, disordered mind. I miss her a little. I'd have liked to have dreamed about her again, if only to thank her. I'm typing this at my desk. No shit. I'm procrastinating more than anything. I should be grading the multiplication worksheet stacked at my elbow. My life has been amazing since I left.
Terrible teacher.
Get to work,
Awful.
motherfucker.
Just get to work, dude. They're already giving you time for fucking murdering your friends, so...
Yeah, go in and just be like, oh, I'm having an episode. I need to take time off. And they'll be like, here's pay. My life has been amazing since I left the Briar Rose house. I have my own place, great friends, and at my new psychiatrist's urging, I've been eating healthier and working out. I've never looked or felt better. And I'm registered to take the GRE in March.
I'm just glad she's showering again.
She never said that.
Well, she said she's eating better, and working out, so I'm assuming she's showering. Especially if she's never looked better. One shower could fix that.
Maybe any showers at all.
You know they fucking bathed her in the mental hospital, so she's taking.
She's like Asmongold. She's like Asmongold. She only showers like when she has like PTA meetings, but not like for like regular school. That's like just her stupid.
She got
day
fucking
job.
Flies hanging over her and shit.
Stinky ants. I think I'm going to write a book based on the quest of the 4 grand adventurers. Cringe. Middle school reading level. Oh, okay, never mind. Mm-hmm. It seems a waste to have... That made it better. It seems a waste to have all these stories in my head and do nothing with them. And, while I'm definitely... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. She's thinking of writing a middle school reading level account of the time she committed involuntary manslaughter.
No. She's just gonna do the adventures going after the bagworm. She's gonna skip out all the fucking murder parts.
You think?
Yeah, 100%.
So?
100%.
Right.
It's like one of those. There was a book I read.
What if it just gets super fucking violent at the end?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It just turns.
And like super sexual, like 3/4 of the way through.
Oh, dude, I don't know if she has the ability.
To fuck out. Dude, this is one of those books that gets protested.
Yeah, because it's way too sexual. They're like, did you really need to say that the bagworm's throat had ribs?
And was vibrating. It seems a waste to have all these stories. Oh, never mind, I got that. And while I'm definitely never going off my medication again, there are times when reality just doesn't measure up to the contents of my head. For those 7 days, June 5th to 11th, 2017, I was a fantasy heroine. I outwitted dark creatures, scaled walls, mixed potions, and saved myself from a monster all too human. Adulthood can't quite compete with childhood fantasy, but I guess I'll have to make do with the memories. I just wanted to take a moment to thank all of you for reading and commenting and upvoting. I'd always avoided Reddit because it was supposed to be a swamp of trolls and neo-Nazis.
That's 4chan.
That's well, okay. But everyone I've
Kiwi Farms. What other ones are there? Every one of them will have the trolls and neo-Nazis. I guess that nowhere's to say for that. It's the internet.
But everyone I've encountered has been truly awesome. Also, exciting news, sort of. I'm going to visit the Briar Rose house. Bitch, what's the name of the store? This one last time this Sunday. I haven't been back since the events I described. Literally any sympathy is off the table at whatever happens. Whatever fucking happens from here on out. Literally no sympathy. I haven't been back since the events I described yesterday, and on Tuesday, the bulldozers are moving in. So I thought I'd get one more look before it turns into a construction site. Why? A couple of you guys mentioned that pile of mail. I'm pretty sure my dad threw it out by now. But if it's still there, I promise I'll go through it. What the fuck?
Fucking
That's
cares
what
about the
people are
mail.
wondering about? Yeah, dude, whatever. Okay. Now we know what type of Redditors she's found. I don't want to be scared of my childhood home, guys. She wants you to be scared of her childhood home. I want to remember Micah and Tommy, and even Luke as they used to be when we were kids. Happy, funny, seeing the world as thrilling and magical. Anyways, I'll write another update if I find anything interesting. Hey.
Ah, I stubbed my toe turning in my chair.
Oh no.
Oh, dude, there's too much dialogue dump.
Right here at the end.
Oh, here we go. Oh god, it gets more evil. Here we go. Right, first line of part final, which is like 12.
Or 13,
February.
I think, actually. I think it's 13 altogether.
No, whatever.
Whatever, no matter.
February 11th, 2018.
I wish I could tell you my last post was the end of the story. That evil had been slain. A decade-old wrong righted. I want to remind everyone, zero sympathy. She's gone. She's away. Anyway, doesn't matter. That evil had been slain. A decade-old wrong righted. I wish I was the hero, the fantasy protagonist, riding off into my own well-deserved sunset. But I can't. There's an epilogue. I mentioned I was going to return to the Briar Rose house one last time before the bulldozers moved in, you stupid bitch. Well, this morning, I drove into town. I met Travis at the mall food court. I knew we had to have Travis back, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
We hadn't spoken since the yeah, here he stays already here. We hadn't spoken since the day of my confrontation with Luke. He was staying with his parents for winter break, and I thought I owed him an explanation. After a 10-minute round of
Oh my god, are you okay?
and
I can't believe he did that. He's supposed. No.
he broached the subject of our infamous Ouija board experiment.
The little ghost girl we were trying to contact, Matilda. I have a confession to make.
I said,
I was definitely moving the planchette. I didn't realize I was doing it at the time. But the whole corona thing was all me. My false memories. I talked to my dad and it was actually the Claremont contacts he'd been looking for.
Travis shrugged.
Yeah, I thought so, but I was going to say is I found some more of her drawings stuffed under those loose floorboards of all places. I thought you might want them.
He shoved a manila folder towards me. I took it, thinking I'd give the pictures to Andy. He and Alicia are dating again. We chatted for another hour before saying our goodbyes and going our separate ways. Him to visit his boyfriend at work, me to Briar Rose Drive. I nearly drove past the street. I allowed myself a lingering stare into Allister Park, into the forest. I wondered whether the police had found the rest of Micah's body, buried in pieces in shallow graves, confined to the tiny enclosed spaces that had horrified him during his life. As for the forest itself, I no longer felt any fear. Just a tangled, uncultivated grove of oak trees.
Okay, here's what I'm going to say right now before we get into the next little paragraph. I am fucking destroying 90% of that last part in my mind.
What's that?
That whole the last part that we read that was kind of felt like a wrap up. That was like a really shitty wrap up. I feel like that she could have started this with I spent some time in a mental institute and then like given a quick realization that I spoke to the police, did that first paragraph from that last one, threw it in this one, and I'd still be in it because already I'm back in it. Because the writing style is good. This feels more... That felt rushed and just kind of fucking there. It was like, excuse me, I'm going to take a little bit of time to do some Reddit stuff for the Reddit community real quick. And here you go. End of story. Happiness. I'm already
Yeah.
back in this.
I didn't get the last part very much, but I'm back in a little bit. I don't know. I
What
kind of think that
that last
this
part,
is
I think,
having your cake and eating it too. This is trying to stick a really cinematic ending after you she already stuck the like kind of bad like, and then
Yeah,
everything was okay and I moved on with my life and stuff like that.
yeah.
And now it's like
Well,
you don't get the
I'm willing to forgive that because this is a Reddit story. So I'm willing to forgive that and cut it out and keep going. If this can fucking save it.
It is 105 degrees in this room. So anytime wasted reading, I'm a little pissed at you. But my house crouched among the mansions, like an old widow on the bus. Cream-colored stucco walls, chipped blue garage doors, huge bay windows, front porch. Colonel Lewis's house had already been torn down. I saw. Oh wait. Colonel Lewis's house had been torn down. I saw through the high chain-link fence they'd erected. The flattening had been done, but the property was yet to be cleaned up. The entire lot now matched the backyard. Piles of splintered planks and eviscerated insulation cozying up with toppled cinder blocks. I was surprised by just how small everything looked. My mattress and box spring was gone. Alicia's bed was gone. The tin table we'd eaten at had been removed, as had the coffee machine and all the other indications of my and Alicia's occupation, except the ruined couch and that pile of mail. Turns out my dad hadn't tossed it. I sunk onto the couch, and before tackling the yellowing envelopes, I opened the manila folder Travis had handed me. Picture of Mrs. Gutierrez from down the street walking her dog. Picture of 2 kids at a school on the monkey bars. A woman with a baby at Ralph's. Andy playing video games. A child in a red hoodie standing outside my door. A white car parked in front of the house. I think I stared at the picture for a whole minute before I realized what I was seeing. I looked at the date. Then the implications ran over me like a train. The implications. My heart racing, limbs numb under the weight of the memories, I stood up. Calmly, slowly, I walked through the kitchen, down the hall, then back around to the living room. I was hallucinating again. The picture wasn't real. It couldn't be. It would be different when I got back to the sofa. No. No, no, no.
Tommy and me sitting on my swings. Me texting Micah. He'd be sending me an apology text for weeks straight before. I'd only responded with the occasional, "Shut up!" or "Stop talking to me." But that Saturday I played nice. I told him to come over, that I wanted to talk. Kevin Gideon dropped him off in front of my house. My little white house with big windows.
I collapsed back onto the couch. The picture was exactly the same. Micah in his little red hoodie, standing outside my door. The date on the picture, the day he died. Then I noticed something else. An envelope in the pile of junk mail left for me, with no delivery or return address. Just my name. Hands shaking, I tore open the envelope and extracted 3 folded, handwritten pages of notebook paper. I unfolded the pages. In the top margin, there was an unflattering cartoon of a chubby, constipated-looking woman with a tight bun and pantsuit.
The night before Tommy killed himself, his mother found him at a kitchen table, frantically scribbling on one of his old notebooks, after she could never find the messages he wrote.
What the fuck is the chubby, constipated-looking woman?
I don't know, dude.
That's the biggest mystery, dude. It was You're so what?
I'm so confused. But I'm ready to get into this now. I mean, again, dude, I think this is like way better where we're going than where we were at. This is how you tie up loose ends, baby. I'm excited for this. And I have a lot to read here soon.
It was, yeah. You do. It was unmistakably Tommy's handwriting. I read.
Ansley, I hope this letter finds you. I don't know your current address, but the people living in your old house said they'll pass it along when your family's in town. By the time you read this, I'll be dead. I can't live with what we did anymore. I don't know how much you remember or what version. Luke tried to Jedi mind trick you after all. You were having a breakdown and he was scared to death, you tattle. He told you saw some scary fantasy creature dragging Micah into the trees. I guess you bought his bullshit. After that, you started having full-blown nightmares and hallucinations. I don't know if his mind games actually worked or you just believed what you wanted to believe. But I couldn't forget. And as much as I've tried to move on, the guilt has been eating me inside. I'm not going to the cops. That's your choice to make. But I think you have the right to know what really happened the day Micah died. You and I were playing at your house. You were really mad at Micah because you told your teacher that you'd copied Luke's old biology paper. You were saying he did it just because he was jealous of you, Luke. I don't know if you realize this, but Micah had a crush on you. But you liked Luke better. You were practically hypnotized when he was around.
Let me offer.
Dude, we're doing it again! No! Okay, again, dude, this would be fine if we didn't have the whole last part where we just did this.
I also wanted to add...
Yeah, you get to do the thing now. I just realized that. Yeah, now you have to do the thing.
What
really happened that day?
I just wanted to add another thing in here. As we talked, you got yourself worked up really good. You said you wanted to play a joke on Micah. I went with it because I thought what he did was real assholey. You know? So you texted him and told him to come over to your house. You said you wanted to apologize and be friends again. He'd been trying to apologize all week, so he jumped at the opportunity, came over. The geeky dude who owned the video game store, Kevin, gave him a ride. You were sweet to him. You led him to your room. The little closet in your room with the sliding doors was empty. Your family had packed a lot of stuff because you were moving to Miami soon. As the school year ended, the door was open. You shoved Mike in the closet. I slammed the door shut. It jammed with the wooden rod you had, and jammed it with the wooden rod you had. Micah hated small and close spaces. He was terrified. He started screaming and banging on the closet door.
The scratches on the back of the closet door. Bang, bang.
Help me, Ansby. Help me, Ansby. Come get me, Ansby. Please, please. I'm sorry.
Ah, I like that we added in why that existed. There we go.
Yeah.
We ignored him. We went to the living room and turned on the TV. After a while, Micah stopped screaming. We heard him breathing really hard, but we didn't make much of it. And we weren't as concerned as we should have been when he stopped making noises altogether. Oh my god, he had an asthma attack and died.
That's what I was saying a second ago, dude. This stinky bitch, dude. I put it together.
Dude, you were right.
I put it together.
You're right, and that's what makes... Again, dude, if we wouldn't have had that last part, this would have been so much better. Because...
I have been making full court fucking shots all these shows, dude.
You know, I have to say, like, when you said that, I was, like, on the same page as you, and then it, like, turned to be to, like, Luke, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. And then we had, like, fucking dumb part, which, the worst fucking thing, the only bad written thing in this entire story, that leads to this, this is actually good.
Yeah, yes, I love that this is in the story, and I fucking hate when it's showed up.
Yeah, like, no, you could have...
The entire story centered on her not checking the mail.
Well, I mean, it would have worked if she wouldn't have said... It would have worked if she wouldn't have said, I will check the mail. Like, you know?
Yes,
if she would have, like... Because it was... That was a really, really good, use of, like... I'm fucking freaking... It's, like, not a... Because Luke was, like, a red herring, right? And so we were leaving... what's the narrative device where it's, like, foreshadowing? It was a great use of foreshadowing with the mail throughout the entire story. She kept mentioning it. And then to act like it was just a throwaway side thing that she would check, to then this part, it diminishes all of this. It really does diminish this.
Yeah, I just don't like the 3 different explanations that we're getting at the end. Like,
because, like...
This could have been figured out by the audience. Like, where they were like, wait a second, like...
Yeah,
wait a minute now. If they were just like, wait a second, it doesn't make any sense that Tommy...
Like, why is Tommy telling us
about Luke and killed himself, and the scratches on the door?
No. I think he helped. I think they all 3 helped bury the bodies, right? But he could have he could have removed the the bullshit about Micah like being like wanting to apologize and just like like there's a lot of fluff in this, but this fluff I could have dealt with if we already didn't get the other fluff.
Plus, what the fuck? Why didn't Luke just say that to Ansley in
Why
the
did
forest,
Ansley
where he
put
was like,
a knife
where
to
he was
her
like,
throat?
yeah, where he was like, you did this. Like, I helped cover up your fuck up.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
I just don't, yeah, I don't know. This is what I was saying a second ago about having the cake and eating it too. I kind of feel like we're getting into that territory here at the end. However, I do want to keep clarifying that I do like the story very much. And I like these details, and I love these moments, like figuring out that it's a little child's scratch marks on the inside of the
this isn't
door.
I wouldn't say that this gets too like annoying exposition dump, but
No,
it,
not really.
it gets close. It gets close, and I think it's because the story's so good that when we get to this, it just feels like such a letdown.
I do like that it wasn't like a Pennywise thing the whole time. That it wasn't some monster gobbling up little children, and then they had to band together and go fight it as adults.
Yeah, like I am glad
that was a weird twist that we got.
Yeah,
we have to get our breakdown in before we fucking get everything explained to us. All right, go ahead, Tommy.
Finally, about a half an hour later, we thought Micah had suffered enough, and we let him out. Except for he didn't come out. He fell onto me. He was so cold. Then he fell face down on the ground and rolled him over. I'll never forget his face. His skin was blue, his eyes bulged and just rolled backward. His skin felt like a dead hamster. He had an asthma attack. The stress made him hyperventilate. All the dust in that closet. I think you guys had termites. Closed his throat. Later we found his inhaler, wrapped in his sweater under your bed. We were terrified. We didn't know what to do. We killed our best friend, and we were scared to call the cops because we thought we'd go to jail forever. You must have called Luke instead because he came over, and he was screaming and yelling at you, and you were crying and crying. And I guess he felt sympathetic because he helped us hide the body. Thinking back, it was a project for Luke. He was always upset. Oh, don't make him a fucking bad guy again. Like,
yeah.
He was always so obsessed with true crime, and he wanted to see if he could trick the cops and allow us to get away with murder. You're the bad guys.
No,
you guys are the bad guys. Luke is the only person he helped. Okay, now I'm like full on Luke's side, brother.
No, I've just fallen off I'm falling off the fucking bus altogether, dude. It's leaving without me, dude. I'm chasing after it.
Dude, he left and came back with his dad's hunting knife. He dragged Micah's body into a bathtub, cut off Micah's arm. But you're not gonna do that with a hunting knife. I'm sorry. Like, especially as a kid, dude. You need a bone saw to get through bone. I'm still haunted by the thoughts of that knife cutting through tendons, blood pouring out, the nasty crack when Luke's bones snapped. We're explaining how we were able to get rid of the blood, the bathtub. Blood on porcelain trickling down the drain. We buried the body. Then Luke wrapped we buried the body. Then Luke wrapped a detached arm in bubble wrap and stuffed it into his backpack, and we walked to Allister Park. We played hide and seek, except for instead of hiding, Luke was burying Micah's arm. He said it would throw off the cops' scent. They'd search the park, find Micah's arm. They'd suspect the rest of him was buried nearby, and they wouldn't go looking around the neighborhood for the boy. A boy? Digging something. Some sort of heap. A pile of clothes, blue and white and red. You were hysterical. I didn't know how you'd held it together for your parents, but you did. A few days later, you found the sweater and inhaler. By that time, everybody was suspicious of Kevin Gideon, so Luke and I took it all, climbed through the air vent we'd found, and stashed the evidence above the ceiling tiles and atomic video. I couldn't do it anymore, Ansley. The selfless part of me is guilty for what we did. The selfish part of me is terrified that one day they'll find Micah's body, the rest of Micah's body, and it'll all come crashing down.
Tell us where the body is.
Yeah, we're gonna get there. Despite all of this, no, I still treasure the memories of our childhood. and I never regretted for a second knowing any of you. Do what you want with this information, but if you go to the authorities, please, as a last favor to me, keep Luke out of it. He was only trying to help us. I'm sorry, Ansley. I'm sorry for everything, Tommy. What the fuck, dude? Jesus.
He said keep Luke out of it, and she has had Luke involved in literally every single aspect and way that you could.
Oh my god, dude.
Just stay away from Luke. It's gonna make all this come back.
Oh my god, dude. Poor Luke.
Not poor Luke. Not poor Luke.
No, he
is
said
still a
keep.
weirdo psychopath.
I know, but
that
he was like
or whatever was like, I can fool the police and the FBI.
I know, but at the same time, it wasn't like
his body.
At the same time, like I almost feel like the way that she portrayed Luke throughout the story now doesn't make sense with the explanation we are getting, where I'm having like this huge contradiction. Because, like, okay, if he was...
None of this makes sense.
It was, like, it does and it doesn't, and this is what happens when you over-explain, is... Like, this would have been great if she would have found Luke digging and then, like, hit him with one of her, like, bagworm fucking weapons. And they found the arm and she just assumed Luke was the one who did it.
Right.
Like, if she would have, like, instead of Luke having that weird scene of Luke putting the knife to her throat and all this shit... found him digging up Micah's arm, and she hit him when he like yelled at her or something, like, "What are you, Ansley? What are you doing here?" And then like
she saw the daemon,
or like she after
holding
she not
Micah or something like that,
or
and
like
she runs over and smacks him, and it's actually Luke.
It's actually
Luke
or
something like
and or
for him to go all Hannibal Lecter and be like, "You will not spoil my 15-year mystery, Ansley. You have to go in the ground next to him now."
It's
like
too
when
much.
she's been running around acting like it.
Well,
Just
and he hasn't killed anyone. Luke hasn't killed anyone, like at all.
That we know of.
Well, yeah, I know, but he never killed anyone, right?
Yeah.
And
he was about to kill Ansley for no fucking reason.
No reason. That's where the whole... It's because, like, if she would have killed him and then stumbled back to her house and found this letter, and we get this big reveal that she's been the villain of that she killed her friend the whole time, this would have been a really good reveal, but...
Then, I have another thing to tack on to the better reveal and the better ending. It turns out that Luke was in the woods grabbing Micah's body parts and all of the evidence, and then Micah's body and Luke are never seen or heard from again at the end. Like, he gets to keep the mystery going. Turns out that he was involved the entire time, but he didn't go all like, oh, you found out too much. Like it's God, dude.
And I mean,
so hard here at the end.
I mean, I get it. It's easy to be a critic from the chair or whatever and just fucking slap our wiener across a story that is really well written. This is a very well written story. Yes. It's just we've had so much exposition just fucking slapped on our asses right here that's now contradicting itself in its own exposition, that it's falling apart because this reveal would have been brilliant if it was just done a little bit differently. I think the story overplayed its hand with making Luke a psychopath where it did, and then giving us time to reflect on that with the narrator to then have a reveal. Because now that we've had reflection and then a reveal, it's all landing and like stacking on itself in a weird way.
Or if because, like, now we're saying that, like, okay, oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. The fucking police. Okay. Not only were they outsmarted by a 13-year-old. I'm sorry. A trio of 13-year-olds. Okay, so not only were the FBI and the fucking police department and all this type of shit outsmarted by a trio of teenagers, who successfully framed a man and almost pinned a murder and all this type of bad and kidnapping and all that type of stuff on him. Then later on, I forget where I was even going with this because it started off so fucking terrible. But no, like I just can't believe this, dude.
Yeah.
If I ever think of it again in a second, I'll bring it back up. But there
I
was a
mean,
long fucking
okay,
pack there.
so
No, the cops nowadays. No, when she comes back and starts acting crazy, that's what I was thinking. Where the cops get involved again at the end of the story after she kills Luke. The cops, they didn't even search her house. They didn't, like, her house wasn't a crime scene. If her house was a crime scene, they didn't look for, like, the suicide letter that's, like, in the pile of mail.
yeah,
Like,
they didn't
none
investigate
of
her
this,
at all.
this is what you get, like you said, from over-explaining. We're gonna nitpick now.
Yeah,
And that
no,
doesn't.
this is
No way.
like, and this
No
is the
way.
thing that sucks, dude. Because like
I
I
don't
was
believe this
so
story for a second.
I've been on this journey with this story, like 100% locked in. All the jokes I made and shit, those are me having fun with it. Now I'm like, dude, you fucking pulled me out of it, and I'm not mad at the author. Again, I think
No.
it's one of those things that it's like, I think it happens to all of us when we write
Yeah,
stories.
we're literally just sharing our knee-jerk reactions.
Yeah,
for the
it's
story
knee-jerk
here.
reactions, but like
this is literally like the end part of the movie where like me and you are like we start talking about the movie and pulling out our cell phones. And
dude, this is what
standing
happened.
up to go pee and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Now
This
it's
happened
like,
recently. I watched this movie called like The Promise or like The Pledge or some shit with Jack Nicholson. And the entire movie had me fucking hooked. And then the ending was so dumb. Like it like wraps itself up in a weird way, and it doesn't have a good payoff for anything. But it doesn't just have it doesn't just have a good payoff. Like this has a better payoff than that movie did. But it just leaves you in a place where you're like, well, none of that makes sense.
right.
Like, and
No,
so
it does have a better payoff and leave off.
Yeah.
I have an example of one too. Whenever you're
yeah, that was the thing. I was just like,
okay,
Jack was sitting there at the end of the movie, fucking drunk, being like, "You can't handle the truth. I need more Jim Beam because I never found that pedophile." You know, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, like, but there was like a wreck, and they definitely found him. He could have easily, whatever. I'm not gonna, you know what I mean?
No, you're fine. And just before we close this out, the example of the one that I have like that is the movie, and we have to do like I have to revisit this thing. We have to like react to this or critique it or something like that together. But A Cure for Wellness. I'll send this to you and remind you of that. Okay, when me and my wife went to the movies to go and see this, it kept feeling like we were there for like the 2.5 hours that length or whatever that is, which by the way, 1 hour longer than any horror movie needs to be. But we kept feeling like we had been there for 2.5 hours, and like the movie would like end, like something would wrap up in the plot.
I hate
and
that, bro.
me and her would be like, okay, cool, and go to stand up, and then it would click back in, and they'd be
just
back in it,
kept
or something
going.
else would happen, and we'd like sit back down, and we're like, okay, wait a second now, and then it like ended. And we would like go to stand up, and it fucking clicked back on it. I swear to God, A Cure for Wellness has like 4 endings.
Yeah.
Like before it actually rolls the credits, and then we were like, we're leaving right now because we know there's gonna be something post credits. There's probably something post credits.
Dude,
But I want to revisit that movie so bad, dude, because we always hold that up for the standard of like bad horror movie, but
well, and this is doing that too, where
that's what I'm saying is this is not like that. It just reminded
kind
me
of
of
is, though.
we keep getting like
we
it
got the
fades out
Luke
and then
ending.
back in.
It could have ended after Luke, and the conflict was resolved.
The incident was over.
The incident was over. We could have just ended there, made up all of our other stuff on the backside, and it would have been an incredible story. We could have ended after the shitty fucking wrap up and dialogue dump ending, and then this feels like, so this is like one of those kill your darlings moment. Like you could have you should have killed the Luke fight and made it simplified it so that you could have had this, which is an incredible idea. But you also wanted to do like I am saying that you should definitely get help when help is needed ending, you know what I mean? The happy ending. Fucking kill that shit.
Now that we've logicked our way into that, like the local police were not only tricked by 13-year-old Luke, but they're actually literally being tricked by Luke from beyond the grave at this point.
Yeah. It's just like, well, and the cops I'm not even factoring in because I'm putting horror movie cops in my head. I don't even ever factor like the logic of a cops not figuring out the job in a horror movie because it's always so dumb.
I guess that does kill.
So I just picture them all as Detective Dudley from Scream, and I'm fucking like fine. But I look at this and it's just like, she needed to the writer needed to kill a bunch of stuff here, and it could have been a perfectly tight story. And again, like, this is the type of stuff that, like, when you post it on Reddit, I could see, like, and I heard this about Tales of the Gas Station. I always bring that up because I really like that. But I heard Tales of the Gas Station, the book, is so much better than Reddit story, because I see Reddit as, like, your first draft. Maybe not your first draft, but your first, like.
I was just thinking that. I was like, let us read your horror story, and we'll edit it for the adaptation.
Yeah,
we'll
and
let you know where.
And most people will streamline the shit out, add the details more naturally throughout it, and then they'll cut it off, and it'll be a lot better for the book. So I always see Reddit as like the place before you publish.
Right.
But let's finish this
man.
before we get too
Round
fucking.
it out. Yep. All right. I read the letter over and over. I remembered it all. Now, I would have screamed. I would have cried. God, I wish I could have cried. But neither tears nor wails would come. Just cold, hard pressure, boiling, nerve-numbing resignation. All the lies I'd told myself, splitting open and dripping acid on my skin. My armpit really itches right now. Hold on.
Oh, get it, boy. Get it. Oh, my God.
I'm getting there.
Ben, you're so itchy.
Watch me do that topless on the Patreon. Anyway, and the body. Tommy hadn't revealed where we'd hidden Micah's body, but I knew. You know all of a sudden. It was in Matilda's rhymes. You mean your rhymes, in her clues, hardwired into my dreams like the blood in the bathtub, and the slamming on my closet door. Matilda had been right. I already knew.
Can't make it through the front, so you'll have to climb. Nobody will find you hide in the slime.
Oh, no, okay, never mind. I wasn't thinking. Alright. The one stanza I hadn't figured out, what we hid in the slime. We'd hidden Micah's body in the slime. That's my favorite line from this whole story.
They were just Micah and Luke standing over a hole, jerking off into a pit. Just endless hours. It's like an entire year's worth of semen in a fucking hole, and they're just dumping a body into it.
They did the jar thing, yeah. Tommy and Luke climbed to hide the sweater. When I'd snuck into what was formerly Atomic Videos, I'd found powdered concrete.
Empty eyes and gumless teeth, the weapon waits for you in a room beneath.
No, that wasn't it. God damn it, woman. Micah said he waits for you in a room beneath. The bunker, which my dad filled in with concrete.
Twin skeletons, a warm spring day among the festering ruins. Children laugh and play.
Colonel Lewis's house had been the twin of mine. And, since we had an underground bunker, it would only make sense he had one as well. Except he didn't fill his in with concrete. He filled it with dirt and grass and rotting vegetables. Turned it into a compost heap.
The slime.
Flew. The shovel. I'd held that shovel before. My dreams. The stench of rotting vegetable waste. I'd waded in it, knee-deep in slimy carrot heads and moldy lettuce. Yum. Frantically digging a giant hole. The compost was soft, easy to cut through. The stench would cover the smell of Micah's body rotting. I left the letter. I ran through the back door, into the gathering dusk. I ran to the chain-link fence. I leaned on it, staring into the junkyard that had once been my playground. The cinder blocks strewn around. The chassis were gone. I breathed in. Breathed the acidy, rotten stench.
I dug his grave. The boys dragged his body through the hole in the fence. Thick hedges that lined the backyard hid us from sight from the neighbors. We buried him deep. We buried him deep. We buried Luke's blood-stained clothes. We smashed Micah's cell phone and buried that too. If they had phone records, Luke said. If they have phone records, Luke had said, they'll see you texted him, but not what you texted. Then Luke had an idea. We climbed up a pile of cinder blocks, started kicking, thrashing, throwing blocks until the pile collapsed under him, over the compost heap and its new secret, covering our tracks. Footsteps, we froze. Colonel Lewis, with his dark glasses and walking stick, charged out his back door. If he hadn't been half blind, he would have seen me holding a shovel, my face swollen with tears. He would have seen Tommy shaking, Luke's shifting glances. As it was, he saw all three of us playing too rough in his backyard. He yelled that we needed to be careful, lest we'd break bones. Then he shuffled back to the house.
I stood, staring at the weather-beaten cinder blocks that marked my best friend's grave, and, finally, the tears came. I'm typing this from the old couch in my old living room. It's fitting, I guess, that I'm starting a new chapter of my life in the place where my life began. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with all this information yet. I could go to the authorities and come clean, turn myself in. I could delete this entire Reddit chain, hop in my car, and drive south until the US border's in my rear view. Or I could stay and wait it out. Maybe the construction workers will find Micah's body. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll never connect it to me. For all the mistakes he made, Luke Anderson was right about one thing. I didn't repress my memories. I created false ones. I created my own world. Luke started it, but I was his willing victim. I made monsters. I rewrote history, so I wouldn't have to face my guilt. Maybe, that night in June, Luke was trying to scare me, not actually kill me. Maybe he literally was the heartless psychopath the papers cast him as, and would have rather shut me up permanently than risk an accessory to murder charge hampering his career plans. Maybe he thought I'd try to pin Micah's death solely on him. Or maybe, consciously or otherwise, he came at me with that knife to exact revenge for Micah, to ensure his killer faced justice. No, that wasn't it.
No, dude.
No
So
use in
now
puzzling
you're
it.
trying to write away your battle zone.
No use in puzzling over that now, she says. I've got a lot to answer for, and a lot of people to answer to. Tiffany Gideon, poor Kevin Gideon, I still imagine his rotting, blood-stained face, and it still brings tears to my eyes. Naomi Wall, Carol Liu, Andy Kopersky. To Tiffany, wherever you are, I'm sorry your father was branded a child killer for all these years. He was a good man. His video store brought unparalleled joy to my friends and me, and I'll never regret betraying him. I'll forever regret betraying him. I read it honestly, though. To Tommy's family, at least she apologized on Reddit. So Tommy's family, I'm sorry I dragged Tommy into my cruel, heartless prank. What happened to Micah was one mistake, one pretty Saturday, one joke gone too far, but I'll remember him as he was every other day. Funny, kind, carefree, and protective. To Luke's family, no matter the circumstances of our last meeting, Luke was my first love. No one can make me happy quite like he did. You killed him.
You
And to
murdered
Micah,
him.
you murdered him. If you can read this from heaven, he's not going to read this from heaven. I'm sorry for everything. Your face exactly sums up my feelings. There's that. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry I exploited your greatest fear and robbed you of all the opportunity to grow up. I'm sorry I treated you like an annoyance, that I let my crush on Luke get in the way of our friendship. You were the greatest friend I've ever had, and I'm sorry for what I said to you on the playground that Friday afternoon. I didn't mean it. I love you, Micah. I will love you until I join you in the afterlife.
Bitch, you're going to hell, bro.
You're going to hell, dude.
straight
You're
to
going
hell. You are
Or
fucking.
you'll never have to shower again.
Yeah, dude. Fuck.
If you are reading this, know that for all that happened, for all the evil I did, I cherish every moment of my childhood, even burying the body. She didn't say that. I'll never regret knowing Micah, or Luke, or Tommy. And when I'm sad or angry or in pain, I'll go back to the world we created, where we fought monsters and mixed potions and saved the neighborhood every night before bedtime. I think about our games of hide and seek in the dark, in the park, our covert missions from Colonel Lewis's yard, cheering as Micah effortlessly worked the joystick at Atomic Videos, and I smile. My childhood wasn't perfect, far from it, but it was mine. And the girl I was then, the schizophrenic demon fighter defeating the monsters in my imagination with my 3 best friends. That was the real me, more than I've been since I left that little house on Briar Rose Drive.
This is okay. I'm gonna stand by everything I said. I think we've already kind of aired out all of our problems and stuff with this. I still think this where it sits. I still think this is an incredible story, right? It's an incredible story. I just think it gets so muddied with the end of part. What was it? 11, 12. It's just 13. So the end of part 12, most of part, or end of part 11, most of part 12, and this. If you combined all of that and redrafted it into a better, more less exposition dump reveal, honestly, just having the reveal of the letter to, because like this last part where she's like explaining like the stuff explaining about how they got rid of the body, that's interesting, absolutely interesting. But at this point, I was already pulled out because I'm getting all this information I thought I've already gone through. Why did I go through this information if all of it was fake?
By the time that we retread the same information the third time, I didn't really care anymore at that
That
point.
was my
It
problem.
was hard to care.
It was really hard to care, and that sucks because I still think that there is good explanations. This last part was really good. It's just muddied by what you set up previously, because now it's wanting me to feel like empathy for Luke when you made him into such a monster in that last that last kind of fucking
I was convinced. I was convinced Luke
it was
a
very
monster.
convincing. And if you could have still turned him into that monster if she was the aggressor, like, you know what I mean?
I think that she keeps like glossing over that he hacked up his friend's body in a bathtub and fucking buried it over a test in school. And then she keeps going like, Luke didn't have anything really to do with it.
Well, no. It wasn't over the test. So no,
fucking body.
He didn't kill him because of the test. He didn't kill him because of the test. So you got glossed over.
No, they didn't kill him because they killed him because of
he was dead. He was already dead.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But he carved up his body, man.
Yeah.
He did not like. This is not. You can't like ask me to like the character.
Well, no. I'm not saying you to like the character. I'm saying if you were going to set it up to be like Luke being all aggro. If you're like, so that's the problem now. You set him up to be aggro, and then you want me to retread and not make him the villain that you already set him up perfectly to be this villain, so that you can have the reveal that it was you the whole time. You can't have him be as aggro in that moment. You have to have him be sympathetic in that moment to be like have him be the bagworm or whatever, have him or be like the daemon and have him be killed, only for you to realize you were the monster the whole time. The monster was internally, because now you've set Luke up as this monster instead of as the friend that was trying to save you the whole time.
Yeah, spent a whole part explaining that shit, and then now it's like the next part is like, nah, just kidding.
Yeah.
Or like, not really just kidding, but it's like, but actually this
is
what even more of the info, and I don't know, man.
Yeah, and that's
the ending was a little bit of a letdown, but I did love the story.
The story all the way up to the ending was incredible. I think it had up through the fight with Luke was incredible, and if it would have just ended there, this would have been like
what I like in stories, especially these really long, detailed ones, are where the author leaves room for more theorizing. And even if they give you an ending that's like dishonest, like if we were left on the ending that Luke was a monster and he did this and all that type of shit, but through people doing really close reading and stuff like that, that they discovered that it was actually Ansley through enough of the Easter eggs being left through the story, I think that would have been cooler. But
even if you did have
it wouldn't have really been picked up by us either.
Well, here's the thing too. If it would have, I think that it still could have worked with the explanation. If they would have, she just would have gone with the. It seems like the idea with the letter was really, really a good idea, in the way she set it up with the mail, and everything's set up for this last ending. The whole story's set up for this last ending, but it's your stride and the momentum's killed in the story by the part before the ending.
Right.
The send-off ending kills the story's vibe. The happy ending kills the story's vibe. To then have it, oh, you're the bad guy, and it's.
Ending aside, though, which was your favorite of the fantasy monsters?
Luke being the psycho killer.
I like the Droxies.
The Droxies were amazing. The Droxies were amazing.
The Droxies being beset by like little stone gargoyle, like little cherub things, is fucking baller. And favorite character, oh my god, I forget his name already.
Travis. Travis was a fucking G,
Travis,
dude.
Absolutely, dude.
Yeah.
Travis. I want a sequel with Travis. That's what I want, dude.
Just Travis.
From Travis' perspective. Where he goes ghost hunting with his husband. Bro, I would read that. I'd read that.
Yeah, that'd be dope, dude. Travis was the
Connected
fucking
universe.
G, brother. But I mean, that's all. I really don't think we have anything to add in the wrap up because we covered it so fucking in depth during this last part in our disappointment. I mean, like I said, I still love this story. I think it did a good job with everything until the ending. It sucks when something can't stick the ending, but that's like the hardest thing to do for a story. I mean, to be honest, if you're like trying to figure out a good ending and where to leave it off is always such a
The
nightmare.
hardest part, really.
It's the
Yeah,
hardest part.
one of the hardest parts.
So I think that by the way it did it, it kind of fleshed it out at the end of it. If this was turned into a book, I mean, I think that this is stuff that she probably already knows she could iron out. She probably left some of her darlings in here for Reddit, and then in the book she would kill those motherfuckers. She'd put them on their knees and shoot them in the back of the head or lock them in a closet to
Yeah,
suffocate.
it's going to be edited a lot more times
Yeah.
and gone back over and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
and-
yeah, I can see this being like most of our stories. I could see this being adapted into something.
Yeah, I definitely could see
Definitely.
this being adapted into something and be stick the landing a lot harder. But again, loved it. Do you have anything else to add before we wrap up?
Nope.
Well, make sure to rate us on Spotify. As always, I want to thank the author, Nikki XX. I think I really appreciate you letting us read the story. She is a prolific writer. She's constantly writing tons of stuff on here. And even with our little problems that we had with the story, her writing style and her ability to like craft a long narrative is enough for me to want to read more of her stuff. I mean, the just the ability to go through 10 parts and to keep me hooked for 11 parts really. To keep me hooked through 11 parts, that's impressive. Without me having any real complaints or gripes. I was making jokes and stuff, but the story was fantastic.
We're being driven by hokey supervillain fights.
Oh yeah, well I mean
Always,
that was
we will
brilliant.
always use the chasm as a touchstone.
But the chasm is beautiful in its own right. You need to stop
Still
being
waiting for it to be topped.
Dude, the chasm is fucking peak, brother. Like that is our toxic commando. Nothing will ever take that from us. I love that story so much. It's so over the top. That story keeps you hooked in a different way. This keeps you hooked with like the investigation of it and actual good writing. That one is you want to see Satan bot punch Devil Nurse in the pussy. So
yeah, no, Devil Nurse's pussy punching was awesome.
But anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching.
For sticking with us.
And we'll catch you on the next one.